Alright. So less than ethical times. Let's grab that save. Let's start stream. Man, 55 minutes of stream. Yeah, well, to be fair, there are a lot of channels that genuinely an hour, hour and a half, like, intro time is just a normal stream. We usually sit around 15, 20 minutes is pretty typical, and that's time that people can show up and whatever. Okay. So what the heck were we working on? Right, so let's make sure we got these. So they're not set yet. So illustration can be on anything. So we need sports and economy to potentially get statistics. We have statements, which is crime and politics. We have unrest, which is politics and economy, which we already have, and crime and economy. So those are the 4 pins we're working on right now, because we are going after a rival. So I think the focus for this run of what I want to accomplish is we can work on the faction stuff as we work, but the last time I played, I knocked this person out, if I remember correctly. We're going to knock this rival out, because we've already knocked out 7 of her 16 territories, so she's only got 9 territories left, and that's going to be kind of our goal for the run, is to knock her out, because I believe when you beat a rival is one of your win conditions. Going 5 years will also give you a win condition, 10 years will give you a win condition. And in this game, when I say win condition, it isn't that you've beaten the game, it's over. It's basically, it gives you a leaderboard, it's like, here's how you did. And all that stuff. Alright. So we've got our first one here, we've got the statement, so I need to take this route. So it's going to be politics, and that's going to send us a spy. So we can get Arc Editor on here, because Arc guarantees us instant access to the next segment. And then we can have Mr. Steven jump on this one. And we're going to have a spy show up this week. So, Mayor Cole on top. Cole makes bold statement. So with that, we are going to have that one all sorted. So that's the first one here, so that's crime and politics. Okay. We do still have crime and politics on the other ones, could show up there. I'm going to immediately pop down here to this one, which is weirdly not letting me see the bottom, so I can't set the priority. May have to wait till I actually get out there. Alright. And so this is kind of a nothing burger of one, so we'll just chuck someone on it, get them going. Cannery starts chili soup line. Many extra tins ready for shipment. I also should check to see if these... So you're going to get finished soon, and you're going to get finished... Oh, that's not the one. Yeah, so we got the other ones we got are getting finished soon. So what we need to watch is someone is going to walk along this wall here, walk behind our boxes, and then head on up here. We got to watch for that person, because that person will be the spy. If we don't catch them, they trash all our stuff here. The spies are really the only thing you don't like in the game. You wish the guards could catch them automatically after you level them per his skill. That's exactly the same thing I said, is I think there should be a trait for the spy where your guard, if you have a certain trait, will get the spy. So you give up other opportunities to be like, hey man, I don't want to deal with this. Is that still the only toilet I have? Oh no, I have a second toilet. We do have a cleaning person, they just need to do their job. Alright, let's see if... There you go. So prioritize that one. That should have 2 things under it. It's fine. Alright. So, we got 2 on this one. We got our statistics, and we got our illustration. So, in this case, the only one available is Anandar, so you're going to jump on that immediately. Fraud track for the love of the organization, because right now we're competing against her. And so she'll work her way across here, and we just need to beat her to it. So with that, sports and economy. So that's there. So we can drop sports off our priorities. In politics, we've already got them all. Okay. So you finished that one. Cannery starts chili soup line. Contracts signed with growers. And right now I've actually got 2 editors that are very well equipped, so I don't have to be picky about what stories we do and don't edit, with the only exception of stories that are close to the end of the week. If I really want to make sure they get done in time, those stories I do need to take the time to be like, hey, that story we're going to prioritize. Alright, so we gotta wait till these people get up to their desk. And don't know is either of those able to take this. Yep, Conrad could jump on that. That gives us our statistic 1. Is wagering lucrative? And again, we're just trying to get this mayor... Yeah, so this one here, that's one of our priorities right there. So I'll mark that. And then the fraud track will mark as well. Is that another one up here? No. I'm just trying to keep an eye out for that spy. Okay, so we got another one here. Okay, so both of these directions have stuff we care about. So what we can do with this one is I can have RJ jump on you, which did trigger the instant open. Oh, I missed that the other one was finance. That's fine. So we got that one locked in. Chicago Post's crime tally. 4th violent store robbery in a week. Oh, and let's double check those ones. So that was the alarm and this. So at this stage, do we already have the illustration one? Was that the other one here? Did that have the illustration? Okay. So that means we got all of those available now, so there's no priorities to speak of. And then you want me to print educational, which is economy and society. So I'll put those on... You know what? Honestly, we'll just not prioritize anything. Okay. But yeah, so taking over territory is main priority. Working for the factions is secondary priority. Just waiting for our reporters to get to the desk so we can assign the next thing. Alright. So focus on these ones first. So you're still waiting. You're on your way there. So Mr. Steven can jump on this, which means they've scooped that. We don't have to worry about there. And then you are not a high priority, but we can jump on you, which will knock that one out. First anti-particle unveiled. Cloud chamber reveals mysterious particle, now called a positron. Okay, let's check on this stuff again. So you have everything marked as priority. That's all parts for you, so you have yours marked as priority, and that's marked as priority. Because we're worrying about the stuff for taking over the territory first, and get that out of the way entirely. Was that a ting telling me it's ready for the illustrator? Not yet. We gotta wait for Conrad to get done, because they got an illustrator. They're just kind of on standby. They can't start the illustration until the story's done. Alright, we got our new story. So you're still waiting. You're still waiting. We can put Ichi Tenma on that one. Lead energy loss measurement proves particle too light to be proton. Okay. Don't worry about that there. We're only on Tuesday so far, and we've got everything basically getting lined up, so we should be in good order to have everything edited. Alright, so this one, Comac can jump on doing the illustration immediately. Is wagering lucrative? The facts. Alright. Now I have an okay amount of money. We've been focusing a lot on trying to get influence to unlock some stuff. And the big thing we got recently was the ability to do illustrations. the next thing we're going to need to do is I will have to have a cartographer in order to, sorry, we'll have to get a cartographer in order to finish the area. Yeah, so I gotta wait for our illustrator to be done to get them set loose on that. But yeah, so things that we're considering would be the graphic editor's desk, and then the cartography. Now, the cartography has the pro and the con of it uses the same things as the illustrator up here for the this part of the process. So I could be able to squeeze a cartographer over there. How are you doing? You're a little bit behind. Yeah, so you're still busy on that. So you're available for this. So we can go ahead and chuck you on here. You immediately unlock this. So I could take a bronze tag with a negative or a silver tag with a positive, and we get a bonus for silver tag for the education. So we're doing that. Inferno ravages buildings. Maybe building with wood is a risk in this area. That's fine. And you got a couple of minutes till you're ready for the next thing there. So I've got, I think, 3 different things waiting on an illustrator. And Icomac is doing the best they can. Gotta remember to water your Rual Magachi. Yes. Just watching for the spy. Yeah, because the worst thing about the spy is honestly just gonna have to hover over watching that when you have all your stuff there, and then if the spy gets into your building, it's just so incredibly punishing. So it's kind of one of those things that it's just like such a high priority. Alright, so Itchy Tenma can jump on that. New particle is the exact opposite of an electron, and first ever antiparticle. Man, you need to pick up your speed on that illustration, man. That is potentially another thing to make a priority, is just getting whatever upgrades for that. I think we do the, I think the priority would be to get the cartographer first, and then circle back to trying to get the upgrades so they can actually do it in a timely manner. Farmers revolt over plummeting prices. Reports are coming in from several Midwestern states that farmers have begun organized protests and strikes over falling crop prices and mounting debt. Worth investigating. Alright. So the farmers are getting all uppity, is what I'm hearing. So Mr. Steven, you jump on that one. Conrad, you jump on this one. Farmers rally in public squares demanding relief. So we will get that. That's an economy news thing, and Icomac is still working on their illustration. Oh, did you finally finish your illustration? Thanks, man. Because we'll send you out to immediately do another one. Alright. So you're finally free to do the next illustration. Crime totals rise, auto thefts up by 17%. So let's go here. So again, you are the higher priority one. So yeah, you're the highest priority one here. You've got you're already done. I would like to, oh, that's not my one. I would like to get, where are you at? This one done. We'll see. This one probably won't happen because of how long it's going to take him to do the illustration. All his ones up there are ready, so that's fine. You wonder how commonly atomic structure was taught in the 30s? Probably not much. That would probably be like more in your university level type things when you're in a discipline that's appropriate. Like you'd have people who probably have some knowledge about it, just kind of in passing, because it was current news or whatever. All right. So we can have you jump on this, instantly unlocking the next section. Manhattan hotel disasters. 7 firefighters lost their lives. That's big sad, man. And no one could take on the comedy stuff. But that's okay, because we're not supposed to print entertainment. But again, that'll depend on, this is the higher priority. If I can make the faction happy too, great. If not, ultimately we care the most about the other stuff. Yeah, so you can get that breaking news done. Is the queue perpetual if I joined? No, and I actually need to get the queue up. But yeah, no, every stream we start the queue. It's also one of those things, like, for example, if I'm doing something like RimWorld and we like lose a run and start a new run, I will reset the queue when that happens as well. Basically, at the time the queue becomes relevant, I'll usually start the queue, and only people who have joined the queue after that point. Alright, so we got our hot topic done. There's our spy right there in the gray. You can tell because he's in a higher row than everyone else. Well, we don't really care. This article's probably not going to end up being printed, but we'll just go ahead and do that. Climate expedition ends in tragedy. Mountaineers lost in several severe weather conditions. Rescue efforts underway. Then Comac or Conrad can jump on that. Comedy team splits. Partners turn rivals. You're already doing your thing there. And you're doing your thing there. So we just gotta wait for the spy to get in the building, because unfortunately you can't click on until then. But yeah, no, it's definitely the same thing. I'm in agreement. I do feel like it should be that once a security person hits a certain level, or I think the most fair one would be have a certain trait. And probably a trait they have to acquire. It's like not one they could start with, but one you have to train them. I would be down with that. I think that would be a nice compromise in that it takes work to set up. Okay, so this could lead to a protest. So we'll go ahead on this one. Mr. Stephen, jump on that one. No protest. Love to see it. Farmer's Fury. Pitchfork-wielding mob demands right to sell at a higher price. Why are you held up? What is the deal here? You're marked in orange. And how are the critical stories going for the week? 1 second. New partnerships already talked about. Let's see, how are you doing? So you have a day and a half to get done, so you're going to be pushing right up to the wire, but you should be done in time. To be fair, if the illustration falls short, that's not the end of the world. You are already in progress there, so that should definitely be done. So it looks like the critical stories will be done in time. Sure, this is kind of a junk story, just jump on it. Danger or food. When money is scarce, men take more risks. Get your 10 bucks to jump on that one. Foreclosure Sweep Farms. Talkie of penny sale. Talkings of penny sale. Why are you throwing it on the floor? You have a not full trash can right there. All you have to do is not throw the paper on the floor. It's nice and easy. Yeah, we'll have Burning Sun jump on that one for the double. Organized crime rising. This is an attack in our society. There's only one more article going to be available for the week. Alright. So it's not going to be too much longer before we might need to go out of our way to get ourselves another typesetter. Okay, this article's hot garbage. RJ's going to just knock it out for the XP. Sleepwalker is injured. Man carries wife out second floor window during his sleep. And that's the last article for the week. No more articles coming in. Now, do this. Yeah, so you've got time left on your illustration. All the other important ones are fine. This isn't the important illustration, that's just bonus. That time went up. Now time went back down. Regardless, it's gonna be a miss on the time there. But that's okay. We can strip off that illustration. We just won't get the value out of it. I'm assuming... Yeah, you already marked as a priority. Oh, no, it just jumped to 5 hours. You might actually slip that in at the last second. Yeah, so you got 4 in the backlog, you've got 8 in the backlog, and you're getting tired. So we might be at the point that I can no longer get away with the number of typesetters we have. Now, the challenge we're going to run into here is right now I've been taking advantage of the fact that these are all the things that, you know, people come in directly, give it to the editors, who then pass it over here to there. So it's all right in the same floor, no stairs involved, which makes it a lot more efficient. To add more, we're going to need a second floor, which does hurt the efficiency of all of it. Okay. So there's the things we've got. We're going to start with our important stuff. So let's grab the illustrations. So here is one of the big stories for this one. So you've got the gold. Let's put you right here front and center. You've got your illustrations and all. Let's put you here. And that leaves just you. So that's politics is your only main tag there. We can put you here. Alright. So if we go to either of the sides, we'll get an item that gives prestige. But this gives me bonuses in sales from having illustrations, which I've got 2. But will trigger the mob showing up. At this point, the mob showing up at the beginning of week is kind of a nothing burger as far as I'm concerned. But yeah. So, what do we have with education tags? We got some good ones? Yeah, we got a good one here. So you've got sports and crime. So I can put you in here. And that satisfies at least one... Oh, that's not an education tag. Yep, you will. That's fine. That's still a good article. Ooh, actually... Yeah, it doesn't matter. Either way, it'll be fine. Let's see. So that's alarming. That's politics and all that. So we don't have a good tie-in with this one. But it is a good article here. Oh, it's not done. Oh, that sucks. Okay. So put this one here. That gets me my education tag. Now let's just go here, and we're looking for just stuff that's good. So we've got another one here, if we look on the crime angle, where we've got crime, adventure, and all that. So that gives me just the crime tag in that spot. What about here? So both of those pages will be just the crime one. Let's put this one here. Oh, you've got an entertainment component. 1 second. So we could ditch the entertainment and gossip component. That won't hurt it too much. It's 2 bronze tags, so I am going to get rid of that. And now I can put it here, and that keeps the faction happy. And then we can go over here, because we got a crime, illustration, and alarming tags. That's a really solid one there. That just leaves the back page. So we've got this one that's politics, finance. and has a silver tag. There's a gold tag on you, but not really. Oh no, there is a tie-in because there's dirt. I do want the influence though. But that'll jump our sales a bunch. If I were to swap you out instead... So I'd only lose... Yeah, I'd only be giving up a couple $100, like $200 for 4 influence, so I think I'll go this way. There's no real magic tie-in there. But yeah, and that's good. That'll satisfy both objectives, which will give me another 2 influence, a little bit of reputation, and the region. So let's go ahead and just knock that out. Was I short on paper? No. What was... I think it was warning me that one of the machines was going to be damaged. I didn't look that close. I didn't see the red light till after we were done. Alright, big money week. And we took another one of her territories. This is so unfair. We had a printer broken. You reminded them that knowledge is dangerously vital. Perhaps there's hope for this city yet. Keep pressing. So we leaned slightly informational, which gave us a marble fireplace. Honestly, the acoustic panel's better. Okay, so we go extreme informational. We get an extra 3 influence or $2,500. There's no reason for me to go this angle. The bonuses in moderate will give me more. So it's either we stick to the informational to get a bonus unlocked there, or drop back to moderate for its bonuses because we've unlocked them all. Alright. And Mr. Steven is now a senior staff member, maxed out their finance learning. Luxray is at 3 capabilities so far as repair. Conrad is at 2. Carrie actually is at 2 for editing. Comac is at 2 for illustrating. Pagey Cakes is at transporting 1. So everyone's got a little bit better. Alright, so we're targeting red. So that one... Yeah, so this one requires me to get a cartographer. That is going to be a real big news week. Yeah, so we need a cartographer for you, and probably you. And we can target this one just fine as well. So let's see what the mayor has going on. Place a mayor thing above the fold. Well, back again. Big event this week, showcasing the elevated public highway. A little ink could go a long way. Problem is, I'm hearing grumbles. Folks say it's cast half a block in shadow. Here's the fix. Run a glowing story. Find a few locals willing to sing its praises. No time for bad press, right? Alright, so we got you or Friend Society the most. So you're willing to give me 2 influence, and you're willing to give me 1 influence. And I have to give up my absolute most important spot of the entire newspaper for you. And you want articles on society the most. Okay, so let's consider. If we go and we target these areas, none of those are society. None of those are society. Okay, we can make that work. So we'll do Wayne, because there's at least 2 of those that require society, as the place will find it. So we're likely to find some good stuff with society here. We'll take the 2 influence. Darling, you should be grateful. We have it good. It's a cruel... We already read that dialogue last time. She's just like, it's a cruel world. Let people know that it's not so bad. Alright, so the Jersey Beacon only has 8... articles left, or 8 locations left. That is a long load time. Yeah, so that was its warning, is that one of our machines, you know, broke down while we were printing. Now let's go ahead and do an order of food. Oh, I did not check on I have 16 influence. I'm glad we checked. All right. So I'm going to get the cartographer. And then we're going to start upgrading those things. So let's see what we got here. We have the prestige of the marble fireplace, which unfortunately does take floor location. So fitting it places is going to be real hard. We'll worry about that in a minute. We also still have the porcelain jar. Who was the other one who just maxed out? It was one of our reporters. It's you. You had the big prestige thing. So I'll give you a bonus there. Put you down here. And I'll grab that fancy fireplace and put it there. Alright, now with all that, we have the cartographer's desk, please fit. Really hoping you're gonna fit there. Where can we shuffle things around? Can I can maybe make this work, so I can move the cleaning cabinet down here. We can grab your stuff. And shift you over there. You might have to get moved from where you're at, but we'll try this, because we want to get the cartographer going on here. Cartographer barely fits, and barely is good enough. We only have one choice for a cartographer, so it's someone who doesn't get scared of gangsters. So welcome. So what we'll do there is we can go ahead and get our cartographer's name drawn, and our cartographer is going to be... I believe I actually might already have you here, Carrie, actually. Which it's fine, like, don't... I just double checking. Yeah, so you are actually you're one of my editors. So we actually have got you. No, you're all good. I know sometimes those get drawn while people aren't here, so they just don't know. So you're all good. So it is going to be... Chrome Wolf will be our cartographer. So welcome to the team. Don't worry, our wages are fair, if by fair you mean Great Depression prices. You will get the normal compensation expected during the Great Depression. Alright, so we got all those in the backlog. You're gonna get all fixed. So it does mean we should have all the tech I need to knock out the Jersey Beacon. But it's going to be a little bit of effort there. Alright, so we've got our bombshell here. So let's go, and no one can jump us ahead here. So I'll have Mr. Stevens jump on this real quick. Doolittle smashes airspeed record. Crowds roar as Doolittle blasts past 290 miles per hour. And before I forget, I did not take the time to go in here and see... so, economy and society. Economy and sports. That's the only sports article for the week. So it's going to be under economy that we're going to get statistics. Economy and society there as well. So that actually works out really well. Literally, economy and society are the only ones that can show up 2 of those. So we'll just let that go, and then we'll remove priority once they show up. And here we go. Alright, so we've got our illustration here. So we can jump through here, and Itchy Tenma can jump on one side of this. And Amazing Meowsy can jump on... Actually, we have Arc Editor there. So I don't think... I think in this case, Arc Editor won't get us past there because this one didn't trigger. So Amazing Meowsy can jump on the other side. Reserve fears Grip City. Officials push quick remedies. So that'll take care of the illustration, which is good to have right away. Alright, we're getting them all popping up at the same time. Okay. So, we need these 2. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to pay the bribe because I don't get a choice. You are too expensive. We didn't really need this. Alright, so Arc Editor, open her up. No spy. Rolling good. RJ, don't get hurt. Oh wait, you can't get hurt. That's right, you've got your bonus. Nice. So that locks in the exclusive and the educational tags. So that just leaves literally just that one from economy. And that one from... Yeah, both of these were on the edge. So we're like literally... We've got the exclusive bombshell locked in. Yeah, so we're just looking for the hopeful and the statistics. And we'll be locked in. Climbers saved new daring rescue owes survival to local courage. I do appreciate when all those things pop in right at the beginning, so you can make sure they get done. Because sometimes you'll get unlucky and it'll be like way down the line. I do believe that was one of their updates, is they did adjust the prioritization of the articles you'd get, just because it was very feels bad, man, when you got to the end of the week, and there was no way to finish the goal. Alright, yeah, you want society more. Oh, so we'll have to wait on that. We'll have to wait on someone who does the society to get free. Because we'll prioritize those. Okay, so we're waiting for the moment this finishes. Conrad can jump into the next part. Aircraft engineering said to be pushing to its limits. And you're getting all that done, and that'll be the illustrator to take that next part. Come on. I just need you to finish that amazing Meowsy. No loss. Love to see it. Alright, so let's go into our list and start marking these. Okay. So this is one priority here. This is the other priority there. I think that's the only ones we have right now. That have something. So it's 1, 2, 3. Yeah, because you're working and getting to the bombshell. We can get someone to work on that last piece there. It's fine. Okay, so you got to your desk. Okay, so you can jump on that. So we get all of that story. Because we might as well get our full bang for our buck. For right now, you can just jump on this one and get it done. Air-cooled review. Packs Orpheum. Cool air diffuse. Oh, air conditioning. Right, we are at that stage where air conditioning starts to show up. So yeah, so we're looking at economy and society. That will give me those last two. We've already got all of the other important tags there. And then once that's done, we're just going to untag these and just let what happens. Okay, and Mr. Steven's going to jump on this one. Actually, it doesn't matter which one of you jumps on this, but that's fine. You're going to jump on that one. Spectators captivated, but whisper of safety concerns and needless risks. Alright, so that's the Doolittle story. So this will be another one that's prioritized, because it's got one of the important tags. So 3 prioritized stories, and then whatever has those last 2. I'm hoping there'll be one story that has both of the other ones. Like, you know, something like, you know, economy looks like it might be rebounding, hopeful or whatever. Because it's going to be rough if I have, like, 5 or 6 different prioritized stories. It is potential that we would struggle to get those all done in time. Oh, you are getting... Wait, what's that say? Chance of sloppy procedure. Well, take care of yourself, man. I see you're eating. Do your self-care. And I'll just need you to work twice as hard because you are taking a break. Ah, so you're getting upset by the lack of prestige around you. Because you're better than everyone else. Okay, so let's take your plant and just shove it where it'll go. Scoot you over to keep the bonus. And give you a little bit more prestige by putting a Christmas tree next to you. Does that improve your mood a little? Just the tiniest bit? That is going to be a problem. Okay, so this one's just a hopeful. This will be a nice, easy knock it out. Ichi Tenma. Bookmobile hits roads. Farm families sign up. Yes, that's a nice, easy breezy one. So we are running into a very big concern that our person who is our typesetter is starting to have issues where no, it's saying that should be okay, so why are you still upset? Is there room for me to add more things that just make you happy? Here, have a wreath. Okay, so your mood is improving. Alright, and there's the statistics. So we don't have anyone who's better than the other to do that. Bank runs spread again. Depositors crowd lobbies. So once we get the second half of that done, we can go ahead and unprioritize. Okay, you're nearly fully recovered. We can have you jump on this segment. And Chrome Wolf can get their first shot at making a map. Gasparilla treasure unearthed. Out-of-town adventures ravage island. Okay. You are falling way too far behind. How much is it for another floor? 10,000. Alright, we'll have Mr. Steven jump on the big story here. Closure hits small towns. Alright, so that's the last story that needs to be prioritized. Let's go there. And we just kind of hope they manage to get that all caught up. Because they don't have room for another typesetter. And our typesetter is getting upsetty spaghetti. Dance Fun School Band Benefit Pax Hall. Okay. Vada's no longer upset and is working at full capacity again. Unfortunately for Vado, Vado not only has the 8 reports there, but there's also more reports stacked on the floor. So you are just simply behind. We'll have... That's Amazing Meowsy can work on that one. Time cut, not wages. Survey discloses. National Industrial Board reports reduction of working hours, limited earnings. We've got our entertainment thing. Conrad can jump on that. Extra new instruments ordered. And you're wrapping that one up, and you're wrapping that one up. Why are you highlighted? Do you have a problem now? Is that what I'm understanding? No, you're fine. Why are you orange? It's fine. I don't actually need the court report that bad. Ichi Tenma can jump on this one. Bald man grows again. After Sunday's church, I just started growing hair again. That's certainly a thing. Yeah, so you're hovering right at about 9, and you're just working through those as fast as you can. So we're definitely at the stage now. We are going to need another typesetter. And that means I'm going to need a bunch of money to make room for it. Alright, society, so RJ Light can jump on. Kansas City in terror as Tiger escapes from circus cage. It's not really worth paying it, but that's fine. I either need to have you recover, or Richie 10 might get back to their desk. – 26 miners stuck 500 feet underground. We got a politics one, which will risk unrest. That's fine. Mr. Steven, jump on it. 5 protesters. Communist planning parade as dangerous interest for communism rise. Words. Words are hard. Why are you still being salty? Probably okay. Chickens escape from truck as vehicle tumbles. Farmers fumble catching a sea of chickens. Now you've got one more crime story for the week, and then that should be everything. Alright, if we take this story, I'll face a police fine. That's interesting. So I get 500 bucks if I run the story, which is interesting. But we will potentially get a police fine, and that's only if I run the story. Realistically, we're probably not running the story, so I am going to just avoid the police fine. And Besetta's just running off the protesters. There's only one left, and then we can have our warehouse people get back to work. How goes our important stories? You're done, you're done, you're done. You're done, you're done. All the important stories are done for the week. So now it's just filling in anything that still needs doing. Alright. So I'm trying to get a hold of me. Is anything important? Nothing I need to worry about right now. Okay. And the map gets done as well. Hey, Arcadder, how's it going? How is one of my MVP reporters doing today? Because I definitely say, like, our highest skilled reporter is probably Burning Sun. But the thing where you can instantly skip a tier, utility-wise, is definitely the strongest utility we have in any of our reporters. Because a number of times, like, this is a very important story. Boom, boom, asynchronous, get it done. I think that's a trait, that might be one of my favorite traits you have in the entire game so far as the reporter's going. Because I imagine if you had that on a number of your reporters, you could just slam everything out. You could probably very, very quickly overwhelm the entire rest of your production line at the speed you could get those reports out, which is a good problem to have. Working on designing pages at work, keeping your head in the game. Nice. Alright, so let's start with our important ones. So we got our bombshell. We can put that right here on the front cover. We got our exclusive. It looks like the exclusive is slightly better than my bombshell so far as an article goes. So let's try swapping these two out. So we'll probably put the bombshell on my second page. And let's grab our illustration. That's a strong one. So that's got politics and... There's politics and economy. So you're going to be my back page, I think. Which leaves our statistics one. Our statistics one is kind of a crap one, so it's just going to go on the back page. Okay, so we've got everything. Oh, we still have the hope. You put the hope here. It's not a particularly good article, but it is a requirement for the area. Alright. So, this one has 4 tags in common with the gold tags. That's a really good one here. We'll need to load... Before I forget, we need more paper in the machine. There we go. We got one spot on the back page and one spot in the middle. Alright, so let's go ahead and choose these. So here's one that's going to give me another gold spot. It is a stale article, it's old news, but it's still a gold spot. So it's still worth considering. Guess we just put you there. You're not a particularly good one, but that'll be fine. And then we got the back page here. Needs to be a society one. I don't think we got many good choices for society. I basically have... This one's probably our best society one available. Gonna have no tie-in here, but that satisfies that objective. We got all these sorted. Our paper's locked in. We're getting almost $11,000 revenue from it. We eat up about 4.5 of that in wages. We're also at the point, I actually will need to get 3 orders of paper per week just for meeting our sales. But yeah, double check. Everything's here. We're still solidly into moderate. I was tempted to try and push all the way for the influential. With the articles we're running, I could get one more notch to the left. No, two more notches to the left. Either way, we wouldn't be close. So I'd rather take the increased sales and just go with it. Alright. New sales record, which gave me influence. Taking a new territory. And that gives me a new influence for getting on my first attempt. Well now, that was real, honest, felt it in my ribs. Perhaps next time, we'll have tea at my place. And with this, we are 1 point away from being hated by the military forever. Alright, so the only thing we want to do is not be on the left side of moderate. Anywhere else you should potentially land should be fine. We just don't want to split our sales and lose 20% of our potential revenue. Alright, so RJ is now level 4 with social or societal news. Babidi is at level 3 for cleaning. Mohan Rai is at level 3 for being able to do telegrams. Or telegraphing. Ichi Tenma is at level 3 for society. The very last letter, Dean, is at level 3 for editing. Arc Editor is at level 2 for society news. Alright, we're just taking over more and more territory. Alright, so you still want above the fold for 1 influence. And you want inspiration that you're willing to give me 1 influence per inspiration. So we're definitely going to do that one, because that's potential for more. And I'm not giving up my absolutely single most valuable place on my entire newspaper for something that's probably not going to sell well. Inspiration was where? Entertainment and society. There's a lot of society and entertainment on the end there. Yeah, so I think it's the bottom left one there or this one over here. Both of those have inspiration as one of their tags. So we could try going for that. I only have 4 influence, which isn't really enough to do anything. It would be nice to get the graphic editing desk, but that's probably not going to happen right now. I don't think we need any more of the added bonus there. Yeah, we get other acoustic panels and all that to add comfort as well to make our people happier. Alright. What would I want to pursue? So that would give me better society stuff. Alright. Yeah, because 4 is not a lot of influence to do anything. $32 would be for another page, which would help. I think we save our points for right now. I mean, we can get the pencils on the desk to boost illustration. And then these later processing steps could also use the boost. Oh, that's a hard call. Okay, we'll get that one. We're gonna slowly start working it up so that stuff like the illustration go faster. I think we go with this one. Literally all of the tags here align with what we want for the area, and we can do all those. That's probably going to be one of the hardest districts to take from her. She's down to 7 districts though, so we're making solid progress against her. All right, so 1, 2, 3 things of paper. 4 for good measure. We grabbed the sharpness chart. That's probably fine. That'll make that work slightly better. Okay. So ultimately what we care about the most is these. So, economy and society, boom and boom. Sports and entertainment, boom and boom. Society and crime. Society and entertainment. So the only one we don't care about this week is politics. Which it's fine. There's only 14 articles for the week. And hopefully we get the ones with the illustration and the maps earlier on. Okay, so we've got our first one here. It's got our illustration and the forecast right on the get-go. We will be triggering to get a spy immediately. And there's no really getting around that from the looks of it. I also have Ichi Tenma jump on this section. And Mr. Steven jump on that one. No spy, thank you, because actually the spies are annoying. Let's see. Yankee Gehrig sidelined. Iron Horse faces setback. Alright, we immediately got another one here. Which will be our inspiration tag. We could have Arc unlock the second part, which could then be jumped on by Ichi Tenma. New Supreme Court building. Cornerstone ceremony. Includes historic time capsule. Alright, so with that, we've got the inspiring tag locked in. We can go down here. That's now our high priority article. And then for the inspiration tag, so your society and entertainment, which are still needed in the other tags. So you can just leave those there. Alright, we've got our crime one, which will have our adventurous tag. In this particular case, it won't matter which order I do these in, because both those have to be done before that goes on. Samuel Insel indicted. Charges include embezzlement, larceny involving Insel and executives. So that takes care of the adventurous tag. So that's society and crime. So we can take the crime off the priority list now. So that's the only one with the crime tag. Alright. But it's very much trying to get these things as early as we can. Okay, this one's not a high priority. We'll have Conright just work on that in the meantime. College football suspended. Beautiful season start admirably. And as soon as you're done, we'll have Anandar jump on that just to get it done. Alright, Civics team weighs on the future. Okay, so with that, we could go down here. And this is now a priority article. We've got you and you. That leaves crime and society. Well, we've already got that one queued up, so it leaves economy and society as the only two we don't already have locked in. Because I'm pretty sure it was one of these ones over here. Yeah, you have the adventure tag, so we don't need to worry about that one. Because economy and society are the only ones we need there, so we go boom and entertainment. And then it'll be the last one could just show up literally anywhere. There's no real prioritizing it one way or the other. Alright, so as soon as someone gets back to their desk, we're going to have them take the adventure tag here. Burning Sun would be the best choice just because it'll give me 2 ranks in it instead of just 1. Come on. There's not that big of a rush on this one because she still has to work on that one, then work her way up. Burning Sun just has to reach their desk. Let's see. Insol fled to Greece, raising questions about involvement. Alright, so we can go here to that one. I rearrange those, which doesn't help me. Where's that crime one? There it is, way at the bottom. So that's a priority. And the Amazing Meowsy can jump on the second half of this story. College football suspended. Approach works out in match. So you're all good, and you're all good. That leaves just the map left, which can show up literally anywhere. And this one. So this one has the education, and someone will be facing arrest. Okay. So Arc Editor will unlock that for someone to get arrested. And roll good, Arc. Or RJ. You rolled bad. You rolled really bad. You rolled terribly. It is interesting that that did cancel the other thing. So Itchy Tenma will take over. It's ancient tracks found near Gettysburg Museum. Plan survey. Alright. So let's go ahead and go down to you. And with that, we no longer have any prioritization whatsoever. Because, again, the map can show up literally anywhere. Babe Ruth's called shot. During Game 3 of the World Series at Wrigley Field, New York Yankee star Babe Ruth allegedly gestured towards the center field before belting a towering home run that landed near the bleachers. Headline waiting to happen. Alright. We'll go ahead and get everyone rallied for Baby Ruth. Let's see. Yeah, so we should have all hands on deck for this in a moment. So you two can jump on that. Anandar will be available in just a second to jump on the last one. It's also funny looking at like some of the old baseball stars and all that, like Babe Ruth, and the build they have versus modern baseball players and all that. They had a lot more dad bod going on with a lot of them. Ruth gestured towards the center field before sending a home run into the exact spot. Okay, so that kind of sucks. Because... oh, well, Conright will be available very soon. And so will Amazing Meowsy, so we're actually alright. I was about to be like, oh man, all of my sports people just got baited away by the Babe Ruth story while I have to worry about a horse racing association trip as being apparently the scoop. You know, Babe Ruth doing some, like, unheard of play, but I guess horse racing association trip. Not even, like, some deep upset in horse racing. Oh, come on. Hustle, people. Preparing for current season. Let's go here. So you got that. We got a crime report going on here. So Art can jump on that, unlocking the lack section. And we'll have Burning Sun jump on the last bit of it. Notorious crime gang. Mobster got in confinement. And then we got 2 for the politics. This week's hot topic is sports. That is making me nervous over there. Okay. So Mr. Steven can jump on this one. Hoover warns on New Deal. President defends own record. Okay, what am I holding on to for you? Sports, right? Oh no, the cartographer, literally it won't matter. Okay, that's fine. So Itchy Tenma can jump on the economy story. Potential run on savings banks. Manager rations cash. I need you to go faster. Work harder. We're probably fine. Got it. All right. Thrilled fans followed through with the association route through America. Cool. So with that, we can go ahead and get that as our last priority article. And that'll be our priority articles for the week, just making sure they're all set. Okay, you're already done. That's fine. Yep. Okay, so they should all get done by the week out, so we should be good there. So now it's just doing regular old news. Speaking of which, let's see. You want inspiration. And that comes in entertainment and society. I'll put a priority on entertainment. There's only 5 articles left for the week, so realistically we probably have 1, maybe 2 entertainment articles. Okay, so you can jump on this one, Amazing Meowsy. Roosevelt sweeping reforms criticized. Okay, and Conrad could jump on the entertainment article. It's not a particularly good one, but that's fine. Painting sold for $85,000. Rembrandt brings $85,000. And now's the last entertainment article for the week. Oh, do we have any really amazing hires? I need to keep an eye on this. Okay. Not bothered by anything for an engraver, typesetter, or editor. So that's helpful. If I had room for another editor, I genuinely would probably set that up. Honestly, we might be able to make... Well, no, because the walking up and down the stairs will probably actually be a net negative. So we'll have more people working, but we'll actually get less done because we're having to lug it up and down stairs. And the time that makes that happen, that even though working mutually more than one. Now granted, my other workers can do stuff there. You are at 9. Well, yeah, and you wouldn't have the room for the upgrades. All right. I mean, we're just at the point I need another floor, and another floor is $10,000 bucks. Mr. Steven can jump on this article. Bank reopens with insurance. Cash circulates again. I'm guessing Tomb just got home, I think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Tomb just got home again. So what just got home. So a little sorry about the timing, because I know we just did the ad break. Usually try and time that for when she gets home. But I'm going to step away for just a couple minutes. I'm not going to run another ad or anything like that. But I'm just going to go ahead and step away for just a couple minutes, welcome my wife home, get some, like, dinner on the oven, It usually takes like 5-ish minutes. So I'm going to do that. I'll be right back, and we'll continue where we left off with News Tower. And thank you so much for tuning in. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that taking an extra minute. Just had a couple things to sort out real quick. But it's all taken care of. Alright, so we got our new news stuff. We'll have Conrad jump on that one. So manipulation in the stands. Talks of sell-off constant athletics fans. So I've only got 2 articles left, and it's going to be one that's crime and one that's sports, because those are the only categories left. It looks like we're mostly doing well. I don't know why you're paused. Are you getting upsetty spaghetti again? No. Are you getting upsetty spaghetti again? No, then why are those not making progress? Because that's usually what the orange means. Oh, it's stuck at the editor. Oh, it's orange because the editor isn't at their desk. Right. And also, where'd the music go? We'll have Arc Editor jump on that one because we're almost certainly not going to run it, so you'll just use it for XP. Military blueprints stolen. State-of-the-art battleship details compromised. And then this is another one that's not particularly good. So this is a good one to teach people on, so we'll have Meowsy jump on that one. Yell Crew played in rain and snow. In a phenomenal play, they won with 3 points. Alright. No, seriously, what happened to the music? Did one of you all steal the music? Can we have it back? Yeah, no, they definitely buffed it. It used to be, I think it was 3 stars you'd capped out on. Is there 3 or 5 stars that this is as high as you used to be able to get? This one's up to 8 stars. So this story here is just gold. Because each star is 1,000 more sales. That means just that article by itself is 8,000 sales from the quality, plus whatever the actual article gets you. I like that they made that change, because it was always such a bummer, because you'd have like your really good reporter, like, no, this article isn't important enough for my good reporter. Let's save them. We'll get the not as good reporter to do it, and just hope for the best kind of thing. What was the cartography for one? I'm a little concerned that I'm only now... Oh, you're at the last step of the cartography. Okay, that's not that bad. It's just I saw the cartography person only now working. It's like, wait a second, that really needs to be farther along. Yeah, so it looks like a lot of it is being held up here. Because you're... Yeah, so we need another, typesetter. Alright. So, what can I do to help with the typesetter situation? I think the best I can come up with is starting to cannibalize the storage space. Because there's no room down here anymore. And the security guard's useless if they're not by the front door. There's not room up here even if I rearrange things. There's not room up here for a typesetter. Like, I'm gonna have to get another floor. And even when we get another floor, that brings up the painful question of who moves where. Because if I put them up here, for example, the typesetters, then we gotta run back and forth. I could see putting the assembler up here. Even then, that still creates the same problem of up and down the stairs, but that's unavoidable with what we're dealing with. Hopefully the moment we roll the papers, we'll get our music back. Yeah, so you got 5 hours left on that one. Okay, yeah, so it looks like we're going to get the last article that needs to be done snuck by with a bit of time to spare. It just, we got a little bit later in the week, and it required the cartographer, which has multiple steps to it. Now, some of the other things that can help is if we were to unlock like the vacuum tubes and the elevators and all that. The big problem is you'll notice how long it takes a person to switch floors using the stairs is very, very slow. And that's the big concern there. Yeah, as far as people moving around, I do think I do think moving this storage stuff here and putting someone here is okay. Alright, yeah, no, the vacuum tubes are amazing. Alright, so let's start. So we got our gold one here. That's a 6 quality there. We've got... Hey, Joe dear, thank you for the 100 biddies. I do appreciate that. Means a heck of a lot. Alright, so we actually have 2 cartography ones. Neither of those are particularly strong stories. But they are in the sports category. So you could plunk them here, potentially. And we'll see about rearranging things as we need to. Okay, so we've got the education tag here. This will actually work out well. Let's put you here. And we got the inspiration tag there. And do we have any more gold stories? We do have a gold story there. That ties in on the adventure one. So what we'll probably do here is shift you down here, because that's a higher value story. So that's all that. And you want an inspiration combo. Ah. For the inspiration combo, this story has to be on a page with that story. Is my literal only choices. Alright, so let's go here. Drop you on the back page and drop you here. So it gets the inspiration combo to satisfy that objective. It's not a particularly good story, but it's what we've got. We can go back here. Yeah, so it's like the next set of stories I don't have much to pull from. So we could put the Stale Society story here for a double tag. We can put the crime story here for a tag. But the problem is we're leaning really far into the inspirational. We also have, okay, this might actually work a little bit better. So let's grab you and grab you off the front page. And what we could do here is we got our inspirational tags there. Unfortunately, it does look like every single one of the ones that has the stuff there. So we could grab off the court report there. And this, no matter what, is going to be inspirational, but we can go ahead and drop you here. And that gets a 3-way tie on this. Okay. Didn't I have another cartography one? That's probably higher value than you are. And I get... I need more sensational news to drag this to the right one. I don't have many options, let alone particularly good options. There's no tie-in at all with that one. Same here. Yes, that is the education side there. These are all the inspirational ones for a little bit of influence. Alright, so I'm going to grab a stale article that nudges us where we want here. And we need a neutral article. And unfortunately, I don't have a lot to go with. That'll at least get me some money out of that. Everything else we have that's good is informational. Alright, so that puts us in the moderate area where we're likely to get the highest amount of sales. We do have a range of tags. I do need to toss more paper in here. So not our strongest paper, but we did get all our gold tags in there. I do have a couple of silvers that are left. Actually, I have 1 silver with that court report. I don't think there's anywhere I want to fit it, though. Because I put on the front, that puts us competing with that, which will be bad news. Oh, actually, you know what? That court report will probably perform better here than the other one. We'll be trading 1 for 1 and then getting rid of a stale tag. And then we got everything here and there. That'll do. Ah, thank you, music. Alright. So not our best sales week. We're only going to be making about $2,000 profit when it's all said and done. But we did take the district, getting ourselves 6,000 more subscribers. We got ourselves a couple of influence points, not a lot. We have reached the point that we've unlocked the next higher tier there. Art Gallery is unlocked. And at this point, we're now enemies with the military. You reminded the city that inspiration can be delivered 1 page, 1 child, 1 block at a time. Yeah, so at this point we are now hated by the military. We can no longer ever repair a relationship with the military. But we have opened the art gallery, which gives me more options of stuff. Okay, what do we got for this week coming up? Harmonized doubles the reporting time and adds 1 quality star for bronze tag. Yeah, so this is one that gives us a bunch of quality. Mountain of a Mole adds a quality star and doubles the reporting time of a news article that contains only a single file. There's definitely stuff to be said that can be a strong trait. Yeah, we did not make a lot of money that month. Because that's not even counting our paper costs. So Sounder Fan got 1 level. Alright, we've got 6 territories. So we got these 5 down here, and that territory is all she's got left. You're the publisher. Lady Wellworth told me all about you. Careful you don't trip over those paint cans. I've been experimenting with a new technique. I've heard of your experimental intentions. This Ulterior is all about feeding whatever. Don't be afraid to take a deep dive into the unknown. Swim against the current from time to time. Inspiration is a powerful currency in this town, especially during these dire times. Patron Atwood knows that. Okay, so if we do a purely sensational newspaper, all the way right sensational, so maximum sensational, I'll get a painting that actually looks like it's pretty good. So you still want me to go above the fold. Don't print any negative tags, leave no empty slots. Darling, it's been a while since our last chat. Have you met my friend John Steinbeck? He's truly a literary genius. Oh, come on, you flatter me. Mathilda? Publisher, how are you? Darling, I'll just cut to the chase. Don't take this the wrong way. I'm seeing some regrettable trends. Sloppy writing mistakes, yesterday's news. When I write a novel, I sweat over every word. 1 clunky sentence could pull them right out of the story. Articles are no different. If the writing's off by even a little bit, they start drifting. And a man without words is a man without thought. Readers don't need red pens, darling. Fix the flaws before they do. That's the mark of a true publisher. Okay, so no negative tags. Alright. So that means we don't care about where we go at all. We've got this one over here. That's probably the hardest district. Well, there's one other district that's there. So since we don't care about any of the category stuff, I only got 3 influence. There's nothing for me to spend it on. We're just going to hammer her in, that district up there. And not worry about anything else with that. So with that, we have 1, 2, 3 things of paper. I do have enough money to open another floor and run the stairs. And we're going to be right up to the edge of our budget. But I could potentially get ourselves another person to do the typesetting. Because that's our bottleneck right now, as the typesetter is falling behind. I don't have the foggiest clue on what's moving to make this possible. I can probably get away. How much space does the typesetter take up? That might be wider than this. So we could take you and shift you over here. I could technically squeeze this a tile here for now. So like Comac here is getting kicked up to Siberia. It's nothing personal. You gotta go somewhere. And that's where I got space. So the problem here is when I put the typesetter up there, that does mean running up and down the floors 2 full stories. I don't think that's particularly avoidable, though, with our current setup. So I think we're just going to endure it. The typesetting desk. You are not going to have enough room. There's gonna be some muscling around this. Okay, we actually have someone who's got the cool cat trait, which actually does work with your typesetters well. Because I believe it's when they're near these machines, they actually get a bonus. We're not going to be shoving them in there yet. I don't have enough things to mitigate that, but we'll get that going. In the meantime, we could shove your cart there. Scoot you over to... Can you move 1 tile over? Yes, you can. It's not going to be enough room, and I can't reasonably move that door. So you're not going to get all of the bonuses potential. We also don't have money to get you the rest of the stuff. So you're just going to make do with what you've got. But our brand new typesetter, who is going to be ostracized from the rest of the group, is going to be Earthrush Stoney. It's nothing personal, it's just where it's at. Okay, so negative tags, we don't need to worry about any of that. Alright, so we have economy and society, boom and boom. Crime and politics, boom and boom. Sports and politics, boom. So entertainment's the only tag we don't care about this week. Now, the real challenge would come in if we have one that requires a bribe. I might have to take a quick loan just to see it through. If that happens, that's fine. Alright. I have 3 of these that all have scoops at the same time. Alright, so let's consider. So this one, we don't need the last section. This one will matter for trying to get over to the bombshell as fast as possible. This is a toughie. And the reason it's a toughie is I need my people in like 3 different places. And that's not realistic. Okay, so this one's going to take them a while to get through. So let's have Arc Editor jump on this one. Unlock the second stage, and then RJ jump on that one, locking that one in. FBI opens up Scenic Crime Lab. J. Edgar Hoover calls it a milestone for justice, so that one's secured. Alright, next up. So next one we need to get all the way over there. We're going to hold on that for just a minute. This one's the next one that's urgent, so Mr. Steven, you can jump on this angle. And Burning Sun, you're going to jump on at the angle to secure those 2. Chicago posts a crime tally, 4th violent store robbery in a week. Alright, and then we've got you, who I have no one available to deal with. So that's the concern one. So let me just double check. Alright. Okay, so the bombshell is the one that's not associated with anything. So let's see what we got left. So we've got politics and sports, economy and society. So crime is off the list. That's gonna be... Oh, for a moment I thought we had another one. I was like, don't do this to me. Ooh, lawsuit for 2 gold tags. I am on board with taking that gamble. Alright, so let's go ahead and Amazing Meowsy will jump on that. Hey, lawsuit dodged. Is Roosevelt the nation's choice? Hoover trails in returns. So my hope is that we'll get Arc Editor and RJ back fast enough, and I could toss RJ here and get lucky and get the instant unlock on the key, and then use Arc Editor to instantly unlock the last stage. That's a 1 in 4 chance of happening, which is not great, but I still think we can potentially manage that. Ooh. There's definitely the argument of, do I wait for Arc Editor to be available to do the gamble, or do we have Burning Sun jump on it and meet? How long do you have left? Okay. So guarantee this one. Get to your desk as fast as you can. Get to your desk as fast as you can. I want this to work out the way I want it to work out. Roll the dice. Give me the 1 and 4. You're killing me here, man. Give me the 1 and 4 to instantly get over there, and then Burning Sun can grab... Well, actually, yeah, it would be Burning... Well, no, Itchy Tenma would probably grab the last section. We did not roll the dice well. It's fine. We're probably still okay. New trials for Scottsboro case. Supreme Court finds black defendants denied effective console. Okay, in this case... That's a much better story than what you were going to work on anyways, so just go ahead and get that. FBI opens up scientific crime lab. Ballistics and fingerprint units already active. And then we got Icomac to jump on the illustration. Chicago Post crime tally. Crime totals rise. Auto thefts up 17%. Alright, so now that we've got this whole like early game crisis of everything hitting at the same time. So this is the priority story there. This is a priority story here. So this is the last one we gotta worry about, which is just basically waiting on RJ to get us access to the next thing. And then whoever is available to just jump on the last piece. Mr. Steven can take it from here. Democrats seize Congress. And you're good. You're good. Yeah, so that's the one that matters here. Because the moment this one finishes, like I said, we just grab who's available. It'll probably be Itchy Tenma, because I'll probably want to save Arc Editor in case I need that instant flip on the next thing. Plus, Itchy Tenma will give us an extra quality on it, so hopefully I at least get a little bit of money out of it. Okay, so she's starting to work her way over to the last story, but we should beat her there by a good mile. Lawsuit dodged. Alright. So with that, we can go on to our list here. I do that a lot. Alright, so we've only got politics, sports, economy. We've got basically everything. Everything but entertainment and crime remains relevant. Okay, so nothing we care about here. Honestly, this one's kind of a 50-50 where neither of them are particularly important to us. I'll just chuck Amazing Meowsy on one of them. It doesn't matter. Prison plan on loose screws. Workshop build stripped. And we just did that so that, like, Meowsy is one of our newest reporters. So it was kind of kind of behind on their experience, so we are just trying to level them up so that they can be a bit better on the reporting side. That just takes time and doing a bunch of articles. So when I have one that I don't really care about, and people are available, we could just chuck Meowsy on to get that little bit of XP and all that. Alright. So we got this section here. We'll have Mr. Steven jump on that. And we'll have... Since you're free, Anandar will jump on this. Relay team loses on baton drop. Lead held 3 laps. Okay, and as soon as Mr. Steven's available, we'll have the Roosevelt story. Because again, I want to save Arc for when we have one of these that's 2 or 3 things long. Hang on, you're going to add journalist to your CV. Hey. You are a journalist from a certain point of view. Not actual advice. Roosevelt declared president-elect. And Conrad can wrap it up. Team disqualified. We're gonna pass in this time, because again, I got no money, so I want to pay out a bribe. It had a silver tag, which is worth some. I'm also getting a little leery that we're getting later in the week, and I still don't have my education tag or my defeat tag, and we're running out of time. Alright, so we got our education tag. So we will have Ichi Tenma jump on this one. We will have a spy. New alloy boasts Steelyard's Sea Rival. Alright, so we gotta wait for that one to finish. We will have a spy show up at some point. That was the education tag, which is economy and society, so we can untick those. And that leaves just politics as the only place that we can have the defeat tag show up now. So we do want to try and hustle and get that through, because it is already Thursday, and they do need time to actually get the work done. Oh, and there's the spy. I appreciate your promptness, sir. Means I don't have to sit here and hover over you all week waiting for when it happen. All right, so we got our defeat tag. So we're gonna have Archeader jump on that, instantly unlocking next phase. And because Amazing Meow is the only one available, you're gonna grab the last bit of the story. Veto overridden on pay bill. Allies count losses. Alright, cool. And that's why we kept Archeader in the back pocket for that, because that'll get that one locked in. And that means we're just waiting on that education tag. We've already got it cited. Oh, we can go here and unset priorities. Sure. Admirable composition, express experience. Alright, so we got the spy. And immediately Conrad's on it. Industry breaks new ground. Alright, so with that, we can get that on priority as well. Let's make sure its time it says it's going to take is good. That says 2.5 days on the veto, and 2 days in that one. That's going to be pushing our luck a lot. Mr. Steven can jump on that. Actually, hang on. You already maxed out level. We're definitely not running that story. We'll just let Ichi Tenma get back to their desk and they can take that so they can continue to level up. Because we're not going to actually run the story. This is a story we use for XP fodder. Yeah, so you've got one story in your desk and you've got one in your desk. So you are keeping up so far. Okay, so Itchy Tenma grabs that one. Recruitment budget needs to rise. And then when RJ's back, we'll jump on this one. Okay. Opens contagious energy. And honestly, in this case, we will have Arc Editor grab that one for XP. Hospital won't lift faces. Only disfigurements from burns or diseases will be operated. And that leaves just 2 society ones left. Okay, so you are keeping up with those. Yeah, so that's showing that you're going to be done in a day and a half or less than that. You got a day and a half on this. I hate when I click on that. It's a good feature for organizing, but it's definitely one of those ones when it happened, you're like, what was going on? I'm feeling a little leery we're not going to get that caught up in time. Okay. Make sure, yeah, so you've got your priority stuff set. You have just that done. Okay, so it's looking like we're gonna be okay. Get the society story done. Yeah, so we're just basically waiting on people to get back to the editor. Admiral Life Lessons. Itchy Tenma can take that one. Too many dogs. Fecal excrement at every step. Local walker. And we'll have you jump on that one. Great feat as woman walks 1,000 miles barefoot. That sounds terrible. Okay, so let's double check, because I'm paranoid. So that's going to be done midday tomorrow. You're going to be done very soon. You're going to be done pretty late day tomorrow, which is a little concerning. There's not a whole lot I can do about that, but they are working on it. Okay, so you got 3 stories there. So yeah, so with the new person working on the typesetting, they are solidly keeping up on the typesetting now. The assembler is falling just the tiniest bit behind, not enough to justify another person, even though, like, I couldn't add another person if I wanted to. Hey, Mark, how's it going? Because we are definitely hitting the point where there's just not much room to improve things there. Okay, so that one's done. You've got 9 hours to finish yours, and 13 hours on yours. Please, man. Because that's the important one there. Where's that article? Where are you? How are you doing in your pipeline? You've got one. We're gonna try chucking this down to you. Because you're not even at your desk. You're gonna be short by just the tiniest bit. 3 in-game hours, come on, 2. 1, less than an hour. 30 minutes, 18 minutes? No! 18 minutes shy. And it's the one I needed. It's fine. It means I'll have to do another go at this same district and I have 1 flag I gotta get. It's fine. That's bound to happen. Okay, so we've got you. That's gonna be probably our leading article. Yeah, no empty spots, no negative. That's fine. We've got our education one. There's no tie-in on this page, so we'll go education here. We've got our interview, so that's crime and adventure. But we do actually have the breakthrough tag, so it is an overlap there, so we can put those together. We did not get the defeat one done in time. And it is that section that was missed by 16 minutes. Literally 1 more second would have done it. That is a strong article there. It's not gold strong, but it's good. We have multiple tie-ins on here. And we've got another one of the interview ones here, so you can drop that for a double whammy. You can switch this to sort by highest production time and all that. Okay, so we do have another one with a statement here. Okay. So that'd be minus 4,000 overall. So not as good. Do we have politics on the front page? No. No overlap to speak of. No overlap to speak of. I wish you could kind of sort it by, like, you know, gold tags, silver tags, so you can prioritize those and then work on the rest there. Alright, so let's go ahead and put the sports one back here. That'll put us where we need to be for the overall thing there. And what am I going to put down here? So you've got crime that's heavily presented there. We have alarm that's there. We have society, statistics, illustrations. Honestly, there's just really not a good one to tie in on this section at all. Because I can't do any negative tags. That's all the stipulations. Do I really run just a one? Pretty crappy article, but that'll have to be what it does. Before I forget, we're short on paper. I probably need another person hauling stuff now, because they can run stuff between the floors for my editors and all that. Okay. So on the back page, though, we got some possibilities. Because I've got a sport with editing, a sport with editing, and I'll probably do better than this one here, because we'll have the tie-in combos and all those. I guess that's what we're running with, that's as good as it goes. We will get our harmonize thing, which basically makes a person who's reporting take twice as long, but they'll get a bunch of extra stars of quality, which can make one article very valuable. But I guess that's what we're running with for the moment, so we are going to be short on the one tag there, but we will be good on the faction thing. So it's a bit of a bummer. The good news is that does mean whenever we come back to this, I just have to get that one defeat tag. Alright. Enjoy the last little bit of fame as the sunlight burns fast, honey. Alright, so we got your thing. Oh, finally, something with finesse. Tight writing, clean phrases. It sings, darling. You've proven you can deliver. Keep the ink sharp. Alright, so we're gonna get the harmonized trait to give someone. Okay. So next week we can go incredibly informative for a chandelier, or we can go sensational for a big candle holder. And those are things you can decorate up the area around your people with prestige to make them work even faster. Okay, so Arc Editor's gotten a little bit better at crime reporting. That's the kick in the butt. So it's just gonna be politics and sports is gonna be the big thing there. So you want something completely sensational. You want my above the fold section. And I'm not happy about it. I am going to accept it, because there's no consequences for failure, but I'm not happy about giving up my above the fold section. With that said, we don't have enough influence to do anything worth mentioning, so we'll just go ahead and go forward. Alright, so same as we've been doing. 1, 2, 3 boxes of paper, because that's about how much we're going through a week. If I were to harmonize someone, who would I want to put the harmonize on? Because it'd be strictly the reporters. We definitely do not want to put that on our illustrator or cartographers, nor arc editor. Amazing Meowsy could be a good choice. We kind of have you jump in where there's a gap there for just whatever. We could definitely have you go in there with the intent of filling in to bump stuff up in quality a lot. That could be kind of your shtick. That when we just want a lot of quality, you deliver. So you're going to be out of being able to do anything for us this week. So we need to focus on politics and sports as where we start for the week. For new hires, Noisy works 35% faster, but is obnoxious and loud, drowns out noise, granting immunity to all noise discomfort. Works faster, has low personal hygiene, and smells. Yikes! It acts like a barrier, however, granting immunity to smell discomfort. Which is interesting, because as a photo processor, they're in a smelly room to begin with. But that's all fine. Alright. We got stuff stalled because no one's at their desks, which is fine. Alright, so immediately we got the defeat story right at the start. We're not going to be able to skip ahead in this one, but what we can go ahead and do here is Mr. Steven will jump on the most important story right there. Itchy Tenma will jump on this story over here, and Conrad can jump on that story. And so you can get all of that locked in to get this last one. This will risk a boycott, but boycotts just mean your advertisers won't advertise with you. I actually haven't unlocked advertising, so that's a nothing burger. House approves 3.2% beer bill. Historic vote passes amid heated debate. So begins the end of the, I was going to say sobriety. The end of prohibition. That's the word. So begins the end of prohibition. And you work on that. Resource scarcity, troubling. We need to rethink our reserves. So we have no priority for the rest of the week. And this is our priority story. So we got as our first story for the entire week, and we're prioritizing it. So we at least have this, you know, section, district, region, whatever you want to go with, locked in. Let me just jump on this. Publication scandal. Creators rumored to be involved with alcohol during Prohibition. Oh no! I actually can't get that gold tag. We don't have photography available to us. Oh no, people breaking Prohibition. That's breaking the law. Yeah, I was gonna say, well, end of sobriety was kind of right. It's like, you know, it's not wrong. To be fair, I wouldn't say sobriety even happened. Balancing Act strains lands, but keeps farmers profitable. Because there's definitely a whole thing to be said about it where people were still drinking, and a lot, during Prohibition. So we didn't lose any deals because we didn't have any. Because we don't have the advertising department. Publication is a great success. Arcade has nothing else to do, so just go ahead and jump on that. New Commerce Zone, Council passes zoning maps. They found their ways. Yep. Well, now is the thing that kind of came out of Prohibition is you had stuff like bathtub gin and all that. And so while they were trying to, you know, limit it all, you had lots of bootlegging going on. You had people trying to make their own booze. I issued an environmental warning. This is unsustainable, says researcher. And unfortunately, the reality is a lot of people made very, very unsafe booze because, you know, they weren't professionals around it. They didn't do a lot of research. They were just, you know, they were just trying to get a drink or whatever. Alright, so unfortunately, I don't have any photographers, so we're going to go ahead and cut the line there. We get to miss out on the photographer gold tag, which is a big bummer. Where we got our illustration and our cartography, photography is kind of a similar mechanic in that you have your 2 or 3 benches worth dealing with it. So you have like your black room and all that kind of stuff. So it usually takes like half a floor to set up your photography. But if you do it, you can get a lot more value out of your news. Ew, we got a thing. I like a thing. I want a thing. Can I have a thing? Alright, so cartographer is on it. Districts marked for change. Let's also make sure that one story there... Yeah, it's going to be probably honestly, could be our big story for the week. It's got, like, half a dozen bronze tags and all that already going on for it, plus the better tags. Alright, we hold out for just a second. Archetter could jump on this, which then opens up the other 2. So that RJ can jump on you, and then Itchy Tenma can jump on that one. And we can get the entire thing done asynchronously. So all 3 sections done at the same time. Runaway horse spills holiday cheer. Vendors rally, bring gifts to affected families. Alright, so what do we got here? Okay, so you've got an article here with profanity. Oh my stars. Profanity, you say. Alright, so we'll have Mr. Steven take that one, since you could do politics, and Conrad could take the economy side. Funds mysteriously vanished. Financial books of last year show meddling with the numbers. And now you got crime reporting. So Burning Sun is available. We can just have you... It doesn't honestly matter which story you take. Bold bank heist shocks Miami's. Detective narrow down suspects. But yeah, so if we put that through editing, we can remove the profanity. So we won't take the negative penalty for it. And we got Christmas tree lights. Okay. Alright, so we get Arc Editor on this one, then we can instantly unlock the last section. And if we put Burning Sun on this again, we can get this sucker up to 5 stars. Plus the amount, the bonus for editing. Ah, you got me 2 spies. Key West suspect arrested. So we've got economy going on here. So Itchy Tenma will jump on the last piece. This is horse manure. I didn't take any money, says the head of the party. Oh no. Horse manure? Such vulgarity. Okay, and you rolled the dice to instantly unlock, so Conrad can take the second half. Plans miniature golf for empty theaters. Miniature golf growing in popularity fast. Okay, and you got this. And you got that. So all those are locked in. So we need to keep an eye out. We got 2 spies rolling through this week now. And we are on Thursday. And so it's later in the week, so we should probably expect to see those spies roll in fairly aggressively. There's the first spy right there. Okay, first spy is dealt with. Why is that story not done? That's literally the first story we had set for the week. Now, granted, the part that's missing is the least important part. If it gets cut, it's not the end of the world. Thank you, Fistful, for the 115 stream streak. I do appreciate it. You've been enjoying the stream, and there's the second spy. Yeah, with how late it was in the week, I was assuming we were going to get hit with both spies right away. Because they do need at least a little time to operate. Worth every minute of it. Well, that means a lot, so thank you. Okay, so I caught you at the door. Alright, so now I don't need to worry about any of that. We can grab you, so this will be the better angle for us because getting the silver star is going to be better than the other stuff. We'll have Mr. Steven jump on that. Oh, wait, never mind. We'll have Conroy jump on that. Babe Hair sparks rumors. Actress studio says publicity visit, nothing more. Right, and the mayor wants his thing on the front page, so we can get Arc Editor to get me instant access. And you want a bribe. And we're gonna face a lawsuit. Oh, that's bad. Mayor plans elevated public highway. Locals call it a modern miracle. So basically, we're making a propaganda piece, in case people missed what that was about. Oh, Christmas tree lights are considered a light source? I mean, I guess it makes sense. But, like, is it any good? It seemed to light it up very much. There you go. Alright. Mr. Steven, you're going to be taking a gamble here, friend. Santa saves bakery supplies. I wasn't going to go for it, but they had a thing on the other side, and I like rewards. So they definitely bribed me into wanting to do that. Let's get into the list here. So I got the mayor's propaganda, which sucks, because I will be giving up my main front and center highest value spot to make the mayor happy, and he's giving me 1 influence for it. He is throwing nickels across the counter and saying, "You're going to say thank you now, right?" Stormstall's flower wagon. Okay, and Burning Sun's the only one available. Well, Arc Editor's about to be available. We'll have Arc jump on that, and then Burning Sun wrap it up. Ghouls save woman found buried alive. The confused woman left without any explanation. We got entertainment. So we can have RJ jump on this. And we didn't trigger the instant thing going there. Decency League blocks local showing, pickets the theater doors. I'm going to chuck that. That's a terrible article. And Conrad can jump on the second half of that. A volunteer sled delivered the rescued ingredients in Snowdrift. And we'll get a new object when you finish that, which is why we were willing to endure a potential injury. Alright. So our entertainment people are busy right now. So Mayor's story is being worked on, may or may not get done in time. Alright, so we wanted to jump on this one because it is 2 silver. That's pretty decent story. 2 bronze, 2 silver. And we don't care, we don't have any ad deals. Boxing movie glorifies brutality, says church leader, and it is a sloppy production. I missed what that wallpaper was. Meanwhile, we got 2 bronze, or 2 bronze, so Conroy could just jump on whichever one. We're not too worried about it. So we got impressive new nightclub open. Owner is well-known star. Okay, so what was the wallpaper we unlocked? I assume it's Christmas wallpaper. Reindeer wallpaper reduces noise, reduces temperature, and reduces smell, which makes it better in every way to the other wallpaper in the game. It's weird to do, like, that kind of wallpaper in your actual, like, production area, but it's just better. Will I have the mayor's story done in time? Oh no, the mayor's story wasn't done in time. I guess I'll just have to not run it in my most valuable spot in my entire newspaper. What a shame. Alright, so we can put you front and center, because that's 2 gold and a silver tag. That's gonna be real hard to beat. Meanwhile, this one's a gold, a silver, and like half a dozen bronze. So that's a really good one. We got here a gold to silver. Oh, you're not done yet. Ah, you're slightly slow. That's fine. Yeah, so that's the only one we care about. That's going on there because that's just too high value not to. All right, so we're actually going to be a little slim on stuff this week. So I guess we'll just see where things land from here. It's going to be a little dicey. Okay, so you've got the political one there. So you overlap on 2 tags. You overlap on 1. So go ahead and drop you here. I might have to actually trim up some of these just to make it work. So that's 2 tags there. This is gonna be honestly a pretty rough week. Okay. So I can go to the back page, because I need to have it slightly sensational here. Which I am not finding much in the way of options. I got a stale sports story. Is about as good as we're looking for the moment. Cool, man. A double bronze stale sports story. That's what I gotta offer on that back page. We can tie this in for the editorial, and this in for the editorial. I can't do the crime story. Oh, I still have 2 spots on this front page? Oh, this week sucks. Here, have a stale article about prisons. And if we do 2 stale articles, we'll take a penalty. So a completely unrelated article on society. I need to load up more paper. Yeah, it's gonna be a really bad newspaper week. Alright, I think we need another person hauling stuff. Alright, so it's still gonna give me almost 10,000. I've got like 1 or 2 really good articles, and everything else is hot garbage. Hot, smoldering, dookie garbage. With no illustrations or anything else to boost my sales. That said, we've maxed out our amount of politics in this print. It is what it is. We are achieving the thing to take the district. We are failing the mayor's thing because they didn't get the story ready in time, and the mayor can just... The mayor can go suck something, I don't know. Wanting me to give up my main spot for, like, a fistful of nickels is not happening. Alright, so we did take the district. That was your idea of help? I've seen obituaries with more charm. You just handed my rivals a megaphone. Thanks for nothing, kid. Good. Literally didn't do anything. Unlocks a random object if we stay moderate. Alright, Sniper Spice is better at carrying boxes, Itchy Tenma is better at politics, Arc Editor is better at politics, Chrome Wolf is better at making maps. And we've taken that district. Print, most society don't print about economy. Busy, noisy, restless. Grand Central is all about... I missed that. This morning I saw a homeless man asleep on a newsstand. Not one person looked, not one. If we can't see the worth of everyone, what are we even building? Your paper has reach. Use it. Shine a light where others look away. Okay, so you want no economy. Printing. You want sensational. Okay, you want me to put a victory triumph story above the fold and at least one mayor story. Let's kick that off again. Mr. Walker, I'll keep this brief. The governor's patience is wearing thin. Who's bringing me Franklin well wishes? He sent me to deliver a message personally. Clean up your act, or you'll have to remove you from office. You told Roosevelt, I've always played by the rules, but any good player knows when he needs to rewrite them sometimes. Your scandals are stacking up. If you don't shift public opinion fast, this negativity will start to rub off on him. You know his ambitions. He needs Tammany Hall. So don't screw this up. But good day, Mr. Walker. Darn it, I need his support, otherwise my City Hall days are numbered. You heard her. Start polishing up my image. Okay. So honestly, doing a story that's got a triumph above the fold, that's a more reasonable thing for me to have to do versus his specific junk story. Putting a mayor's story anywhere in the newspaper is not bad. So it's a mayor's story or society. Let's check what our districts have over here that we need. So we check you. So that's going to be most likely an economy one. That's most likely going to be an economy one. All three of these have a high chance of being economy. So what I think we do is we just grab one of them. Not really focus too much. We'll select this district, because the economy was the only thing there. Oh, well, you wanted a triumph one? So you want sports and politics. That has sports. That's probably the better one. It's got 2 sports and a politics possibility. Yes, that's probably our best bet. So we're going to go with the mayor because right now hers doesn't align with our other ambitions. We're down to 5 territories. It's these 3 here and then those 2, and then we've knocked this person out entirely. Which is kind of our goal we're trying to work at here, is to get rid of her. I've still only got 5 influence. We've literally not gained any influence recently. Okay, so it's 1, 2, 3 boxes of paper. And as I mentioned before, I think we're at the point here where I need to consider getting us another person to haul boxes. I'm going to add a transporter up here. Just shove them in the corner for right now. And so our brand new transporting person, we do not have good options here. You're at least better than nothing. Alright, so here comes our brand new transporter. That is going to be DG. I'm going to do Sir DG again. Alright, so you are going to haul boxes. Congratulations. We did get that harmonized done, so Amazing Meowie is now back. They'll be twice as slow when it comes to doing a story, but when they do a story, it'll be of tremendously higher quality. Alright. And I don't think there's anyone we want to hire otherwise. What is that? Oh, higher workplace. The faster they work. 3% work speed increase per floor with a maximum of 50%. Which the catch-22 on that one is they want to be the typographic and all that, which is the thing you have a highest volume traffic for. So that's good when we get vacuum tubes. Before vacuum tubes, it's just not usable. Not meaningfully, at least. Alright, so meanwhile, we could go here. So you've got entertainment. Oh, before I forget, so you need entertainment and economy. Boom and boom. We need entertainment and sports. We need sports and politics. Entertainment and sports. Okay, so we got those four. So we don't need to worry about society or crime this week. So you're wrapping that one up. You're wrapping this one up. And that's just waiting for a new person to pop in. Let's try and get all these done so we can take the next district. So there's the mayor's one and the triumph one. It is interesting that the one that would go against the mayor is actually the propaganda tag, because usually that works the other way around. I know Ark is tired, so it's potentially going to give us a worse result. I am going to go ahead and jump right on that. And I'm going to have Amazing Meowsy boost. Well, that's only a bronze. So I really want you to do that on a bronze. We'll have Itchy Tenma jump on that. That's literally got nothing but a negative tag. So we're just going to not do that last section. New York's most popular mayor. Approval soars for Walker. Okay, so just waiting for these next two things to show up. Alright, luckily RJ's about to be available. Come on, RJ. Come on, RJ. Boom. Mine. The Big Pond. From stage to screen, light, charming, romantic comedy catches music. So that takes this one off, and the gossip. So that's sports and entertainment. And sports and entertainment on both of those. Yeah, so it looks like we're going to be dropping the sports off of here. We've already got our sports stuff locked in. Yeah, so you're still working on that. Yeah, so you take twice as long to do these, but you give me a little extra quality. It's already proving to be biting me in the butt a little bit. What happens if you're unsuccessful at getting all the right articles for the district? Basically, you'll just have to do it again to get whatever ones you missed. Get Connor in there to get that out of the way. Radio City opens Music Hall. Return to high-class variety entertainment in a modern setting, like no other. Yeah, so it just means you end up needing to redo the district to take the district. So it just kind of delays progress. So it's not that big of a hit, but it is still a hit. Alright, well, Amazing Meows is going to jump on that. That's going to give us 1 extra quality because of the bronzing. That's not really a good use for Meowsy, but it's sitting there. Meowsy's available. Labor unrest grips industrial heartland. Strikes paralyze factories. Workers demand better conditions. Yeah, so this is a little curious, because I think she's going to finish this first, and I don't know how that works, because we haven't run into that yet. Which is interesting. Well, I mean, we had to wait for RJ to become available. So I'll be curious how that works, because I haven't run into that. I'm a little concerned that we'll have missed this week. Okay, so it hasn't punished us yet. It's 5 hours until next scoop is taken. I think she's gonna beat me to it. Well, no, Conright's getting back. We might be okay. Oh, so I guess they count this as part of it. But I think it's if she gets through the whole process, we get penalized. Come on, Conrad. I need you to get back to your desk, buddy. Mine. Alright. The Big Pond from Stage to the Screen. Best Actor in Leading Role Performance? Okay, so we can go here. You finish those. We're not doing the propaganda angle. We're dropping that one. So let's see. So we've got those 2 locked in. So we got entertainment and politics, entertainment and economy. Entertainment, politics, entertainment, comedy. Let's go down here to our stuff to prioritize. So prioritize you. You've got 2 of my things there. Prioritize the propaganda stuff for the mayor. That is straight up sloppy piece of story. Just giving a second to see what our next thing... it's gonna be a little while. Alright. Yeah, let's see what the next story is going to be here to see what I need to be allocating where. And if it's not finance and all that, we'll just bury the crisis hit clubs. Alright, and that's the reason I'm glad we didn't. Okay. So we're going to be facing a lawsuit. There's no really avoiding it. So we're going to grab this and immediately drop you on there. No lawsuit. Okay. And we have the hidden marriage revealed of the Starlet's secret. And then we'll need to grab this one and then that one. It's gonna be a little tricky because we're stretched thin on our entertainment people. We've only got 2, which I thought we had another. I thought we had 3 entertainment people, and I'm getting a little confused at what happened there. Oh, it also reminds me, so we've got entertainment and politics, so that's that one. So we've got entertainment and economy, so we can take politics off the list now. Focus on trying to nab that last one. That does mean you 2 are free to just work on this, so grab the influence and grab the statistics. Crisis hits club dues. Savannah's exclusive Oglethorpe cuts its fees by $40. Oglethorpe? Is that like an ogle place, like where they just, you know, open the little blind so you can, you know, to see less than clad people? Okay, and you can finish that up, boosting its quality farther. Labor unrest grips industrial heartland, 10+ hours, 6 days a week, says worker. Alright. So I need you both here, and I also need you here. Okay. And if I jump for this one, let's secure this we'll need to secure this one, which means we're probably going to lose on the scandal. But I don't think we're going to be able to pull off both. Because if I do this one and complete this one first, I lose access to that one. But I need to snag this one. So I'm hoping RJ's just going to be faster at this. But we'll see. I don't think it's going to work out the way I want it to. But this will give me the important thing versus the... You know, give me what I need versus what I want. Come on. There we go. So they've secured that one. Well, here's a question. Aha! I was able to unassign them. We already prevented the scoop and reassign them to the part we worried about. That's food for thought in the future. If I start working this, you know, working the thing, that we secure it first. Alright, so we can get that one locked in. And I'm gonna bounce you over to the other story, I think. No, actually, probably not. Oh, it's photography. I can't get that one done at all. You suck. That's fine. I can't do photography. We don't have it set up yet. So I can't reach that bombshell one. Golf champion leads double life. Golf champion donated to charity. So that means we have to spend another week because the bombshell was a photography thing. And it's not always that, but it does mean I can't physically do it because photography is like my illustrations and all that, but it's on the other side. So I'd need to get like 16-something amount of influence to deal with it. Curators, verified trail. And then you're going to finish yours and we'll slip you in to finish this story. But that's a big old bummer. So now we just kill it. There's nothing more to be done. So you can grab this. And the Amazing Meowsy can boost its quality. Crooner made tune for candidate. Will celebrity endorsement work? Then Conrad can grab this one. And we need to prioritize at least the stuff that's here. It does mean we'll have to do another week in the same spot and hope the bombshell doesn't land on a photography thing. Because they're not set, like, the same story will come up again and again to get stuff. We just got unlucky that that one rolled, that it was going to be a bombshell on the photography. Alright, so let's go through these ones and prioritize. And prioritize that. You are already ready. And there's Icomac to do the illustration. Family tree unveiled. Alright, so let's go in here. I actually don't think you're going to get the illustration done. We don't need the illustration for it to be ready or whatever. But it's a little bit of a bummer if we don't get that. Okay, so I have RJ jump on this one, and then Burning Sun jump on the second spot, because Burning Sun can prevent the mob from showing up. Oh, $2,100 lawsuit. Ow. Breakthrough in Outlaw Hunt. Lawman J.W. Harriman and Harry McGinnis killed in the following In the following shootout after police received tip. Why do I feel like I'm forgetting one? We might actually not even get all these done just from the speed they're getting them worked through. We got a lot of our stuff way later in the week this time. There's less time to turn them around. Oh man, they're all like on the fence of whether or not they'll even get done. And it's not backlogging here. Damn, burning sun will prevent the mob from showing up. Photographs of the group and Bonnie Parker's poem Left Behind. And pardon issued to Clyde Barrow's brother Buck. Yeah, so it looks like we might actually miss potentially more than one of the tags. It just took us too long to get some of those scheduled, because that's got 2 days left. We got about a day and a half. Yeah, so you're editing it right now. So I might be able to jump this forward. We'll see. So I can grab from your desk and immediately toss it on your desk. So it's got 10 hours left in that story. Okay, and meanwhile, Mr. Stevens can jump on this. Station command resignation, impulsive cheap, no comments yet. Here we got a sports story that's honestly pretty terrible. Conrad could use that for XP. Anticipated tennis clash. Kickoff fans get riled up. We got a politics story. We'll have Ichi Tenma take that one. Mindy D. Craig makes history. First female speaker in North Dakota House. Okay, we have the important part of that one done, so in a pinch we can still run it. You're gonna have that one done. Okay, so I think we actually will get everything but the scandal or whatever it was that was tied to the photograph. Just unfortunately, the fact that that was tied to the photograph really screwed us there. Yeah, so it's got like the biggest X here that we missed it because I couldn't work on it at all. Because to get the photograph, it is over there. That's what I need to be able to do that one. You can just knock that out. Shakespeare on the Lawn Troop opens free plays. We got 2 more that are between 1 crime and 1 economy. We'll get those going if possible. Alright, so what is the damage? So we've got our... Okay, so we've got 2 editorial ones. Actually, that's a pretty strong editorial one here. Oh, wait, so you're the one that didn't quite get done. That says... So we aren't going to get this piece of it. So we ditch that. The rest was finished. So we are going to get that one, but it's not going to be as valuable as we were hoping. So we can chuck this here. And chuck that there. And that takes 2 of those tags. 3 of those tags, actually. Oh, and then we have the really big scoop here that's got everything going on for it. That's a pretty strong story. So we got all of that stuff on the front. Oh, you want a triumph story for the front page. Right. We can make that work. So let's set the secretary's thing there, or the starlet's there. Where is your propaganda story, Mayor? There you are. There's your garbage propaganda story. And I'll put this on the second page. Okay, so we satisfied all the things we can here. Now we just need to make the most of the rest of this page. So let's grab that. So we've got a gold tag down here. That's probably going to perform better with this than that will. So let's take you off of this spot. Actually, let's do it this way. Right now you're at 6105. Honestly, with all things considered, that didn't help as much as I thought. Let's put you back. Go to the back page here. Actually, you've got politics here. So that gives us an overlap there. This also has the politics. And then we've got, this is stale news, but that is still a gold tag, so I think we grab you. Because even though it's old news, it does have a gold tag, so that's something worth mentioning. We've got this one. Doesn't have much tie-in, but it gives us a little bit of influence. It's got a silver tag on it, and it's pretty high quality. This one has sloppy production, which is a negative. But still might be worth it. Do you have any tie-in? It would have been nice to get a little bit more influence, at least from that, but with no tie-in, I don't think it's worth it. That's 4 bronze tags, at least 3 of which overlap. You're a bronze and a silver with only 1 overlap. You're probably the best one here, 2 silver. Even though there's no tie-ins, we're not getting that advantage. It is 2 silver tags, nonetheless. So let's see, there's that. What about the 4 bronze with 2 tie-in? So 2 bronze with 2 tie-in is worth more. I don't think that's... Yeah, we're not going to give up a gold for that. The top one's there. That whole page we need. Alright, so that's, I think, as good as we're going to get. It's breaking 10,000, so it's not the worst. But we will get the random thing. Alright, Bassett, you take it easy. Thank you for tuning in, all good stuff. New York's most popular mayor. Yep. Doing propaganda for the mayor. Yeah, so we missed on the bombshell due to our lack of photography. Beautiful work, publisher. We might win. We might have won back some of the governor's sympathy, but between us, I owe you one. Alright, so we got a patriotic poster or something. Finisher. Gain 1 quality when assigned to a multi-story file, and all other stories are done. You probably won't care much about that. Okay, so Luxray gained a level of fixing things, RJ gained a level on entertainment, Conrad gained a level on entertainment, Carrie actually gained a level on editing, Icomac gained a level on illustration, JD gained a level on cleaning, Pagey Cakes gained a level on carrying things, and Amazing Meowsy gained a level on politic reporting. Alright, so let's see what we got here. So print society the most, don't print economy. Sensational. Star and inspiration need to be printed, and we don't care about them. So with this, bombshell can show up literally anywhere, so it doesn't really make a huge difference. And we tried to do this one the last time, and these just don't line up for that area. Inspire and fame. So it's actually very likely with the inspire and fame that that will line up here. So let's go that route. Now, this is what New York needs. Lights, tuxedos, booming business. You see those cameras? Those aren't just flashes. That's hope. Excitement. You've got good timing, Mayor. Running the city of yours must be like opening a night every day. You're not wrong. Lights go up, the curtain rises, and if you're not ready, the whole thing falls apart. Except, in your show, there's no rehearsal, and the critics have bigger headlines. Yeah. But the trick is to know your audience. Give them something to talk about. Drama, sure. But act honestly. They'll know if you're faking it. Exactly. You can't sing about dreams and ignore the draft in the wings. We're keeping America's dream alive. That's why I'm showing my face tonight. People need more than speeches. This theater, your show, and the press out there, it's all part of the performance. And part of the truth. We can't pretend there aren't shadows in the wings. But if we stand here, dressed like this, smiling like we mean it, we remind them, the city's still in Act 1. Print that, publisher. Just print what you said, ignore everything else. So we have 9 influence. So, where are our pain points we can work on? I can't really improve the assembly or the typesetting. We already got those upgrades, and we're not gonna be able to do much with that. I don't think there's a lot we can do to help with some of our stuff. One thing we could potentially start working on is I could go in here and start getting the paper discount. We're spending something like $1,800 on paper every single week at the start of the week. So 10% would knock that down $180 forever going forward. That's one possibility. I don't have enough for the editing stuff there, and the editors aren't really my bottleneck now, so I don't think we do anything with that. That gives prestige, which can be good. Yeah, and I don't think I care about teaching those courses. I could get another telegraphing station, but I don't think that's that dire either. And that'd also be telegraphing. We've already got all this. We've got that. A page module is way outside our means right now. We've already got the police station stuff. I don't think it's worth getting more security stuff. That would make Bassett a little bit faster, but I don't think that's going to make any type of dramatic difference. We've got that stuff set up there. We could get our political reporters able to work a bit faster / better. That's a good choice. Or the financial ones. Honestly, the financial ones give the side buff of giving me a buff to sales. So I think we do that. And the flip chart. And we'll see if I can't shove that in somewhere. Alright, so before I get all caught up, 1, 2, 3 things of paper. Okay, so the real question is, where am I shoving all these things? Yeah, no, it's definitely like the paper reduction in cost is a whole big thing. So I can go and put the U there. We'll put the vase there. U here. U up there. So I've got that on everyone's desks we could manage. So we got a political poster. We can put you up here. And I'm not going to be able to fit you over here. You can put you... I can't fit you there anywhere. I can fit you there. Oh, man. You're big. So what we possibly need to do here is let's grab our specialty people here. So you've got a specialty desk. It only does one thing. So I'll put you up there, grab you, and we can rearrange your stuff a little bit to accommodate this. And you only do one thing. So it's the same deal. So the specialized people are getting their own dedicated space. Okay, you can stay down there for right now. Alright, so let's get your light up here. We're almost about to hit the edge of what our power can handle. Alright. So, let's go back to our stuff here. Because we got our economy. So we got that sorted on this side. I can't fit that over here anywhere, I don't think. Okay, so let's double check. So we have our sports stuff. Let's grab all of our sports stuff because that's what you do. You sports. What else do you do? Nothing. Nothing at all. You sports. Okay, so you got all your sports stuff sorted. Alright, and then you do crime. So we've got you. I need the big chart here. Let's grab the little wanted poster, tuck it there. Big chart here. You've already got the junk on your desk. You've got all your stuff. Alright, so those two have got their basic things figured out. What we'll probably want to do is to keep them from getting all complaining about it. We can go here to General. There's a fern. Alright, so that opens up space down here. And I don't want to rearrange everything, but, you don't do finance. So we can move this in between here, move you over there. You're only going to lose one of the politics stuff. So we can chuck you here. And you aren't reporting on crime. So we can chuck you in the bin. Now we can't. So this goes away. Okay. So with that, we can go to your buffs. Economy. Plunk you down for that bonus. We can go to the politics because you got a new poster. You can shove that there. Alright, so I think we've got them better situated. So let's try and go and see what we got here. So you have sports, entertainment, and that. And economy. So I think we've got you what you can get for all that. I also don't have lots of money to spend, so we got all these ones. That gets you 4. Entertainment, we have just the one little poster you've got. And then you're doing sports as well, and I've got the 3 things for sports. If we go to you, you have crime, we've got max, then you got politics and society. So society, you've got more room. Okay, so we can get that. If we go to here, we can go to the society. And get that over there. That's you sorted. And you two are one-trick ponies because that's the way that works. Alright, so a little messy, but we do have everyone buffed. So with that, the bombshell could show up anywhere. And you want us to go for entertainment and politics, entertainment and society. So we can go here, entertainment, politics, society. Okay. Yep, so this will give us that satisfaction there. Like, jump on you right away. Lights, glamour, return to New York City. New theater opens in troubling times. And with that, we can untick all those boxes already. Oh, you don't have much making your area nicer. Let's get a clock up here or something. All right. Yep, so you're gonna finish up that story. Okay, cool. We can do this one. Arc-Adder jumps on this one. Ichi Tenma jumps on that one, and then the last one's just a regular one. Record ocean wave registered. Lack of seismic event suggests wave created by hurricane and not tsunami. Yep, so we're going to go ahead and, like, this one's just a regular society report, so that works out perfectly. So, I was a little worried about just running into the situation of, like, having it be the camera again. That was always a risk. And the odds are more in my favor it wouldn't be that. Ooh, okay, here's a really good one. Breatharian. So, doesn't have any requirements food or toilet-wise. The downside is that's a reporter. So they're usually not here super long anyways. Alright, so honestly this is going to be a normal week at this point. We've already secured the one we care about. The opening is a reminder the city's still in Act 1, says Daisy Goo. And you've got this going. Got some good stuff in there. You're gonna be a hot minute. So let's jump on that. Yeah, so you're gonna be waiting on Conrad to get back to jump on this segment, which will then flip it to finance. First singing telegraph sung. Postal employees sing cheerful messages along the Manhattan streets. Okay, we can minimize these out of the way. So I'm probably gonna go for the double bronze in this one. Oh, well, no, because they're both societal. I'm gonna go for the double bronze, even though it's not as good. I don't want to deal with the mobsters trashing my stuff. Besides, I can deal with them. It just takes time, and then we can't do other stuff while it's going on. Boiled to death, 16-year-old slipped by geyser. And then we get Ichi Tenma to jump on the bombshell. And it's ours. Navy-grade ship survived through quick seamanship and sturdy hull. Alright, so let's get that article. So the articles we care about for this week is this is our priority article. And then the second big one was this one. Because the ones for the mayor and the ones for just progress. We'll have Mr. Steven jump on this segment. Company executives tout service as fun way to boost business. Okay, we got crime stuff here. With the silver influence. Not really amazing, but that's fine. We'll have RJ jump on it. Mayor of Anton Cernik of Chicago dies. Roosevelt was actually targeted. Okay, and Conrad can jump on this one. Mill shuts credits tighten. Suppliers phone merchants to halt orders. And Burning Sun's getting a little tired. Okay. And as soon as one of you are done, which is going to be a little while, we'll get you on the Telegram story. That's probably going to be a good value story for the week. But yeah, no, you're not wrong. It's like that first one being $180 every single week does add up tremendously. And it's forever, so especially if you're not even doing a run to like just do one ending, if you're trying to like do the everything and all that, that's going to end up being a huge amount over time. With us down to the last couple of weeks, because we're trying to knock out our competitor to get the leaderboard there. Like, I'm not trying to place anywhere on the leaderboard, it's just, to me, that's a you've won kind of thing. It'd be good to get that. So Conrad can jump on this. Singing Telegraph sparks idea for performance communication. Alright, so you got this going on. Let's have Amazing Meowsy jump on that, jumping it up to a 3. Local Bank urges caution. And then we can jump here. That is a silver quality. $130 is probably more than I should have spent on that. Okay, so get that boosted up with quality here. Governor Hote's Relief Ball. Benefit ball draws high society names. I'm assuming with the fame we're going to be able to tie that in with the other story I'm required to run. So at least I can cash in a little bit more on that. Itchy Tenmuck, it boosts this equality. USS Rampo records record high sea wave, staggering 111-foot wave. So you're going to be done. You're going to be done. Pretty sure all of these, you've got the last spot. We're just kind of waiting for him to work through. Yeah. Alright. But that means we'll be able to get the mayor's junk sorted and this district taken, which will leave me, I believe, 4 districts left. So what we might do is we're not quite at halfway through the stream, is we might just push through to knock out those last 4 districts. Because like I said, I feel like that would be a good, you know, we've done a playthrough. Because this game you have, like, I could beat both the rivals, I could survive the 10 years, and all that, which we're at the beginning of year 3. Any interested in Shapes 2? Yeah, that's one of those ones, that I keep bringing up as something for voting, and it's just not one. That when it comes up with a vote, it just keeps not winning. But it is something I've had on the radar. President-elect escapes assassination attempt in Miami. Assassin fires into Roosevelt party in Miami. President-elect seems uninjured. Be quick to send someone to check it out. Okay. That's interesting. So you get that unlocked immediately. You get that unlocked immediately. And Burning Sun jump on it. Alright, Roosevelt escaped injury, but the mayor of Chicago, Anton Cermak, received nasty stomach wound. Oh yeah, no, the vote didn't happen on Discord. It's we've had a couple of streams where like halfway through stream I'll just do a vote being like what would people like to see for the rest of the stream. And I've done that, I think, 2 or 3 times where Shape has been in that poll and just something else won. Like, that was actually, News Tower was one of the ones that Shapes was against it, and News Tower did ultimately win. But yeah, no, I definitely have an interest in checking it out. I don't think it's going to be like Factorio, where I could burn a ton of time in it, but I definitely would want to check that out, potentially. I feel like it'll be like Modulus, where it'll be a stream or 2. For the lawsuit, nah. I'll pass. The likelihood of that being worth my time with the lawsuit is pretty low. Okay, so we're just waiting on this. Honestly, it doesn't matter. So this week's hot topic is crime. So I'd rather put RJ on that. Jazz Club attack, police investigation started. Okay, we've got politics here. Itchy Tenma can jump on that. Push for Change by Ralph H. Ellison. Henry M. Searing defeated in mayoral election. Let's see, you did search in there before posting about it, since only Shapes ones is apparently talked about. Oh, I might have just said Shapes and forgotten to put the 2 on it. I don't think I've ever discussed playing Shapes, but yeah, no, we've talked a little bit about doing Shapes too, because that went 1.0 a couple days ago. So it's been on my radar. It's come a bunch of times, like, okay, you'd have Shapes as like the last like has come out with an update. Star Trucker's come out with a big update. This came out with a big update. We know there's a big update coming to Go-Go Town. There's the 1.0 release, well, the 1.0 release of Go-Go Town and the 1.0 release for Hotel Architect is coming. We're just in this wave of just entirely too many happening at the same time. Sports fan execution. Ruthless execution as sports fan loses his life. This is a hot garbage article. You can boost up the quality by 2, so I'll have you jump on that. Outdoor swim races today, 7 events listed at the Lake of Hyde Park. Connor, I could jump on the entertainment one. Radio City Music Hall's new media. Films will now be screened starting with Barbara Stanwyck in Better Tea of General Yen as the debut. Why can't I hold all these games? That's exactly the problem. It's been, like when we say venting, it's not venting like, hey, I wish this didn't happen. It's more like, this is just a difficult thing to navigate, is the sheer number of releases and updates. Whether you're a gamer or a creator, it's the same problem. You just don't have the time, and you never will, and it's just kind of one of those things. A local boxer saw the execution and beat down the culprit. But, like, it's one of those things, like, the joke is like, okay, you had the games in the past that you wanted to really play, well, in the games you got right now that you want to really play, but you don't have the time, and then there's the upcoming games that you really want to play that you don't have the time, and you just realize because you're, like, your upcoming time is already going to be overwhelmed by what's coming out, you just will never have time. Okay, so you got that one sorted. I completely forgot if we got those flagged. It's fine. Yeah, so we're working through it. That's good. Alright. But it's just one of those things, like I keep saying, it's like, I would love to circle back to whatever game. But I'm becoming more and more, I'm recognizing the fact that coming back to that game isn't a thing that's going to happen. Let's order another thing of paper. And the reason it's not going to happen is just, by the time you finish the current stuff, there's already another wave. And so, like, when do you find the time to be like, okay, there's a gap in releases to go back to the previous one? And it used to be something that would happen in January, February-ish, that you'd have, like, the slow release months that you could kind of go back to those games you missed. But I don't know if it's a new normal, but this year it's just been no stop. Just release and major update, like, every single day. And it's just kind of one of those things where, like, when will I ever have the time to circle back? Like I don't want to say it's unsustainable, but it really isn't. That the speed and volume of which games are releasing, the games that don't get to the top of the pile more so than ever are just going to flounder because the sales will be spread too thin. Which is a bummer, and I don't know what that looks like in practice. Because fortunately a lot of the indie games are the success stories. But it is one of those things that, you know, if 29,000 games are releasing compared to the previous year of like 25,000 or whatever, it's like, okay, well, you got 4,000 something games. Did the overall market of games increase by, what is that, like 15-20%? No, it did improve, but not 15-20%. Alright, so we've got our big article we have to do for that. And then we've got the mayor's article that we need to do, which is... not that one. Where is it? Where are you? There you are. So that's probably not going to be the front pager. It's probably not going to be at a good spot. We'll probably drop that back there. So with that, we've got a bunch of fame stuff here. So we want to be slightly left-leaning, or slightly informational-leaning. We definitely could do stuff with that. Alright, but let's look at what our good stories are and work our way through. So this story is unfortunately old and poorly written. We do get 2 influence from this, which is not much, and it's just the 1 tag. So honestly, it's looking like we're getting a pretty crap week here. So we're gonna go ahead and drop you here, and you here. So that's something. We want to go into here and see what we can match up. We want something a little on the informational. So we got 2 bronze tags matched on this. That's not really good. It's something, but we could certainly do better. But that might just be what we live with here. I think that is what we live with. So that'll give us 2 matching tags there. Let's go to the back page and figure out what we're leading story on the back page. It might be this one here. This one's a pretty bad article at this point. It's got 2 negatives on it. But that might be just what we run with. I could also see just going for some like really low quality Alright, do you tie in here anywhere? You'd only give me 2 influence if I do that one. So you don't have a tie-in on that front page. Oh no, yeah you do. So with that, that's too much informational. But then I could turn around and drop you in here to balance it back out. And then with that, we have you. Actually, you're a better one to take that spot. This is not going to be a good week. Yeah, so not a good sales week. We're not going to be making but a couple $1,000, like $2,000, maybe $3,000 in profit. Which actually, when you take it off, probably about $1,500 when you take in consideration the cost of paper. But that will satisfy taking the district and doing the mayor stuff, getting me a little extra influence and yada yada. I think we're gonna go for it. We've honestly not been getting that great of news weeks recently. Not too many gold tags to work with. I mean, as long as we're continuing to turn a profit, that's not bad. Okay, so we made about 9,000. We did take the district. We did make the mayor happy, giving us a little bit of influence. You gave people a glimpse of elegance. They needed it. A nice, fine piece of journalism. Cool. And we did get whatever this was. Oh yeah, that's the finisher. I'm probably not even gonna bother training that. And the next week we have Undercover, which negates the mob thing, and 11th Hour. If an item is at least 50% done on the last hour of Sunday, it will complete before the end of Sunday. That has potential, because that basically means most of the time I'll probably get one last thing across the finish line. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Yeah, so we didn't make very much money. Bob Beatty is going to be a little bit better at cleaning, and RJ Light is going to be a little bit better at crime news. But the important thing is we're now down to 4 territories left to take. I've got 9 influence. And where was I going to spend? I just spent on stuff, and I already... Oh, it was up here. Yeah, so in one more, we can get the stock index, which means we'll have one of our reporters become strictly finance. Don't print politics. Print society the most. Print completely sensational. All right, are any of these not politics? Deal work. No politics in that one. Chief, what troubles my city? We had a deadly robbery near 5th midday. Panic spread faster than the getaway car. The city doesn't need more fear. It needs a reason to still believe the system's not broken. But what's the full story here? There's something else I need to know before this hits the press. We've confirmed one of the robbers had help. Inside help. A municipal aide. Not a rookie either. Someone with clearance. One of mine? Sure looks like it, sir. Someone has been handing out blueprints and schedules to criminals. We need to get to the bottom of this. I want names. In the meantime, we'll have to barricade the political floodgates. They'll be coming. Alright, so no politics this week. Alright, so we're down to 4 locations left before we've taken them all. And as we've been doing, start of the week. 1, 2, 3, and I've got plenty of food still sitting on the floor down there. So Finisher is a new one we've got. I don't think I'm worried about grabbing that right now. Yeah, I don't think we're worried about those employees either. Okay, so let's take a look at what we got here. So, exclusive can show up anywhere. Entertainment and sports. So, entertainment and sports for the review. Entertainment and economy for unveiling. Entertainment and society for inspirational. And crime and entertainment for gruesome. So that happens to work out that politics is the only category that things will likely not show up. We still have the risk that the exclusive can show up anywhere. And if it shows up in politics, that's what it is. You like that the bricks are still there from where the telegraphs start? Such a rich history in the tower. Yeah, and I can go and change those. There's no reason to get rid of them. Bricks are just considered an upscale from the other. Alright. And... okay, so I want to rip out the politics angle on this one. But it is what it is. So we'll have Mr. Steven here will take the financial angle. And Ichi Tenma can take the political angle. So we're going to want to yank that section out. But, you know, when we go to actually push that, if we care about the mayor's agenda. That's going to depend on this exclusive tag. New commerce zones. Alright, so we got entertainment stuff to just knock out here. So do that. Relief drama opens. WPA stage. Play depicts relief lines. Yeah, we already got that one. And Conroy can jump on this angle. Opening exhibition of handcrafts. Local crafts museum to open a new exhibition of international handcrafts. So we did get the one that's entertainment and economy. So we can drop the economy tag. We're no longer looking for economy stories. And that was the only political story, so at least we know the other story that's going to have important stuff will not be on that. I'm tempted to drop this one because it's 3... well, it's actually going to be 2 bronze tags. I think we drop this one because it's going to be 2 bronze tags because you don't double up on your entertainment one. And I can't do the photography. So let's drop that one and keep moving forward. Because I've already got other entertainment ones lined up, blocking up the pipeline. Okay. Yeah, pretty soon I'm going to have to pivot the way I'm approaching the reporting to be a lot more just profit-focused or we're going to be in trouble. Okay. So in this case, we can get 2 bronze and a silver or 2 bronze. We'll have you jump on this. It'll take you a while to get done, but that's fine. Patchy greens, sharp nerves, gold club greens, show hard times. Yep, so you got 2 quality marks on that because of your trait. And that's it for sports. Prioritize those. Yeah, so both of those, as soon as you're back, will be ready to rock and roll. You're still working on that one. Right, and that'll be just a cartographer. Because this will be a good one. It'll be 2 silver, 3 bronze, and a gold. So get on that. Oh, that updated the text, didn't it? District marked for change. That's fine. Alright, and you 2 should be available, so it doesn't matter which one goes to which. I have no idea how to say that. Opening show with a song and dance. Cool. And then you drop in here. Second act, urged shorter. Dialogue praised. So this one, which I clicked on the wrong thing, this one is going to be a very valuable story and one of the required stories. Let's hope we can nail that really quick. So you're going to get that done. You're going to get that done. You're going to get that done. Alright, so we're just waiting on you, and then the cartographer to be free. Unfortunately, it's going to be a minute. The cartographer's already busy doing a map that's higher value. Okay, so we have entertainment and sports, so it's going to be an entertainment. Entertainment society and crime. Alright, so you're just going to be waiting until the cartographer's free, which is a bummer that that's going to be tying up that line for over a day. But it's a very valuable story. And money's not been great recently. And you should be about done any second now. Okay. Oh, that's got 4 of our tags, so this is the big one. So everything needs to be on this. RJ, I need you to get here now. Right now. Alright, RJ on it. Please trigger. It did not. Yeah, that's the Widow's Hand. We've already seen this one come up a couple of times. Alright, so we're going to keep Conrite just available. Because I believe that's literally all of the rest of those. Let me double check. So we've got the exclusive, we've got the review, we've got the inspiring, and the gruesome. So pretty much what needs to happen here is the moment RJ finishes, I need to pay the bribe, and then get them both set up on the other things there. We can put someone on the crime one, that's fine. So Art can jump on this side. And then Burning Sun can jump on the other side. Gin Snatchers caught. Thieves return to swap night after. Alright, so just need you to work as fast as you can, RJ. Ow, ow, ow. Please take the money. Please. Okay. So you jump on this one. Because that's the bigger one. Then we get RJ on that one. Literally, this story is 4 out of the 5 tags. That is the big story. And then for the mayor, it's just politics, which, like I said, we only have one story that's got the politics tag on it for the whole week. Nah, I was hoping no spy. Alright. And then you're free to work on that. Winner's Birdie Route Exception. Okay, so let's go in here and make sure all the parts of this story are prioritized. Because that needs to happen. And then for the rest of the week, we'll grab what we can grab. Okay, you've got Society, Itchy Tenma can jump on that one. College opens night trade classes, new courses announced. Okay, so we got 2 spies coming in. They'll probably show up in not too long. We're about to go into Thursday already. And they usually tend to show up a little bit before the end of the week without being right at the end. There is some random, amount to it, so sometimes they fall at that, but I usually find it's usually Thursdays and Fridays you see most of the spies. Because they want to be late enough in the week that they could screw up all your news reports that are, like, really along the way, but also have enough time to actually screw them up. I also realized I probably can put more on your stuff here. Let's see. I missed those were there. Yeah, so that's the only one I don't have room for, is there's nowhere for me to shove that cabinet. We will wait a minute. And the reason I'm choosing to wait a minute here is Arc Editor can advance things faster, so I don't want to have them take on the last segment of an article if I don't... Like, if someone else is available to take it on. Okay, so Burning Sun can cancel the mob involvement. Shootout Tragedy, it's like a war zone, says Mrs. Dunlock. Yep, so as soon as they get this back, we can have someone else take the last segment, so Arc Editor is available to push the story through faster. Alright, so we can grab this one. And Itchy Tenma can jump on that. Seats fill quickly amid high unemployment. Alright, so all the other stories are basically locked in. Only got 5 more stories left for the week. Just Paranoid. No articles have been tampered with yet. Okay, so Arc Editor can jump this one forward. And RJ can wrap it up. We can't be boycotted, we don't have ads. Cullen Harrison Act below 3.2% is illegal. Several companies unhappy. Okay, there's our first spy. Alright, so we're gonna have to wait for people to be available for that one. And we got the spy sorted. Okay, so you're still on your way. We've got our finance story here. This isn't an either or, it's a both. So let's go ahead and we'll have you jump on this side to boost the quality. And you jump on this side to boost the quality. Bank holidays declared in 6 states. No reason to panic. Got more finance news, so Conrad can jump on that. Well, we're gonna face the lawsuit in that one. We're not gonna do that one. The lawsuit's probably gonna hurt me more than I will benefit from that news article. And there's the second spy on the left now showing up. Walking in here quickly. And it would be easier for them to make the spies harder to notice. I honestly don't think that would be good. It's already a little bit of a manual mechanical stuff. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. It's already a manual mechanic for a game that's kind of in the range of, like, you know, Tycoon whatever. So it's a really kind of feels weird mechanic. That it's one of the most common complaints is that people wish they could get their security guards leveled up high enough that they would just handle it for them. First Krispy Kreme donut store opens. All attendees got free taste. Alright, we can grab you, so Itchy Tenma can jump on that. Borglum completes Shrine of Democracy. Colossal sculpture carved into the granite face of Mount Rushmore. Alright, and there's no further articles for the week. You agree you're not sharing. Alright, are we good? So here's the big article for the week. Alright, so they're getting down to the home stretch in that one. That one's ready. And those are 2 articles we care about, and we don't need to print politics. So let's look, because this is the only one that needs to be altered. So we look here, I gotta take this section out, or I'll fail the governor's thing. That's kind of a bummer, because I'm losing a bronze and a silver tag, but let's get that out of here. So that leaves no politics stuff for the entire paper. So the mayor's thing should be good. You're holding up fine. You're a little backlogged, and you're doing okay. It does suck that this typesetter's way up here. If we got the vacuum tubes, this would be really easy, because then we can put a vacuum tube from up here to down there, and over here to over there. And you'd literally have to just walk back and forth and just send them back and forth through all that. And then the same for up here where we've got our cartographer. Yeah, our cartographer and our illustrator, we could put the vacuum tubes to there, and the vacuum tubes down there and all that. You can move it all around a lot. But unfortunately, the vacuum tubes on the map, I think, are over here. Yeah, they're way over here. So we're nowhere near it. It'd take me longer to reach that than to basically finish beating the Jersey Beacon. Alright. Is the map the same time each playthrough? No, it is the same every time. But it's one of those things that, like, depending on what you're working on, it's very unlikely you will take the same path through and unlock the same things. I'm sure if you went and you started trying to min-max things and everything, you might do that. But I believe of your different factions here, what they ask you to do can be randomized, and what specific news you get has randomization to it, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong in the news articles. So it is one of those things that it's very unlikely you will follow the same patterns. It is possible that you'll probably have some people that'll be like, hey, I really like this thing, and they will try to make a deliberate effort to work towards that thing, which isn't a bad thing. But then, you know, if you don't get articles that give you particularly high influence early on, you'll have to, like, adapt to not having that influence. Or if you get lucky and really early on, you get that 4 influence article and you put it on your headlines, you get 12 influence, that could change the whole thing. So I do feel there's a random enough stuff going on to keep your playthroughs from being the same without having to randomize the map. Because it'd also be very annoying if they randomize the map, because you'd have to go each time figure out what the heck is going on. It'd be like getting a new passive tree in a game like Path of Exile. Alright, so there's probably our main story for the week. We already know the new commerce zone is also going to be a big story. It's got a gold tag, and it doesn't align with that stuff. We've got this story here with a gold tag. Does that tie into other these ones? We can put you here. You got the overlap and entertainment and inspiration. Reasonable. You played through the demo and you're leaning towards getting it? Yeah. No, and it's definitely a thing that there's sometimes that randomization can be your friend in a game, and other times randomization can detract from a game. So I do kind of feel like with a game like this, randomizing what's effectively your skill tree would be a negative. It would just be kind of too much front-loaded trying to figure out what you're doing to make your strategy. Alright, so overall, it looks like it's going to be kind of another crap week when it comes to all this. I don't think we're actually going to get out of moderate, so I think we are going to just face the potential lawsuit, and that's just what's going to happen. I don't have much opportunity to work away from it. Because I would need to get like 3 or 4 to one side or the other. And most of my articles that are any good this week don't have a leaning. So I think it's one we just tank the lawsuit and we hope for the best. So let's go ahead. We can go ahead and put the editorial for the sports there. That does have at least one tie-in. I don't think we have any other cryptograph stuff that's ready. There's no gold tags here. Unveiling. Okay, so we do have an unveiling here for entertainment. That's at least one tie-in. And then with that, we can have you having the silver tag and a tie-in on entertainment. We don't have anything in investigative. We do have 2 other stories that perfectly overlap there. That'll probably go farther than getting just a random silver tag, I think. We can test that theory. Because we can put you here, and you here. And so with that, the thing to compare it against is this one over here that's got a silver tag. Yeah, so we would lose subscribers, so having the pairings does better. Yeah, so this would work better on the other page. So what you can do is go over here, swap the sports story there. And then we gotta decide what I'm shoving on this page. So we don't probably have anything unveiling that's ready. We do have an entertainment inspiration and a finance. Yeah, so I've got 2 bronzers here. Well, actually, oh, that's not ready. That would have been perfect. We got 2 bronzers there. And 2 bronzer here. So we're getting a 2 bronzer, and I think... So if we look at that, that jumps us to 10,020. They put that there, it drops down. That's what I kind of figured. Alright, so this one's kind of a wash on that page. Still, 10,000, so we're doing a little bit better on this one. And we did achieve all objectives. So a little bit better money. And at least each one of these territories we take over does give me more subscribers. Now, for the influence, one thing you can actually do that I haven't been doing is I can hit an entire area a second time. You can do them twice. And when you do it the second time, each one of those categories you hit gives you 1 influence. So you can get a lot of influence over there. It's only a couple at a time. Alright. Nice work. You cooled the political fire. It didn't need feeding. Alright, so what's our lawsuit situation? 4 lawsuits. That's going to probably cost me 1,200 bucks. And you can give me a golden sink if I'm moderate leaning informational. And our wages went up again. And that's because people are leveling, and a lot of people are leveling. So Cookie is level 4 on Telegraph, Wishbringer's level 4 on Telegraph, Ichi Tenma's level 4 on News of Society, Conrad is level 4 Entertainment News, and Very Last Lardine is level 4 Editor. This game has so many layers of mechanics. It sure looks like it qualifies as a fairly deep game. Yeah, no, it is. It is one of those games that when you go, it's like, it's not going to be that much. And it ends up being a very deep game. So, Economy Society, Crime Society, Entertainment Society. All right. Don't print politics this week. I mean, that'll actually probably work out fine. I now have 12 influence. And we were looking at no, it was up here. We can get the stock deck. And the stock deck would make a desk that gives me a guaranteed financial story for the week with a, well, not guaranteed, they still have to do the work, but the bronze and the silver on it. Which is a strong consideration. I can get stuff that makes people work more efficiently on illustrations. You have the graphic editing desk. That mostly just gives me 1 extra quality, and we've already got those. I could get another telegraphing station. That is actually a fairly compelling thing at this stage, to try and be a little bit more picky and choosy on my news, so I'm not stuck twiddling my thumbs. We can get a bunch of stuff for that kind of thing. The ad agency is another one where you can start slipping ads in. This honestly wouldn't be the worst choice to get the ad agency. Because of the ad agency, that lets me kind of fill ads in among the stories, which don't get me a bunch of my other objectives, but do get me a bit of cash. They're great for when we get those last couple articles for the week that are just kind of garbage. They do better. I think we're going to get the ads. Now, that said, I'm pretty sure the first week we do this, we won't have any ads available. Alright. We got our last 3 territories. But next... Oh, no, it did give me ads. Okay. Alright, so with that, let's get our ad desk set up. So we'll start here. By here is our sales desk. So you're just gonna take that on. So our person who is going to be our sales rep for the company. So, Bancho, if you've ever wanted to work in sales, there you go. If you didn't want to work in sales, there you go, I guess. Alright, we're at exactly our power limit. I can add nothing more to the building without adding power. Adding power can be pretty costly, so we're probably going to try our best to avoid that. So there's the sales chart. And there's the cash register. Okay. So, we'll get this. So Bancho's gonna jump on that. Eleanor's knitting pieces, turning yarn into treasures. So that ad is worth 250 bucks. Not counting any multipliers or anything else going on. So it's, hi.
Hi. What's it like being the cutest boy ever of all time?
I wouldn't know.
You're cute.
Agree to disagree. Alright, so we bought our paper for the week, so we still got 3,000 bucks. Keeping in mind we got a lawsuit here that's probably going to take me for 1,200 bucks. So let's wait until that lawsuit slaps us to see how bad it's going to be. But with that said, let's go to our objectives for this week. So we need economy and society, I think that said it was. Yep. Crime and society. Entertainment and society. Okay. So no sports, no politics on the initial priorities. All right. Okay, so we've got our map has already shown up, so that's good news. We can have Arc Editor jump on this, instantly unlocking the next stage. We can have our Cartographer jump on this immediately, and then Itchy Tenma can jump on that. So we've got the Bootleg Camp uncovered. Industrial layout shows Syndicate's power. So we've already got the first of our important tags. Unfortunately, with this one, that doesn't help us with our categories at all, because that was the wild card, and that's a wild card. So let's wait just a minute here to see what our other two stories are. Okay. So we'll grab you. Well, actually, let's wait. Go to the other one. Alright. So we'll grab... Mr. Steven can grab this one. Oh, we're not supposed to do politics this week. And this story will be rubbish without the politics, so we'll just go ahead and chuck that in the bin. I'll have RJ jump on that just because. Instantly unlocked the next stage. We'll worry about there. And we'll read the article when it's, like, done. What tinged at me? They're not ready for the next thing, right? Oh, it's tinging because I don't have those other spots filled. Because I don't have someone to fill those spots yet. Where is my last person? Okay. So, we've got our educational one here. And we will be, potentially hitting ourselves with a police fine. So Mr. Steven's going to jump on the first stage of this. Gold fever soars again. Reports of gold have sent thousands of men and women into the mountains of Colorado. Yeah, so Arc Editor will be available in a minute. Let's not put Arc on that one. Now that we don't have to. Where's my last person who's supposed to be working there? I mean, they're probably working their way up, like, the 10 flights of stairs. Alright, so Ichi Tenma can grab the silver tag here. Inferno ravages village. Maybe building wood in this area is a risk. I got you sorted. You're getting sorted there. Okay, so Conrad can jump on that one. And the amazing Meowsy. $500 fine. At least you got 2 quality out of that. At best, mining returns are $3 to $4 a day, but you found a secluded canyon and make a living. Alright, so let's go ahead, because that's another article that needs to be prioritized. Because that's one of our tags for here. There's the other tag. So we've got those 2. So we've got, let's check. Crime and Society, Entertainment and Society. So, Crime and Society, Entertainment and Society. Economy can get dropped. We don't need to focus on it anymore. The big curiosity is the breakthrough, because that could be anywhere. And I believe it does decide at the beginning of the week. Let's see, Toon had super bright blue on her hand, and a spotter shirt. You don't know there's a leaky pen or something on purpose? I mean, nothing that I'm aware of. So you can jump you on that. Annual art exhibition open today. This year's show will include painting from inmates of Clinton Prison and Sing Sing Prison. Yes, we just need to work through these articles as quick as possible to make sure we secure the ones we're taking the next territory. Now, you'll notice where this mentions North America. There is actually... You can get news from Europe if you unlock it in the game. And one of the updates they've got teased is that they will add news for Canada and for Mexico. We are curious, like, maybe how far this is going to go, because I could see them potentially branching out and being like, okay, well, you're going to get news from, like, all over the world. You know, you just need to do stuff to unlock all that. Heard you ting again, and I still don't know what the tinging's about. Alright, so we got the adventure story here. So Arc Editor's going to jump on this immediately. And we're going to have Burning Sun stop what they're doing to jump on that, because this is a higher priority than the court report. Bold bank heist shocks Miami. We've seen that story before. Oh, right, you still have that open. So Conrad can jump on that. And that's going fine. We're just waiting for Conrad to get back. Alright, Ichi Tenma's going to jump on this immediately to start working it. Item found. Crown make an extraordinary discovery at Courtyard. So you're working on that one already. You're working on this one already. Conrad can jump on you. And RJ can jump on this, triggering a spy. There we go. Alright, Key West suspect arrested, so that gets that story locked in. So let's see how we're doing on our total stories. So we can grab you. I rearrange them as I do like every third time I click. So we got the Gold Rush story, we got this story, and then we got the Bank Heist story. So that leaves only Entertainment and Society as the only one we're missing here. So that's fine, because that's what I've got left marked. Those be very expensive extra telegraph operators to run. Yep. Yeah, so you're locked in.
Thank you Fobro64 for subscribing for 1 month.
And thank you, Fobro, for the tier 1 sub. You only get, I mean, you don't get more than one of those. You can use them as one. But thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Just getting a little autopilot in my brain there. But I really do appreciate support. I do hope you have been enjoying the stream and all that good stuff. But I hope you enjoy your advertisement free viewing as well as access to the emotes and all that good stuff. Alright, so we're just waiting for Ichi Tenma, then we're going to jump on this one, and then with that, that is all of the tags. We can unprioritize everything. Because I want Arc Editor to be available for other stories. And Ichi Tenma is, you know, the better person at reporting society. Dude, Ichi Tenma? There you go. Museum will conduct analysis of extraordinary find. Alright, so with that said, we can pop down here and set U as priority, and that means all of the stuff for the week is priority, and they just don't want me to print politics, so I don't have to, like, put any extra conscious effort in there. So you can start working on that. Contrary to the usual custom, there will be no jury or selection on the annual, or on the exhibit opening. Yeah, and Meowsie's taking their sweet time on this article, which is a little bit of a dangerous thing for me to do. But that boost to a 7 quality story for the Gold Fever one is definitely a big win. I just gotta make sure it actually gets across the finish line in time. Where is that story? So that story's this one. Yeah, so it says a day and a half is what it's estimating it'll take for that story to get wrapped. So we should be okay. Oh, the spy. I have not been paying attention. Okay. None of our stuff has been tampered with yet. And that's one of the reasons I don't like the spy, is it's really, really easy to just forget that the spies are coming because they take a while. And then they just, once again, you're building, they could literally go and tamper with every single one of your stories. And if that happens, you just get wrecked. And about the only time they're easy to spot is right when they're walking in the door. After that, it's really hard to pick them out in the store. African-American opera debutante? Katerina Jarborough is the first African-American to perform in the opera in New York Hippodrome as Ada. Those are a lot of words that feel like they had extra letters that I'm not used to seeing. Which, amusingly enough, is, you don't hear it very often, but evitable is an actual, like, evitable is a completely acceptable word in its own, you know, like, inevitable is something that there is no avoiding, no preventing, whatever. Evitable is, like, entirely avoidable, preventable, whatever. But it's just not used in modern language very much. But it used to be used, apparently, a lot more than it is now. Let's go ahead and have you take that one. Bank reopens with insurance stuff. We've seen that article. Was there a spy who just came in? I didn't see one, but we can keep our eyes peeled. Ichi Tenma can grab that piece. U.S. drops gold standard. Congress enacted a resolution nullifying the right for creditors to demand payment in gold. So that's my worker there. That's the worker there for me as well. That's a worker. If there was a spy, they would have gotten up there by now. Yeah, and that's a worker. And just double checking, nothing's tampered with. Nah, so it doesn't look like, because the spies usually come right in the building right away. And they don't tend to dilly-dally, they kind of beeline to wherever they can cause mischief. Amazing Meowsy will jump on that just to be doing something. Executive employee relations successful. Better conditions coming to the factory floor. Better working conditions in my 1930s? That doesn't sound right. Alright, so you're going to be on your way back. Where are these spies? So Conrad can jump on that one. Leaders' debatable agreement. Admirers doubt recent tactics after underperforming event. They'll just have to wait till people get to their desks. Okay, so Mr. Steven can jump on that. So this one we actually do have a risk with the boycott. I'm going to take my chances. Okay, so we lost our ad deal. Flooding the Federal Reserve with gold will increase its power to inflate the money supply. Then we can just drop this here. Crowd cries foul, stray knee, and wrestling tie-up. No, but seriously, where are these two spies? It was two spies, right? Actually, won't tell me, will it? Still nothing tampered with. And it's already Friday night. There's no more stories for the week. So you're gonna wrap that up. You're gonna wrap this up. Yep, so all the stories are lined up for the week. There's the first spy. There's our spy. Okay, so it's just one spy because that just dropped off the screen there. Alright, so we're getting hit by our lawsuit here in one day that we don't have a lawyer, so I literally can do nothing about lawsuits. We just, when they happen, we just go, well. Now the downside is we did have our ad here got canceled, so we're just going to junk it. That was what the boycott did, is it basically... Because we failed the boycott, even if we wanted to publish that ad, it wouldn't pay us anymore. So we just threw it in the garbage, called it a day. And I've got my paper, so we're fine here. And everything's processing along, so we're getting most of our stories done, which is good. Of the remaining stories, there's a couple with silver tags that are getting done. But nothing too big of a deal. The good news is our additional typesetter is actually starting to get leveled up. And our assembler does seem to be able to keep up with the two typesetters for now. So really the bottleneck is just kind of how fast they go through the process. It's not even that a part of the process is backing up. It's from the time the article happens to the point where it can reach the other side. We're not even hitting delays. It's just as fast as they can work. Which a big thing that'll end up helping is some of our people are leveling up. If we can get them more prestige furniture, once a person is considered a senior employee or prestige, they get more and more speed bonus by the more prestige junk you put around them. I have very limited options because a lot of that prestige stuff you actually get from the area map spending influence, and I've had way more important things I wanted to spend influence on. Yeah, so I think that'll be the last thing you get out. Yeah, so you're only missing 3 items didn't get finished, which is fine. Alright, so we have here for the Gold Unveil stories. This is a strong story here. A 7 quality story. We have a Silver Investigative. There's no matchup there. Adventure. We do have an adventure story with a gold and a silver on there, so that'll be good. I'll want to definitely make it slightly more sensational here in a minute. We can add in We have 2 cartography options. What about crime before we go for the cartography angle? So that'd be just crime overlap. Let's also make sure we mark them errors so I can spot if I mess stuff up. We don't have the finance. We do have a society mark. We got the adventure, we got society. What about alarm? Okay, so it looks like we're going to probably line these up on the cartography. So what we'll probably do, there's not a lot of overlap otherwise. There's a cartography one, so that's good. So that's the first page. We ideally want to be 1 to the right, so slightly more sensational. Do we have anything here? Okay, maybe we gotta adjust up. So, what I might do here is grab you off this page. And grab you off this page. And I put you on here with you and you. So lots of maps on that page. Because now it should be a little bit easier to toss something that leans sensational. I do have a sensational sports story we can run. That's kind of it. So crime is all informational. Alarm is all informational. Adventure, we don't have any. Investigative, we don't have any. Breakthrough, we don't have any. Alright. I can probably make this work. So put you back here. Put you back there. Go here. You can take the first spot there. That's someplace I probably don't want you. But we can grab the sports one. Actually, take that back. You go here. There's... Oh, yeah, there's this... There's that one. We got the double overlap here. So not much sports overlap there. So we've got our inspirational story, that's that's society. And we've got this one here. And I would really love to put this in this spot because it gives me more money. Oh, you're an 8 times? Okay, hang on 1 second. You might be rearranging the paper. I forgot we had an 8 times. Okay, so you're 8 times, but you are gold and silver and 2 bronze. Okay, so this one has a bronze one, so it's actually worth more money there. But you'll want to be here. But the thing is, I just don't realistically have a way I can drag that down without moving you someplace else. Let's grab you and drop you here. Which is going to pay me a lot less for that same one. But it does have the tie-in from the cartography and all that. Okay. But that means I don't have crap for tie-in on that front page. Man, everything I have here is informational. Alright. Oh, that one's still not done. I keep grabbing it, and it's still not done, which doesn't help me. So we just shove you there. That's fine. Oh, it'd suck to take that out of that spot. We'll put the things we're going to put on this back page, and then we're going to see how we're going to prioritize it. So we got the silver tags here. That's probably where we're going to get the most out of that. Yeah, so if I grab you, that gives me 2 overlapping tags. And you give me 2 overlapping tags. We're not missing on a gold tag, right? Oh, I have to have you. That is what it is. It's not as good money, but otherwise I'd fail that. Alright. So we're at 9,500. So we switch those out. That doesn't help anything. Literally all those are informational. Let's grab you off of there. All of the education ones are informational. Okay. I just need a neutral story. It doesn't even need to be sensational. It just needs to not be informational. But like it's all informational. Okay, so we're gonna grab you, and we're gonna swap you here. So that doesn't actually help me that much. So I think it's okay we go informational on this one, as long as we're not competing with that person. So let's grab you again. So it gets us 9,500. That's not actually that good. But if I go more informational, unless I go all in on the informational, then we're going to be kind of out of luck. So we check in our other cartography one, so that's not informational. How would I... So I could make this the front page, and that would jump us up 2 informational. No, 1 informational. So I go 1 more informational, 2 more informational. So I would be able to make that happen if I swap this story. I don't think I need that story specifically. So let's grab one of our sports stories that's informational. Or I don't have one of those. Let's grab an editorial, maybe? Of course I don't have one. If I were to do this, that would still not achieve my goal, I don't think. Oh, that's not the finished one. I keep grabbing that same one again and again. We do have this one for influence, but I don't think that's that important. Where are you? Yeah, so we'll get our golden stink for the prestige. We're definitely not getting the sales I want, but we will lock out the thing. We will get our 2 influence. We will get a fancy sync. We're gonna go ahead and run with it. This has kind of been what we've been doing that's been hurting us, is just again and again, like, we're making lots of progress, but we're just not making money stuff. Alright. So we have 11,000 in the bank. We got 5,000 more subscribers. We've got influence. We took the district. We've got 2 more influence. Nice work. You cooled the political fire. Didn't need feeding. Okay. So I made an informational paper. We got a golden sink. Alright, so next week, we can get a random item. We already have that in the bank, or a random item. Let's see. Okay, so we will get a sports advertisement this coming week. And salaries have continued to climb. And Chrome Wolf is slightly better at making maps. And we're down to just 2 territories left before the beacon is defeated. Which I actually think there's like one last thing you have to do after each one. So we've got, this is going to be an excellent week. Guaranteeing ourselves potentially 3 gold and 3 silver is a really good week. So you want society the most, and don't print economy. You want to print at least 1 evidence. You want to give me 1 evidence. And you're going to give me 4 things. Publisher, this is Mr. Curry, powerful friend. He's the boss of Tammany Hill Hall. How do you do? I heard great things about your newspaper. We could use some good press right now. That's right. You know, gentlemen, sometimes, when I shave, I get to thinking, maybe leave the thinking to us, Jim. Enough damage has been done. I'll get you with everyone in a second with the raid. Just give me 2 seconds. Driven with improper illegal considerations, they say, but I merely serve the public. Quiet. You don't want to openly talk about those things, James, especially in front of the hounding media. We need to find out who's investigating Mayor Walker, cozy up with the chief of police. We need to make that a priority. Great plan, Curry. We can provide them with some evidence. Give the police a public win and take the target off my back. All right, sorry. It's just that would keep going as we go. All right, but thank you so much, Sui, for the raid. I really do appreciate that. Playing some Product Zombie. For those who don't know, Sui, another fantastic member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team, the stream team that I am on, plays a whole range of games. And also thank you for the host over on the YouTube side as well. But we play a lot of similar games and all that stuff, and all that good things. But for everyone popping in here, we're doing some News Tower tonight, which is we're running a 1930 newspaper agency. It is a tycoon game that has way more depth than any game is responsible having of this genre. Did I already accept that? Give me that. Alright. So, like, you see this map here. That's, like, what they... There's, like, tons and tons and tons of layers to this game. So you have, like, the layout of your paper matters. You have different types of news that are out there. You have different skills to go and investigate. You have to worry about, like, you know, going and, you know, getting your telegram to then send out the reporter to get the news, to bring it back, to then have the editor get it edited, to then take it over to the person to typeset it, to then go and take it to the assembly thing, to then take it over to your printing press. And it sounds like a lot, but the game does introduce it little by little, and you don't actually have to do all of the different things for all of the different things. So you can keep a simple, like, fast turnaround paper, you can do all that sort of stuff. It's got a lot of character to it, it's a lot of fun. Now, I hate to take a 2-second break really fast after a raid, but I have got to use the toilet, and I was waiting to finish the week to do that, which is exactly when you raided. So I'm going to take a quick 2 seconds to step over, grab myself a replacement drink, because I just ran mine out, and use the restroom, and I'll be right back. And then we're going to immediately jump back in to continue with some News Tower. We're actually getting pretty close to getting... The game doesn't have, like, roll the credits like you've won the game and there's nothing else, but they do have endings in the sense when you accomplish certain things, it'll show you a leaderboard, and that's an ending. But you can keep going and just getting the next thing. So I'm going to quickly use the restroom, I'll be back in just a minute, and we're going to go in. We're probably down to our last 2 or 3 weeks, because these are the last 2 pieces... Well, actually, I'm sorry, I think there's, like, 1 more week after. Those are the last 2 pieces of territory that my opposition has, and then I think we have, like, a finale week I have to do to actually, like, take them out. So with that said, thank you so much for tuning in. I'll be right back, and thank you again. Okay, and I am back. Sorry about that. It wasn't for the fact that I've been, like, waiting to use the restroom. I would have held off after the raid. But, like, I had to go. Alright, so this week we're taking this territory down here. It looked like a good territory. We're gonna get lots of gold and all that articles. And the only thing we've got is I need to print an evidence article, which works out because I need to do an evidence article. So we're gonna go ahead and pop over here. and get things going. So this is the screen you're actually looking at most of the time is your tower. As you can see, we are in May 1933, so we are in the 30s. So with the start of every week, I'm going to buy 3 stacks of the most amount of paper. We are playing on the hard mode, which is what got us to revisit, is the hard mode is a bit sweatier. So as we've been pushing out progression, we've actually been struggling a bit on the money. We were doing a lot better when I was just hammering the money. But at this point, I'm just trying to, like, push out, take over territory and all that. Which is hurting us a little bit. Alright, so we're going to get a band show going here to work on getting the ad for Milton Courts Sportswear. Winning is the only thing you'll do. I like winning. And we unlocked a fancy sink. So we're going to go to our bathrooms. And we're going to get rid of those crappy normal sinks. We're going to put our gold sinks in here. Because we unlocked that the last week. Oh, I only get one of those. Hang on. Alright. I didn't catch the fact that that was we only get one of those fancy sinks. Is that really where we want? Alright, hang on. So, we're gonna put the fancy sink up by the reporters. I think it's more important that they get the fancy stuff than the other way around. Okay, so let's take a look at what we've got coming up. So, for our articles, we have, I need an educational piece that's a scoop. So that'll be under economy and society. We have investigative, which is crime and society. We have review, which is sports and entertainment. Evidence can be anywhere, scandal can be anywhere, and bombshells can be anywhere. So the only thing we don't have a priority on is political news right now. Yeah, new showers sink. But yeah, it's kind of one of those things that you unlock the prestige stuff, and the idea is you slowly decorate your building with prestige stuff, because as your people become senior staff members, that is, they hit level 5 in a skill, you don't get the full advantage of that unless they got lots of fancy decorations around them. Alright, so we're going to not jump on that one. That's why. Okay, so this is a scoop. So me and my opposition are trying to reach this scandal first. We are just going to have to tank this lawsuit. So let's see what happens. And you suck. So that's going to cost me about $2,400 when that lawsuit kind of gets done. So Starlet's secret exposed, hidden marriage revealed. Alright, so there's nothing more for me to do until RJ Light finishes that thing. Alright, so I got lots of people who can do an economy story right now. And I've got spare people who can do political stories and all that. So let's go ahead and have Mr. Steven jump on this one. With deadly drought, farmers request ministrations. Extreme dry spell leaves rural Nashville helpless. And a lot of these articles are based off real articles as to when they happen. So you'll see like different, like, you know, this legislation passes, that got vetoed. You know, the talkie, like the first talk show comes up. You know, ice cream being, you know, made publicly available. Alright, so in this case, this is a rough one. So bootleggers caught at the dock. So the first one aligns with the mayor's agenda. We're going to have Ark jump on this, which is going to immediately make the next section available. Now the catch is, I don't want Burning Sun to take the next section. Burning Sun has immunity against the mob, but not injury. Meanwhile, RJ Light has immunity against injury. So if we just are a little patient, RJ can take that thing, and then Burning Sun can take that one, and no problems happen. Police undercover, bootlegging network. So let's double check this. So that is, our investigative is clear, and our evidence is ready. So at that point we have crime, society, and economy are the only tags we care about. So entertainment can be taken off the list. And it's just letting me know the next part's ready, but we don't want Burning Sun to do that section. Yep, no, we had Al Capone having, like, being pursued for tax evasion, you know, sentencing, and a whole bunch of stuff like that. We're gonna sit on that one for right now. RJ, buddy, I need you to get back. Okay, meanwhile, Conrad can jump on this story. Product is dwindling. Depots empty. Right. 1 second. Did Conrad already go out? Cancel. That's not yours. That's Itchy's now. Itchy Tenmon's gonna take that one. Because Conrad is going to jump on this angle of the story. And it looks like we're gonna get 2 spies this week. I hate it. Controversy boosting Clara's fame. So now we need to watch for spies. Okay, so RJ could take this. And RJ did not trigger the instant getting the next section, but that's okay. Police captain, enormous operation. We got the entertainment story. That's fine. That can just sit for right now. Alright, meanwhile, that's got stuff we care about. That's got stuff we care about, so we're going to tell them to prioritize working on those stories above all else. You met 2 guys at the pub. They were really talkative. So what we're watching for is we're going to have people who walk nearby the building over this way, behind these boxes. Those are spies. They'll go in and they'll start destroying, well, they'll start messing with your news reports and making them compromised or not worth as much. It can be pretty devastating if you just let them run around and they just get free. Also, you should still keep an eye on these. Some of those are actually pretty good. Yeah, so you're almost done with that one. Then Burningston can jump on the last piece. Century of Progress. World's Fair opens in Chicago. World's Fair is open in Chicago, commemorating an era of technological advancement. It celebrates a century of progress. We must report on the views of the future, don't you think? Yes. No. No, that's not happening. I don't have the bandwidth to do that. Alright, so now Burning Sun can jump on the last piece, preventing the Mafia thing from happening. Cool. Reported ties of the Reggio family. Alright, so with that, we can go here, and that's going to be our evidence tag and our investigative tag. We've got our scandal. And our scandal is waiting on RJ Light to be back to take on the last segment of it. That'll be RJ Light pulling up now. I would love to do the World's Fair, but it's under the entertainment category, and I only have 2 entertainment reporters, and they're both busy. So there you go. All right. So we can go to that. Okay, that's the other one. We just have entertainment, sports, economy, and society. So crime doesn't need to be on the list anymore. And you can make the map for it. Impacted area growing. And we got a crime story here. Ark can immediately get that to jump forward. And then no one else is available right now. Miami's local crime remains cunning. So just gotta wait till people become available. How is our machine doing so far as papers? Yeah, so you got enough papers there to deal with everything. We got our pile of lawsuits in front of the building. Which we're choosing to ignore because they don't have a lawyer. Okay. This has been a very, very different run from our last one. Our last run, we had a lawyer. like we were doing all that. Okay, so our first spy is right there. That is our first spy, right? I'm not... Okay. And so all you gotta do is I'll watch him walk up the stairs. He'll get to about here, and it'll stop him. Okay, we're just gonna pause for a moment because we got stories up here. Alright. So we've got you sorted. Oh. Okay, so Mr. Steven jumps on that. So Bean works, expands, co-op, order signed. This last story is biased as a negative. Okay. So that'll give us the education tag. So we only have the entertainment and sports as the only tags we got left we care about. Wait, what? Oh, we had entertainment unchecked. Okay, that's fine. Meanwhile, we can have Arc jump on this, and then Icomac can do the illustration. So Miami's local crime, judge, the facts don't lie. Okay, and you're all set up. You're all set up. You... we're just gonna have to keep on top of. And that one I'm just letting rot. I just don't have the capacity to deal with it. In a normal run, I could have a bunch of spare reporters just on standby. Alright, so there's our spy. Get out of the building. And something tinged at me. Okay, so let's, we need, so that's already prioritized. That's already prioritized. There's our second spy right there. And that'll be good, because then I don't have to sit here and babysit watching for him. Okay, that's my actual reporter. And there's the spy. Okay. So Conrad can jump on that spot, and that gives me the informational. Harvest Crew's excited. So I can go down here and prioritize that. Because what we're trying to do is get all 6 of these locked in. And then once we have those locked in, anything else we could do on top of that's good, but not necessary. Okay, looks like we got our last thing here, which is the review. So you jump there. There's a chance it jumped me ahead. Relief drama opens on WPA stage. Play depicts relief lines. Alright, so with that we have no prioritization left. Because the only one left is Bombshell, and Bombshell could fall into literally anywhere. We could take you, and for this one, I'll have the Amazing Meowsy jump on that. They take extra long to do reports, but they give them higher quality. Major League Baseball All-Star Game Morale Booster, to be held in July. Okay, so you're locked in. You're waiting for the next segment. You're waiting for the next segment. You're waiting for the next segment. That's unfortunate. Because we are already in Thursday and we have not seen the Bombshell. Because we have to get it reported this week for it to count. The idea is I'm racing my competitor to do the big stories. Alright, so you're ready for the last section. We'll put Mr. Steven on that one. Oh, I should have caught the headline. Breakthrough brine recipe leads plans. Alright, so with that... And by having an editor go it, they can remove the biasness of the report. Okay, we got our entertainment one done. As soon as one of the two of them gets in, preferably Conrite, we will have them take this one, and that'll be another one of our stuff done here. And then it's just a matter of waiting for the bombshell to show up, and hopefully we'll have enough time to actually get it done. Alright. Second act urge, shorter dialogue praised. Okay, so there you are. So yes, the only thing we're missing is the bombshell. So Anandar can jump on that. First 9 players to be picked by fans. Come on. I've got like 2.5 days. I need the story now. I think we're gonna miss the bombshell. We're just running out of time. Unless it's a 1-section story. I don't think we can pull off more than like a 2-section story and have any chance. Okay, we're gonna ignore that for a minute. I just want to see what comes up with these 3 stories. Because the odds are pretty high the bombshell will be in here. Come on. Telegraph faster. Nope. There. Okay, we might be able to make this work. Arc can instantly unlock that one. And you will do your best, Mr. Steven. It says 1 day... Okay, no spy. 1 day, 4 hours. You are not going to edit that story. Just get me that story as fast as you can. I don't think we have enough time left on it. We're going to only prioritize the bombshell part of the story. Just... We'll see. I don't think we're going to get it done in time. Alright, so in the meantime... sure. Get you Tenma, you can jump on that. We will edit those. Bill passed in secret. Centers passed Bill in the early morning. Oh, we got our societal one. RJ can jump on this. School shocked by blast. Chemistry lab explosion. Orange smoke fills Boo quad. Okay. And Amazing Mousy can make this story a bit better. Bureau La Guardia elected New York mayor. 99th mayor pledges to reform and progress. I am doubtful. I am very doubtful this will be done in time. We're trying. But that is a big rush job on that one. Considering you're gonna get it done just in time to get it in the building for Sunday. And by the end of Sunday I have to have it out and it still has to be typeset and assembled. We did tell them to not bother editing it so we can skip that, and if it's just crap quality, it's crap quality. And then if we miss it, it means I just do another week in this spot, just going for the bombshell. Alright, do I want to gamble with this? It is a gold and a silver tag. No lawsuit. Postdoc steals patent, burns evidence. Cool. And that's kind of a meh one. I guess Arc Editor will just knock it out because he's the only one available. Or they're the only one available. Senator is suspended for a questionable bill. And you're about to be done, so then Mr. Steven can jump on this one. Because in this point, they're either going to get the story done or they're not. This is just basically collecting mostly stories for next week's. Come on, Mr. Steven. Get to your desk. James J. Walker forced to resign after corruption scandal. Alright, so we got Chicago news. Burning Sun can jump on the first piece. John Dillinger paroled after serving 8.5-year sentence. There's only 3 stories left. How close are we going to get here? That's the one that matters. And it's going to be like 8 hours short. Because even if I hand drag that between the benches at this point to cut the line, yeah, it's still 8 hours. Womp womp. I'm not paying the bribe. American folk hero returns. Yep, so we missed the bombshell, unfortunately, which is a big bummer. It's right there, and it just didn't get across the finish line. We got way too late in the day or the week. All right, so our big stories here. I have a lot, and I mean a lot of gold tags this week, which is a good thing to have. So let's grab you, because that satisfies those two. It's a mayoral story, so mayor will like it. This one also has evidence on it, so the mayor will like that as well. That one, how close did you get? You're not even done at all, so never mind. So illustrations, we don't have any of those handy. Investigative, there's none of those handy. Alarm. We got some economy alarm ones. That's actually a pretty good article there. And those aren't as good. So if we land right in the middle, we get something I don't really care about right now. Let's go for the alarm angle, because this one's got some pretty good tags on it. We want to stay in moderate, ideally. So that front page is pretty good. That's already 7,000 bucks in its own right. So let's see. I actually don't have that many things to work with here. So you're probably my next thing. Do I have any sensational ones? Ah, here we go. Well, the sensational story about the controversy around the actress with the secret marriage. Let's see if there's any more scandals to go with. I don't have any of those. Any famous ones we had to go with? Nope. Gossip. Not worth printing. Unveiling. Okay, so we can drop you in for the unveiling tie here. And we could put in a stale article, potentially, that might cover that. Let's see if we got better, though. Not really. That'll be stale, but it'll be 2 tie-ins, so it's probably still worth doing. Alright, so we're still missing this tag here, so we have an entertainment tag we gotta drop in there. That's not a particularly good article. We'll leave it there for right now. We could drop in our advertisement just because. And you're happy with the stuff there. Let's see here. So we don't really have much to work with. We're probably just putting the sports report right there with the ad here to get a little extra money out of it. Otherwise, the rest of those articles are all pretty much hot garbage. These ones are okay. Like, this one's okay, but there's no tie-in. So I'm not going to get to take advantage. But on the plus side, that's almost $12,000. And we did get the mayor's thing done, but we did fall short on the bombshell for this one, which is honestly pretty crap. Alright. So we set a new sales record. And we got everything but the bombshell. So we still got ourselves 5,000 more subscribers. Alright. Chief of Police is now available. That's how you make friends. Just got a call from the Chief of Police. You should stop by his office, publisher. You really should. Alright, so at this point, the mob hates us so much they will never be able to come around. We don't care. We were moderate because it pays more. So we don't have anything we care about this next week other than not overlapping with them. So we are going to get a economy ad this coming week. Okay, so Mr. Steven became a senior because of maxing out politics. Sniper Spice became a senior employee for maxing out transportation. Itchy Tenma got better at economy. Pagey Cakes got better at hauling stuff. Earthrush Stoney got better at typesetting. And Sir DG got better at carrying boxes. Alright, so that's the big bummer. We're down to the last two territories, and you managed to scrape by with the bombshell evading me. So the only one we have that we can work with right now is you. Don't print any negative tags or leave anything available. Have at least one revealing story. And you want sensational news, which is not happening. Daisy, darling, why don't you just stay a little while longer? Jimmy, my dear, you know I have to go to rehearsal. I see you when I see you. Au revoir, darling. Publisher, what are you doing here? I just, He was just admiring my dear friend's talent. Forgot I own this place, Walker. Lady Wellworth, always a pleasure. I see you've been you also started working with our budding publisher. Oh, Walker, quit the chit-chat. There's a judge taking bribes, a banker rewriting zoning, and a museum chair laundering grants through the auction houses. What should I do about it? It's out of my hands. Besides, they're no friends of mine. Then why not do the right thing? Reveal them for what they are. Fraudulent minds. Maybe you'll even come out of the woodwork with a little more flattering. Flattering, you say? Consider it done. I could use a good, clean article on me. That's interesting. So this is the mayor and the high society. So I'm not actually getting a bonus with the mayor. It's actually helping high society. But yeah, so we need to do one revealing article. I cannot leave any spots empty, which I never will if I can help it. And no negative tags. That one's a little trickier. But we'll take it, because ideally I want to do all those things. I do have 8 influence to unlock things. Which I have no idea what I'd want to unlock anyways. There's lots of things to unlock, but not for 8. Actually, I take that back. There's our paper discount. Because we go through enough paper, that's going to save me a bunch of money. So we'll do that. Alright, so we've got our ad to run. So keep on that, Bancho. Gold Harbor weathering the storm together. Rigging rumors. So that is the unveiling story on the opening. We have no prioritization on any of this. Alright. So we're gonna have some headaches with this one. So this is the revealing story they want. And you're already locked in. So we'll have Conroy jump on the first part of that. 2 spies, I hate it. Rigging rumors shake baseball. Pitcher linked to betting ring. So you're gonna work on that. In the meantime, we'll have Itchy Tenma jump on one of these, and RJ Light jump on the other. No protesters. Ancestral displacement. Farm expansions threaten Native American communities. Alright, so unfortunately that does mean the entire week until we get these 2 spies, we're just going to have to be on the lookout for spies. Which I'm not super thrilled about. Oh, there's one of the spies right now, right at the get-go. I appreciate that. Alright, there's a 2400 from the lawsuit. And I almost forgot 1, 2, 3 things of paper to keep our paper topped off. Looks like our food's also getting low, so we'll chuck a little bit of food in there. So I'll grab the spy, but we mostly care about the bombshell. Now, one of the problems with the bombshell can show up as a photography thing. I don't have photography. Okay, first spy is sorted. Alright, so what do we got here? So in this case, we can have Anandar jump on that, because Anandar prevents lawsuits. League probes allegations. Okay. And you got that sorted, so Mr. Steven can jump on the end there. This land is not a commodity. We have sacred bonds, says Chief Dakota. Alright, that'll be an interesting one to deal with. I'll go into that in just a second. Right, so we need a revealing story. We actually have multiple revealing stories in the pipeline. That'll get done regardless. Okay, so we can knock you out fast. So Ark can jump on that, instantly unlocking the next part, and Icomac can work on the illustration, so that's good there. Restricting organization shows influence, defect inevitability. Alright, so you're both on your way back still. That one's already getting locked in. You're already locked in. You're already locked in. Okay. So just this entertainment story, which is a good story. It's got a lot of gold and silver tags to go with it. There's the second spy right there. So the good news is both spies came at the very beginning of the week, so I don't have to spend the whole week looking for them. Did I not order food too? Oh, there it is. Come on, we'll get rid of the spy and then we'll get back to doing with that. The spies are honestly the thing that there's an achievement for finishing the game without pausing, ever. And the achievement's related to that. Oh, this is one I have to bribe if we want it. 70 bucks isn't too bad for a bribe. Conrad could jump on the other side here. Roscoe Arbuckle found dead. Arbuckle allegedly caused of the death of Virginia Rapp by a ruptured bladder back in 1921. Okay, so we can get... One second, before we do this, there's the bombshell, so I'm glad we hesitated. Okay. So, Itchy Tenma is going to jump on this side, actually. It's a photography one. Boo. I can't do it. I don't have a photographer. Baseball challenge champion leads double life. Baseball champion donated to charity. That sucks. The big train is coming to Cleveland. Walter Johnson takes over as Cleveland Indians manager. Generally regarded as the greatest pitchers in baseball history, this is a very big deal and we need to report on it. Send some reporters to Cleveland. This must be a home run. Okay, so you are going to be back in time. So let's get everyone on this. And then Conrad will be back in time to grab the last section. We'll worry about that later. So you can do this. And I'll read those articles once we're not in the middle of a dozen things happening at the same time. Yeah, so this week is going to be a money week. Unfortunately, well, yeah, unfortunately we won't be able to take the district. We will make them happy. Come on, Conrad, I need you to get back here to get the scoop on the big story. Yeah, it kind of feels like if they're gonna, because there's some of these that locks behind, it's like, oh no, you can't take that district yet, you don't have cartography. It feels like the bombshell one, if it's going to be that way, it needs to tell you like, hey, you can't do this unless you have photography, because it is an RNG thing, but it sucks when it happens. Leaving Washington Senators after 4 seasons, his gentle nature was legendary. He will be missed. Alright, so let's start getting these ones. So this is a compromised story that is a bombshell. I am down to take that. It is not the bombshell we need. And so you can take these. Corruption in New York. Museum launders money through auctions. Okay, so we have all these just hovering out here. I'm so salty about this. This is the second time this stream that this has happened where we've had a bombshell story. Not in the same place, though. The other one we did get the bombshell story the next time around. But the fact the first one we got it too late to do, and this one I just straight up can't do it. It's a very feels bad man kind of thing. Alright, so not much to say with this. We want to save Arc Editor in case we can skip ahead on a story. Well, I guess Arc Editor is the only one available, so we'll just have you take it. Can't you hire a photographer? No. You have to unlock photographer, and that's the other side of the map. Poachers caught a trout stream. Nets set before light in remote area. So yeah, so we look at the map here. To get photographer, that's there. The Photo Academy way over here, so I don't have access to it. I gotta go through these territories to get to it. That's the reasons why I'm kind of salty that that's ending up working that way. It definitely feels like if it's a possibility you could be locked out of being able to do something in that moment, it should just be like, hey, you can't do that right now. Alright, so Amazing Meowsy can take that one. Amateur wins men's golf championship. Johnny Goodman outlasts Ralph Goldal by a single stroke. Sports is the topic for the week. And it can happen. It's not the only case it can happen, and it isn't super often, but it does suck a whole lot when it does happen. Because it's like you're putting the effort in going, oh, you know, this wasn't possible at the start. The scandal irreparably damaged Arbuckle's reputation, even though he was found not guilty. Alright. So we're just churning through articles as fast as we can get them. That is a garbage article is what that is. 1 bronze. Get it out of here. Fine. It's also 1 bronze. Freezing temperatures. State record minus 35 degrees Fahrenheit. There's only 5 articles left for the week, so it's like, okay. It's just a week of a bunch of 1. Film actress died. Annabelle Ethel Norman died. Imagine being a famous film star and you're considered such minor news that it's only worth a single bronze. Yeah, so no negative tags. I don't think that's... Oh, that's the one. So they gave me the one article that's actually got some good stuff in it, but it's locked with compromising, so we have a negative tag that I can't remove. So if I want that extra gold tag, I gotta bring the negative with it. So it's choosing between hers and a bit of extra money. We'll see how it actually turns out in the long run. It also depends on if I successfully finish editing it and getting it all done. Come on. You're taking too long. So we got another entertainment story there. We got a sports story here. Just knock it out. Dog steals Finnish cheers. As Coxswain loses cap, farm dog dives in. So Arctic can take this one. Fleeting social norms and media. Excessive makeup, smoking, casual sex. Where does it end? I know. Imagine the media these days. My pearls. Troy election sparks unrest. Mayor faces corruption allegations amid heated campaign. Obscure and elitist, America needs to shed dirt of EU influence in painting, says Benton. Alright, so that's all the stories for the week, and we're only halfway through Friday. So there's a lot of time for people to catch up. Yeah, let's see if you can knock that one out. I'm curious with the editing if they can remove the compromise tag. Because that's what I don't remember. I believe it'll actually tell me on the map. Oh, wrong desk. If we go here, removes all pre-production negative tags. I thought someone actually gave me the list. But I'm guessing compromised is not considered pre-production. Which means I gotta choose. If I get rid of that, I lose bombshell, which is a gold tag. But if I keep it, that's a negative tag that'll fail the faction thing. Which, granted, it's only to influence and a little bit of stuff there, which isn't likely to matter too much for us in this particular week, but you never know. Yeah, so you're starting to build up a backlog. Do I have anything with prestige at all I can give you? We already have the Christmas tree, and literally if I had anything with power, a single thing with more power, we start having problems. So it's been one of the things that's been a paralysis for expansion, is I would need to add a floor, and then a chunk of that floor would immediately need to become a coal generator. Okay, so Saturday's starting to wrap up. Yeah, so you got that story done. Unfortunately, it did keep the compromise tag. So like I said, if we do decide to roll that story, unless it's big money difference, it might be worth doing it. I might also just roll the story and just say to heck with high society, you know, because it's 2 influence. We don't have exactly a lot of spare money. It might be worth just not making them happy for a week and, you know, kind of banking. Pretty wifey.
You ate half a sausage.
I'll get there.
You did eat it, right?
I did.
Okay, yeah, that's what I said. You ate half a sausage.
Yeah, I was just saying I'll get there so far as, like, finishing my dinner.
Oh, yeah.
I love you.
I love you more.
Yeah.
I'm going to bed, you guys.
Okay, you sleep well.
You sleep well. Handsome.
Oh, I can't do that. That's definitely not in the cards. All right. I didn't notice that we had one more gold quality here. It's fine. It's too late now. Okay, so let's see what we got on our queue. So, unfortunately, we did get screwed in some of this. So we can grab this sports story. It's got a gold. It's got a bunch of stuff. And I'm going to immediately take that back and say, no, there's our front story. 2 gold, 2 silver, 2 bronze. That is a good story. We got a bombshell here. That'll be pretty good. Yeah, it's going to be hard to compare how that would do with and without the bombshell. Let's check the revealing stories. Okay. We got a rigging story here. We got another story here. We'll probably put this one here so it doesn't influence us to be even more sensational. But yeah, so that's going to cause us to have the negative tag, because like I said, I couldn't get rid of it. We can put you here, because that's a scandal that's got a bunch of tags to it, including a silver and all that. We actually don't have a whole lot of stories to work with in this one. Okay. So, educational ones. That's not great. Evidence. Do we have more evidence stories? We don't. Investigative. Not really. That'll work. Alright, so that'll be a relatively good one. We haven't touched the back page, and we're already at over 10,000, so... We do have a negative tag. Oh, is it just literally that's the only one considered a negative tag there? Interesting. Problem is, I can't test to see how that performs with and without the negative tag without removing it. Once it's removed, it's gone. And thank you, Asterio, for the 175 stream streak. I do appreciate it. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream and all good stuff. Alright, so you got some sports stuff here. So, we don't got a lot of good stuff left. We can put you here, which gives me the sports and statistics. And then this is a sports and gossip one. That is fresh. Okay, so the late does count as a negative tag. Yeah, I think we're just going to eat the fact that they're going to be disappointed in me running a running that article. But I think that's fine. So I could put you here, and you'd pay 12.84. I could put you here, and you can do 12.85. I can put you here, and you're 12.82 because you're a negative tagger. It looks like we're running the ad. It's a shame that baseball ad wasn't ready, because that'd be in the right category. All right, so 12.85. So yeah, so we're gonna fail both of the objectives for the week, unfortunately, but we will get money, which is something. I'm imagining another floor of my building's like 12,500 bucks. All right, new record sales. All right. So we're gonna end up about 10,000. Yep, but she's gonna be mad at me that I didn't do her thing. Now everyone's burned, yourself included. Next time, darling, don't trade elegance for noise. Hey, man. Don't ask me to do things that hurt my bottom line. Alright, so no matter what, next week is going to be bad. I just get to choose whether it's mob, protest, lawsuit, or splitting sales. And we are going to get a sports and a society ad. Okay, so that was much worse than I thought it was going to be because Luxray just became a senior staff member. RJ just became a senior staff member. Mohan Rai is now level 4 in Societal News. Carrie Ashley is a level 4 editor. Amazing Meowsy is a level 3 sports reporter. And Conrad's a level 1 sports reporter. So we did get 2 more senior staff members, which does demand a premium. But Jimmy, aren't you worried that people will find out? To hell with it. Let them find out. Just not yet. Oh, Jimmy. I can't be mad at you. Ah, publisher. They say that beauty is in the eye of the beholder, but Miss Daisy Gooch transcends that rule. They're saying it might be a bit of an affair going on, but we can't let that story come out. It'll ruin my reputation. I need you to crush these rumors. Just a little bit of censorship ain't hurting anybody. Can I trust you to do that? No, you can't. So I would need to avoid printing dirt, gossip, and I need to print 2 instances of censorship. We're probably not doing that, by the way. Because most likely that'll be something that's going to cost me money. So we didn't get enough influence to do anything. So we're just going to have to retry again to get the bombshell. So we've got our ads. So this is a pretty good ad. Why are you tired? Literally you work at the beginning of the week and you sit at your desk with nothing else to do the rest of the week. And you're complaining here about being tired. Like you pick up, you work hard on Monday, which is fair. And then, like, once Monday or Tuesday are by... Come on, bombshell. Alright, no bombshell this time. You suck, Mayor. Okay. So... there would be the first instance of censorship if I don't find anything out. Night carriage leaves mayoral residence. Record sealed for privacy concerns. That's fine. That's fine. We can have you jump on the entertainment news. Golden Girls shows promise. Lucia Ball and the Golden Girls shows promise Eddie Can's Roman scandals. Alright, so we'll have Itchy Tenma jump on this one. Go for the silver on that. Tiresome appointment, Senator Conference. And then Amazing Meowsy could jump on that. Senator wins conference, triumph for unpopular politician. Yeah, so this one we don't want to do the dirt side. Also, did any of these have a dirt or... because it's dirt or gossip I'm not supposed to do. My assumption of what'll happen here is we'll have 2 or 3 political ones where I can choose to censor or gossip. And so, like, this one gives me a much better tag on the silver side and a bronze tag, and I'm giving that up for a negative tag, which is going to really undermine the value of that. Most likely I won't end up actually following through with that, but we'll see. Because most likely that's going to cost me a lot of money. Alright, and you need to jump on this. Why are you still upset? Bancho, what's the deal, man? You've not been at your desk for a while. Alright, so Conrad will take this one, because we can't do that. Her chorus performance is considered outstanding, and that she's looking at a bright future. Okay, so you're still finishing that thing. Because we need to get these through quickly for that bombshell. Anyone but Arc Editor we want on this, because we want to save Arc Editor for jumping stuff ahead, potentially. Appointment assistants need help. Okay, so we're not doing the other angle of this one as much as it pains me. I could have them work on it so I can make that choice at the end, but I want to clear stuff off our roster as fast as possible. Okay, so those are all under work. Are you back at your desk? Okay, so you're back at your desk. Can we do the ad now? What is your problem? Why are you upset? You're hungry. Well, eat something. Like, I've got 4 things that give you food. Just eat something. Because the reason I'm holding off... Okay, so you're happy now. The reason I was holding off, if I have them work on it while they're, like, upset or whatever, they'll just get a worse result. Okay. So... RJ's gonna jump on that, and I'm gonna lose on a gold revealing one. Starlit arrives late to premiere. Daisy Goo turns heads. So I'm missing out on a gold and a silver and a bronze for the mayor. Which is certainly gonna hurt my sales. What are you giving me for all this? Just 2 influence. Now, granted, if you get them far enough, you get some really solid unlocks. Alright, let's wait a second to see what the other 2 that come up real fast are. Comments deemed unconfirmed. Please, for the love of me, get the telegraphs here. Alright, so you can work on that, amazing Meowsy. The pirates introduced themselves, founded by Arthur J. Rooney. We can go here and just jump these ahead. So that instantly unlocks that, and we're gonna have Burning Sun just jump on that. Bowling ball murder, judge orders striking punishment. A dumb tish. Because we want to get those stories done, but we need to get our important story for the week here soon, because I'm really salty if 3 weeks in a row we don't get to hit it. Itchy Tenma can just knock that out real fast. Funding Russian children next Tuesday. 3 is a fundraising refugee children. Boo boo, fire that man for the bowling headline. I know, right? Alright. So it pains me to let that gold one go away, but we're gonna do the mayor's thing, so at least something is making progress. Come on. Give me the bombshell. Because we definitely have more time to get it done. There, the bombshell. Don't be a photo. Cool, we could do this one. Alright, so Mr. Steven's going to jump on that immediately. Nearicon Textile Code enacted. The policy went into effect, reducing the 54-hour work week to a 40 hours with no cut and pay for mill workers. There you go, chat. It is in 1933, according to the game, that happened. I wouldn't doubt that that is around when it happened either. We'll have someone else deal with that. But yeah, so the 40-hour work week was a product of the 30s. Before that, there wasn't really a hard limit on that stuff. I'll pay the bribe, maybe. $70 is reasonable. Alright. Star stops at depot. Private train halts for tour. Alright. You suck. You suck. You suck. Take the money. And we got a lawsuit, so it's gonna cost me more. But that is the one we needed. We got plenty of time to get that done for the week. The only thing that could ruin that is if we accidentally piss off the mob. Urshel kidnapping. Memphis gangster Machine Gun Kelly and bank robber Albert Bates kidnap Oklahoma oil man named Charles Urshel and demand $200,000 in ransom. Alright. You know what? We could do that. Get on it. $200,000 ransom asked. And then Mr. Steven can jump on this angle. Alright, so Nearicon Textile is the one story we care about. This story is the one that needs to happen. Everything else is just a nice thing. And we should have plenty of time to knock that out. You can jump on that. Political puzzle, mayor's aim to make practical politics serve civic purpose not wholly understood. Okay, and you're still waiting on stuff here. We can't prevent the lawsuit. I think in this case we pass. Because the lawsuits are getting us hurt. And the good news, we also didn't get hit with spies this week. But that'll take over this territory, and then we'll have one more territory to take. There we go. So crime is the hot topic of the week. Then we wait for Ark. Ark can instantly take us to there, and boom, and boom. High school weather balloon launch. Board lands 240 miles away. So that one will give us a spy, potentially. We do want to actually do that. But I'm going to wait. So you're locked in. You're locked in. Oh, are you still working on it? Come on, man. Get that done. Yeah, so you got 1 hour remaining there. So you can jump in, get this done, and then we'll have RJ and Burning Sun take the other 2 sides of that. And we'll risk the spy. I don't want to deal with the spy. But I mean, it is a gold and a silver and 3 bronze, so it's not a terrible story, especially on a week where I'm giving up multiple good stories because the mayor is a whiny person who's like, I'm gonna lose my election because I'm having an extramarital affair with a famous actress. Because my existence is scandal. Okay. Just waiting in RJ. Two spies. Alright. Triple murder shocks city. Gang leader caught. Now we got a political story here with censorship. That's fine. Jump on it. I've already got 2 censorships. Let me double check that. Do I already have 2 censorship stories done, or are they just in the pipeline? So you're gonna be done in time. We're good there. You need... Oh wait, you're not the one I need. Don't I have 2 other censorship stories we already set aside? Oh no, I edited them. I edited out the censorship. Alright, so we're not doing the mayor's thing, and I'm not getting the prize. I accidentally edited out the censorship because it's a negative tag. And I got both spies coming together as a pair. Bold strategy, dressing exactly alike and walking in at the exact same time. Okay, they take turns. I feel pretty dumb about that one. 3X policy men ends lives. Estranged retired sergeants shoot themselves. Cool. There's nothing more for me to deal with on that one or that one. All right, so we've just utterly scuffed the mayor's thing. So spy. No one expects the spy twins. I guess. The good news is it looks like this part, which is the more important part, is going to be done well in advance. Alright, well, we botched the mayor's thing. That's fine. We actually cared more about this, and we're going to probably get New Brunswick here. Because that's this story. It's got 7 hours on the part that's left, and I've got a full day and a quarter. So most likely we're going to get all of it done, which is good news. You're already carrying it down. Nothing more for me to do there. And you're already putting on the assembly table, so we should be locked in. Yeah, that's pretty funny. That the mayor was like, hey, there's this whole scandal going on. I need you to just cover that up for me. I'll owe you a solid. Or like, no problem. But because we have such, bang-on solid editors, we sent our compromised stories where we were hiding what happened there. It's like, hang on a second, this is all censored. We need to fix that. Let's make sure we put those incriminating details back in here. Clearly the news reporter just slipped up on this one. The downside though is I don't get that silver, bronze, and gold tag that we removed as part of that back. So they just became crap articles is what they did. That's fine. I've actually got enough stories here. It's whatever. I just instinctively always want the editors to edit everything, because they either make the article better by removing the negative stuff, or they go and they increase the quality. So it's very rare I want to not do that and I forget it. Oh, I missed stuff, so... You could have had kids working in factories 10 to 16 a day, like some countries did historically. I mean, we did some pretty awful things in that time frame as well. That was kind of a whole big thing around that era, is redefining like what we consider. Okay, so we did have particle. The article didn't make it. That's okay. We're gonna take out that piece. We got the part that mattered. That's the things. We got the part that mattered. That's the part that gets us the district. So the fact that we got slightly less valuable is a bummer, but we're fine. Now the downside is this article this week, or this newspaper this week, is going to be hot garbage. Okay, so we can grab you. And we can move you back a page. I'd love for this to be moderate. I don't think that's happening, though, with our options. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is gonna be our first, like, properly sensational newspaper. Alright. Now, downside... Well, that puts us up for a lawsuit. Okay, so we're going to need to rearrange. So we're not putting that there. And we could try to get one informational piece in here somewhere. Let's see. So we don't have any economy stories left at all. We don't have another bombshell, I'm pretty sure. So there's no tie-ins for this one at all. Yeah, no, like, in the 30s we had child labor. There was no limit on the work hours, really. Like, there was a lot of bad stuff. Okay, so we could put you here. We got lots of crime news here. So I can grab you. That'll give us a little bit more money. That puts us back into moderate, which is the important part for what we want. Alright, what can I do with the rest of this? Yeah, because this one would have had a gold thing on it. We got rid of that. So I've got a political piece here. So we do have an ad we can run there. Do I have any good societal stories? That's not a bad one. It's not a good one, but it's not bad. Yep. Hey, Warren, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that stuff. I am just making my brain slowly melt, trying to figure out a way to make this week's news not suck. But I hope you had yourself a good stream. Can we get a shout out for Warren, by the way? Oh, I need to load more paper in here. Playing some RimWorld. Absolutely fantastic content creator. Plays RimWorld among other games. Definitely good times over there if you're looking for life on the Rim. Does like a lot of, you know, maximum difficulty, sweaty, no pause, that kind of thing. Alright, so we got some more paper loaded in the machine. But definitely good times. So thank you again so much for that raid, and welcome in, Raiders. So we're playing some News Tower today. We are playing on the brand new hard difficulty, and we're actually getting pretty close to getting one of the endings to the game. It doesn't have endings like other games where it's like, aha, rolled credits, you did the thing. The endings in this game is either 5 or 10 years that you manage to keep your thing open. And then defeating your rivals. Either of your rivals will also give you an ending where you more get a leaderboard than credits. But it doesn't be like, oh, the story's over. But right now, the mayor paid, or was going to pay us to censor our news because they're having an affair. And so we went through with the censorship, and then we passed it off to our editor, who then removed the censorship because it was considered a negative thing to do. And so now I don't have the censored stories, and instead I just don't have good stories. So that kind of sucks, but it's a little too late to do anything about it. Hardcore newspaper is a hardback newspaper? Yeah. And this, for the record, this game takes place in the 1930s, and it actually does have like a lot of actual things that happen in that time frame in the news in the game. We get one overlap. So we're still getting almost $10,000, considering the scuffness of what I've got. Does this help more? No. I was wondering if that with the ad was going to be better, or the tie-in was better. Alright, so we got our newspaper, so we're not going to get a particularly good week this week. We're just desperately trying to make it work. So we got the 3 tie-ins here with the fame. We've got the 2 crime here, and this one's just shoved in here because I need that story specifically. So it's just not synergized with anything. Actually, you're worth more. No, that's right. If I go this way, it pushes me into this area, which then puts me at risk of a lawsuit. Yep, it's a crap week. That's what this is. It's a crap week. It's fine. But yeah, so, basically we're censoring stuff for the mayor for, political agenda reasons. And our editor did their job like we asked them to, and de-censored them, which screwed us out of that agenda. So the mayor's gonna be unhappy with us, but that's fine. The big thing is we took over New Brunswick from our competitor, so this is ours, and all that. So yeah, so we upset the mayor, that's fine. This blows back at me, you'll be yesterday's newsprint, pal. Don't care. Alright, we are gonna face a protest, or not. We won the roll there. Editor's being honest and telling the truth, who would have thunk? It's the 1930s. I mean, actually, there's lots of propaganda in the 1930s. Okay, so we will get an ad in entertainment this week. So we made about $10,000, and our salary is about $7,000. And then Bot Betty became a senior staff member, is getting really good at cleaning, and Sounder Fan is slightly better at doing the telegraph. Alright. And this is the very last territory my competitor owns, so we're selecting that regardless of anything else going on. The mayor doesn't want to talk to us, the mafia hates our guts. So, print economy the most. You know, a funny thing, Failure, in high society, it's never truth that burns your reputation, it's the timing. You missed the moment last time, darling. The city moved on, the cause did not. But I'm willing to try again. If you are. A predominant donor of Metropolitan Museum is funding a pro-censorship bills quietly, behind locked doors. I need you to follow the money, darling, but do it elegantly. Print what matters, not what's easy. And please don't fail the story on me this time. Alright, so you want me to print economy news the most, and you want me to print at least one high society piece. I don't know if we're actually going to do it, but it's that or making a super sensational paper, and we're just not set up for that. We do have 11 influence to spend now. So that does make me... Right, we were working on the university. So I can get the stock index, which will lock one of my people into doing exclusively finance stuff, but also give me an extra thing. I don't think we have room for any of that stuff. That's the entertainment stuff. Canteen kitchen, dear God, you're expensive. Converts food into meals at the cost of coal. I can do none of those things. We can make our cartographers slightly better. I don't think we worry about that. And I think we got our ad agency stuff all squared away. Alright, so I got 11 influence in my pocket that I could spend on things. It's a matter of where I want to put them is the question. I can make it so... Oh, that helps with our sales? Or our salespeople. I don't think I care too much about our regular staff stuff. We could obtain another telegraphing station, but I don't know where I'd put it, and I don't have enough money to get a whole extra floor and do anything with it. Like, that's kind of the decision paralysis we've got going on right now. Oh, is it just one of those things is, oh, right, make our paper cheaper. Alright, so we just made our paper cheaper. That is a completely reasonable spend on that. Because paper is one of our main expenses each week. Alright, so let's go here, and to give you that example is I'm immediately going to spend 1, 2, 3. So I got about 7,000 in the bank. If we want to add another floor to the building, it's 15,000. So I was going to guess 12,500. I'd be wrong. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and get our salesperson making our advertisement. So Spotlight, come visit the new theater in Manhattan. Alright, so this week, to lock in a rifle, so exclusive can be anywhere. Reviews can be under entertainment or sports. So we're going to tell them entertainment and sports. We want more of that. Educational can be under economy and society. So economy and society. That's entertainment and society, which we've already got, and economy and society. Okay, so we've got the places that those stories can show up. And she wants economy stories, and there'll be a story for high society. I'm not super worried about that. Our primary goal right now is take over this last territory so we can confront our rival and put them out of business. Because everyone knows newspaper is PvP. Oh, actually, in the future, I have plenty of room for another telegraph. I'm still thinking where we were down here where we were cramped in. Because we got about enough room for one more workstation up here. Okay. So we've got this one. So that's got 2 of the tags we're looking for. So we can have Mr. Steven jump on the first one. Leader sees the light, sales still affected, but level. So that'll be our economy society and our economy and society there. Yeah, so that means we still need entertainment and society. Oh, we can go over here, take economy off the list. There is literally no crime news past that one. That was the only crime for the entire week in the country. You're welcome. Where was sports under? So sports is under review. Alright, now before we grab it, that's why I waited. Okay, and that's these 2. Oh, that's the other 3. So RJ has the chance of instantly giving me access to the next section. We're going to hope that they win. 25% chance. Didn't get it, that's fine. We've seen this article a bunch of times. The Widow's Hand, a chill cinema, that's fine. Alright. So the point is, we got 1, 2... 3, 4, and 5. Literally, that is all of our stuff for the week. Already locked in. So we can go ahead and take out all those pins. And economy is a new thing. Alright, so we can just go ahead and knock stuff out. So we'll go ahead for this one. Itchy Tenma can jump on that stuff. So Gassy Stock Exchange, a tear gas attack for the trading floor sent hundreds of brokers scattering and forced the suspension of trade. We have Chicago has some news. So I have Conrad jump on the sports and victory angle. Amazing Meowsy gives us a bonus on quality, but works twice as slow as everyone else. But we'll go ahead and put them on that. Gene Sarazan wins PGA Championship. Days after rival Tommy Armour described himself as washed up with no future. And we won't be able to get the gold photography thing. I don't have photography. So you're working through your stuff. You're working through your stuff. Alright, so the moment that goes up, we just got to work through all these. But it is good that the very first set of articles for the week had all 5 of our different things. We just got to beat our rival to getting those done, which shouldn't be a problem. Because your entertainment news and your economy news... Did I get it? Or did you get it? I think she got to it first. No, I'm not sure, because that flipped really fast. So I'm a little confused by that and concerned. It says it's in the thing there, so we grab that one. I think we're fine. Leader sees lights. Depot's filling again, so I got that. And then this is the next priority. In this particular case, we're waiting for RJ. I'm going to put him here, and if we're lucky, RJ will trigger to open that up, the 25% chance. Yeah, we should be good. And it did trigger. No spies this time, so we don't need to pay the bribe. And so Conrad can jump on it, and we've got that one secured. Alright. So with that, we still got to get over there. Yeah. Well, that was the thing. Like, it flipped faster than I expected it was all. Alright, so this is now our priority story, because that's got 3 of the different tags we need for the week. Oh, wait. Am I missing a tag? I am missing one. Oh, no, it's right there. Meanwhile, there's nothing more for us here because I can't do photography. We got the crime report. Burning Sun counters Mafia, so that we don't have to deal with the mob getting involved. The gas bombs are apparently been tossed into the ventilation. And you're about to finish that, and then we can have Ichi Tenma grab the last little bit. Alright, so we got them all secured. Assembly churns when public demand grows. So we're going to go to this one down here. That's the other one. Prioritize those articles. Okay, so you got a political one where I can choose to go with 1 economy piece, or I can go with that. Now, she wants me to make more economy than anything else. Counter argument, this is worth way more than that piece. So Arc Editor instantly gives me access to the next thing, so we're going to go ahead and grab that. And then Icomac is going to start the illustration. Important crew shows influence, collision inevitable. And then with this, we can have Amazing Meowsy going on that one, boosting the quality to 5. This is going to cost companies thousands of dollars, says Stockbroker. I don't care, actually. So you're locked in. You're locked in. You're locked in. So now I just got to wait for those to go. And out of the last 10 articles, we've got primarily... There's only 3 categories left. Which is good, because if economy remains to be one of those ones that we got a lot of left, that is what the High Society wants. I haven't seen anything the High Society wants me to print specifically. But if we do, we will jump on that, because I haven't seen their stuff. Because for those unfamiliar with the game, is you've got 2 rivals you're dealing with, but there's also 4 factions, and you're allowed to align yourself with 2 of them. They basically have 2 pairs that are antagonistic towards each other. So you have, like, if you go with the High Society, the military doesn't like you. If you go with the Mafia, the government doesn't like you. So you can choose, you know, to combine those whichever way you want. Alright. So you will be able to counter the lawsuit, so I think we will proceed. So Mr. Stephen, jump on that. A pool for the president. Swimming is the only sport of which Roosevelt can indulge. And let's see. So you want me to do this bombshell report. Unfortunately, to do this, I am just going to have to tank the lawsuit, which it's, you know, whatever, a 1 in 3 chance we get a lawsuit against us. I can't do anything to prevent it, so we just roll the dice. Okay, so 4 lawsuits. That's probably going to cost me $1,200. Museum donor wants to censor. Metropolitan Museum funds pro-censorship bills. Okay, so what happens is when that one finishes, this is the one that the High Society wants, is they want me to basically give the full report on what's happening with that. Which I'll probably do that because it's got a gold tag on it and everything, so it's actually a good story for me. Ichitenma can just jump on that. Chemical plant accused. Dumping toxic waste into waterways. Right, and I can't do anything to prevent this lawsuit. We say no to that article. Alright, so with this one, we just want someone to report on it. It's going to be one of these two. There you go, Mr. Steven. Deals behind closed doors. So yeah, that gives me a gold tag bombshell. We took a lawsuit for it, so we want to make sure we get our money out of it. So we can have Arc Eder unlock the other 2 stages for me. Yep, so there's my last lawsuit from last week, costing me $1,400. You can jump on this one. Forest fire seeded by wind. Resources stretched too thin. We need extra federal funding, says the mayor. And Ichitenma, we can get them on the other side here. Because anytime we have more than 5 quality, or 5 stat, we boost the quality by 1. And if we go up to 10, it's even better. You got a society one here. So this can trigger protest. I'm pretty okay with protest. That's fine. So Arc Editor isn't particularly needed on anything else right now. Yeah, so put Arc Editor on this one. Arc Editor has a special ability I like to save. But when I got no one else available to do the work, you know, that's fine. Because protests I don't care about that much. Alright, 6 protesters showing up. Public outrage demands investigation. And why are you protesting me? I'm the one reporting that the bad thing happened. That's imagine you have like your local chemical plant dumps a bunch of stuff in the news and ABC reports about it, and a bunch of people roll up to ABC to be like, you need to investigate this. It's like, why are you not over there? Friendly fire. Unexpected exploration in the homestead. Neighbors fear the worst. Conrad can jump on this. Actor John Wayne gets married. American Western actor John Wayne marries his first wife, Josephine Saines. It was a great PR by the chem company. I know, right? That they managed to like swing it that you're the bad guy for reporting it. Baseball idol says he'll quit. Is Babe Ruth serious? Spoiler, no. Because Babe Ruth knew he was getting absolutely screwed on what he was worth, and was like, you're in a contract, you can't leave your contract. It's like, alright, stick it in your eye, I'll quit. And they back down. Alright, so we can just lift you up and move you past the protesters. Bassett is working real hard to get them out of there. Marries his first wife, knowing he'll divorce shortly. I think that was like a common way of rephrasing 2 things in Hollywood back then. Not even like that implication, just that you would say marries first wife. CCC boys plant trees, shelter belt rows begin. Which is probably made that way because of all like the scandals around that. So it's already Saturday, so we don't want to have Amazing Meowsy do it because they take long to do stuff. Crude is qualified for ballast. Coxswain dumps sandbag. Ooh, do I want to pay a bribe for 1 silver? I'm willing to go, let's say 100 ducks. 100 bucks is my limit. I overpaid. Hang on. Oh, you're already locked in, never mind. Field day shows soil care. Agents lead demonstration. Alright, so that's all the news for the week. Let's make sure everything's locked in. So you're good. We got all 5 of them all locked in there, so we're solid there. What about you? Bump you up in the priority. Let's see if we can't. Yeah, you'll get done in time. Alright, so it looks like we'll be able to get both the agenda done for the High Society, as well as unlocking the last territory. And so with that, our rival will be down to the last thing. And I want to say, if I remember correctly from the last time when we did the other rival, the last playthrough, I believe we'll have like one more like major hoorah against them, where they will just dump spies on us while we have to try and beat them at whatever. So it ends up being a rough week of watching your door very carefully while trying to do all your other stuff. How goes the paper? Yeah, you got plenty of paper between there and down there. But yeah, there's an achievement for this game that I actually kind of don't like. It's a don't pause achievement, and it's just one of those things that, like, yes, it adds a challenge to it, but it really kind of changes the way the game is enjoyed and experienced. Like, there's very much kind of a thing of, like, figuring things out and going along and coming up with strategy, and then just... With the don't pause, it's like, okay, I just need cheap people, so that way all the inefficiencies I can just ignore, and you just put out crap papers one after the other, because you're just taking whatever you can get. Alright, so we did get the High Society one sorted, so that's good news. It honestly looks like we're going to get all the articles worth mentioning out of here. But yeah, so like playing the 10 years without being allowed to pause is kind of pretty upsetting. Because it's also one of those things, it means when you go to play, it's like, oh, you want to use the restroom, well, it's too bad. And honestly, it is one of those things that you can hit escape. This doesn't count as pausing, as far as the achievement's concerned, which is better than nothing, but it is just one of those things that you're just frantically running around. Are all the weeks the same possible news between games? I believe the news changes, that there is certain news that always happens at the same time because they follow what history does. So like, where it goes, you know, Taft resigns from Supreme Court, that always happens on the same week in the game, because that's when it happened in real life. But as far as a lot of the ones where it's like, you know, Choir wins award, there's a bunch of those like fake filler articles. Those randomly happen. Alright, so we got some good pieces in here. The only thing we don't want to do is we don't want to land on this guy. If we can stay moderate, that'd be the ideal. So I can grab you. You are a really good article. We don't have another exclusive. We do have 2 other edited ones. They're not particularly good, though. Inspirational, that's not done yet. Gruesome. Ah, you'll do for a gruesome. So that's a good one there. What about statements? Nothing good there. Tragic. Crime. And entertainment. That's probably not our best thing, but we can put the ad on the front there. And you want economy the most. Alright, so let's go here. And we could adjust that as we get there. Alright, so you've got a gold tag, so I'm willing to put you on that spot. The chemical plant explosion is a relatively good article. And you got this one here. So let's shift this around. You're going to get moved up here. And you're going to be here. And the reason I'm doing that is because that brings us back into moderate. This would be worth more if I flip it that way. No, actually, it's worth less because of the sensational versus moderate. Alright, do we have any more gold tags to work with? No. So we're down to silvers. We do have the government one with an illustration. I don't think we have any other illustrations available. That's fine. I do have a triple whammy of politics with unrest. I do have that combination 3 times over. That could technically be worth something. I don't want to go this route because we will take the negatives from it. But that would pay me a decent amount. Let's see if we can... Oh, we can angle this better. Let's take this off of here and this off of here. So I see if we look at this, let's go back to the politics and go to victory. I do have the angle where we could do the politics victory, and then we can go for this combination here. So something like this. And that gives me $11,000. We might be able to do better. Like this one, the problem is when you do old news, these negative tags, they do stack and cause more penalty. So this one might actually be better. It's not, in case anyone wanted to know. But it was worth checking. Okay, so I think that's what we got. So we're in the moderate, so we get all our bonuses. We've satisfied the objectives here. We've satisfied the objectives here. It's a relatively decent, not amazing news week. We might be able to put something better in this spot on the front, though. So I don't have any other crime news. That was literally the only crime news for the week. We don't have better entertainment news. I honestly just don't have much to work with there is the problem. And I could go over here and put this here. I don't think that'll be an uptick. No, it's definitely a down step. So I think we're just running kind of a crap ad there. Does this perform better the other way around? No, it makes literally no difference whatsoever. Fair. This might perform better than that. Slightly. We get like an extra 40 bucks. That's going to be the best that is. All right, so we're getting almost, not quite, 12,000 bucks. So that's a good paper. We've got enough paper loaded. We got all our agenda stuff met. Let's print. And that should be the last territory for my rival taken over. At which point, like I said, I believe there's kind of like a big finale where they're like, oh yeah, well you can't shut me down. And then, you know, they send like a bunch of spies at you, and I can't remember what you have to accomplish while they're doing that. But there's something you have to accomplish while they're actively trying to sabotage you. Alright, so I've taken that territory. Alright, take your bow, but don't forget who taught this town how to gasp. I don't even know who you are, lady. I'm just taking over your territory. With the brush stroke of brilliance, elegant and inclusive, you can tread a fine line, darling. Don't get any paint on your shoes. I wish this didn't auto-advance, because the number of times I've missed the dialogue. Alright, so what do we got next week? So next week, if we land in the middle, we get the prestige thing that is a bird cage. If we go full-on informative, we get a painting. And if we go full-on sensational, we get the fireplace. Honestly, the birdcage is probably the least annoying one to deal with. Double down. Double the time, double the money. That's kind of fun. Alright. And we will be able to have an economy ad. And our wages are up to 7,000. Slowly making this harder and harder on me. RJ Light is now a senior reporter, able to max out society. Conrad is now a senior reporter, max on entertainment. Very last, Lardine is our senior editor. Bassett is now level 2 security. Amazing Mousy is now a level 1 economy reporter. All right. Have you come to dance at the Beacon? How adorable. But let's get one thing straight. No one steals my spotlight. We're an attention war publisher, and I trade in the only currency that counts. Eye-popping images. A single photo says more about your editorial staff on your best day. Maps show scale. Illustrations hit heart. And I've got all three locked up tighter than a newsroom deadline. Think you can print your way past me? I'll drown your office in lawsuits so deep. Your delivery boys will need new shoes by Sunday, and the only thing you'll be publishing is legal appeals. Well, F you, lady. Because I don't have lawyers to process lawsuits, so I can't physically do that, nor do I have access to photography, so I can't physically do that. The lawsuit is the courthouse there. And the photography is over there. So a big old go F yourself, lady. Alright, so... Okay. I'm actually gaining money, Lux Ray, but it is a thing where I gain like 10, 12,000 and 7,000 comes back out with salaries. Alright, so we have at least 1 week here to get to the courtroom and another week here to get the photography. Can you get to lawsuit? Yeah, it's right here. I have the influence to physically get the lawyer's desk, so we're gonna save that. I need to get this. This will be an easy one to knock out. That'll be easy peasy lemon squeezy. And then the photographer is gonna cost me another 16 influence. So that kind of sucks. Don't print politics for 2 influence. Print society the most. Don't print economy for 4 influence. Busy, noisy, relentless. Ugh, that sucks. And then sensational news. So dodging politics is easy. Let's see what we would have here. So that's under politics. What about you? That's also under politics. So what about, let's see, are you under economy? Yeah, so no economy here. No economy here. So we can go either way with this. Alright. So I'm going to choose this one. And we're going to choose her thing. Where we print society, but not economy. Alright, so let's start going 1, 2, 3 stacks of paper. Yeah, and that's what we're going, is we're going for the courthouse. Because I will be able to unlock the lawyer right away. And you can go here. We're not actually going to do it, but you'll practice. Because that's considered an economy report. So with this, all I need to do is go sports, sports, politics, and crime. So this is probably not going to be a big money week, because this guarantees I'll see all those tags here, and all of them are bronze tags. So none of them are going to be particularly lucrative. The other thing we're going to run into, so the lawyer's getting this spot. I also need a spot for the photographer, so that's going to be another pain point that we're going to potentially run into. Okay. So what I'm doing is I'm checking to see if we have the Triumph tag in here somewhere. So this is a pretty good one here. We can grab you, and then immediately drop Itchy Tenma on that one. So Orange buys leniency, driver cuts deal, parents get call. In the meantime, did it say no politics? No, it was no economy. Vehicle fires chaos on city streets. It was the other one I didn't take that said no politics, but we didn't take that one. So I can't do the photography one. We will move forward with this, though. Prodigy lights the rings. Fast hands, clean win. Mr. Steven can jump on that. Crooner made tune for candidates. Song debuts downtown starting campaign. Yeah, so this is a week I'm not expecting to be particularly lucrative for us. We'll see, though. What I do need is influence. Because I need 16 influence to get the photography thing. If Ark gets here in time, we can have Ark unlock this, and then someone else unlock the last piece. Alright. Vehicle fire causes chaos in city streets. We need better distribution for traffic in our city, says head of infrastructure. We've got a crime article that is a smoldering sack of garbage. What do you need for the courthouse? We only need 8. I just have to, like, I've literally already got these locked in. Alright. Let's wait till our reporters get to their desk, and then we can untag all those. Okay, so Conrad can take that. Manager takes notice after game grade streak of 8-0. We'll save that one for last because it's hot garbage. Itchy Tenma can jump on this one. Will celebrity endorsement work? And this is a waste of your talent, RJ. Grandfather is jailed. 87-year-old sold for selling whiskey. 87-year-old sold for selling whiskey? I'm sorry. I was pretty sure that you couldn't sell people at this time in history. I'm sure it was meant to be 84-7-year-old. Not sold, but still. But that's interesting. I like that it's different. Like I said, with the other one, instead of being hit with lawsuits, instead what I was hit with is I was hit with just a copious amount of spies. Now the challenge is going to be, I'm going to be dealing with a fresh lawyer who has no working experience, so isn't going to work very fast. And it's going to be very difficult to get it to where they can actually scale up to handle that. Alright, so there's Mr. Steven. We'll need to go down this way. Economic downturn continues. Great Depression retains its grasp on the economy of the people. Set up a room. I need a whole extra floor. There's nowhere to put a room. And another floor is 12,000 bucks. Plus the equipment I need to go there. That's the challenge we're running into, is I need influence and I need money. So we'll unlock the new areas. And then what I might do in the interim is if we need to get more money and influence, we'll just start taking territories I already have. And if I redo them, I can use that for influence. Let's see. Building Program Urge for Nation, 14th Annual Convention of the Associated General Contractors of America. And also, before I forget, let's make sure we go through here and prioritize the ones that are the tags we need. Economic downturn continues. The numbers will show the trend all too clear. No end in sight. And there's my, my last time's lawsuit hitting me. Alright, so let's go in here, because what we need to do is there's a Triumph one. Prioritize that story. And the other one is just crime and sports. I already have crime and sports back here if it comes down to it. So all we cared is that one story that's a Triumph, because I've only seen one of those, that story gets through. Alright, Mr. Steven can jump on that. I don't know if this one's going to be worth the bribe, but we'll see. Launch a great public construction program as a means of restoring business confidence and activity. This one can give influence. We desperately need influence. Irwin Ike H. Hoover found dead. Roosevelt offered the use of the White House for Hoover's funeral, but the Hoover family declined. Yeah, so we're gonna need to get the lawyer set up and working, and then the photographer set up and working. We can check Burning Sun on that one. Hangout monstrous slaughter. Perpetrator detained. Okay. Come on, man. You're like the only gold tag. Please. Please. You're the only gold tag we've had today. Alright. Amazing Meowsy's jumping on that to jump that to a 7 quality story. So that'll be a big story. So we will put that as a priority for the editors and all that. Because I think 7 it might be our new cap. That's the highest we've seen. Alright, that's a crap article. We're just going to knock it out. Circus Giant, 8-foot Illinois boy visits Central Park. Okay. Because we're only on Thursday, we're already down to just 5 articles left, and we're just flying through these. Because as you can see, these earlier areas, they're mostly giving me easy, fast ones that don't pay as much. $320,000 for hospital fund. During Thanksgiving, a lot of money was raised. Okay, so the critical article did get finished, and we're working on that one. It's telling me that you're going to take 3.5 days? But why? That's an abnormally long time. I mean, I guess part of it is because you do take forever. That's kind of your gimmick. RJ can jump on that. Aviator Wiley post severely injured. Winnie Mae, heavily damaged in the crash, take off from airport in Quincy, Illinois. Mr. Steven can jump on that. Investigation to the mayor of New York suspected of blackmail to rig elections. Conrad can jump on this. Racing accident starlets. Safety concerns arise. The racing community reflects the devastating incident. There's only one article left for the week. That's dropped down to 2 days, so we might be able to slip that past the finish line. Because that's the whole gimmick that Meowsy has, is they take twice as long to do the same work, but they boost a lot of quality. Yeah, that's up to 8-star quality, so this thing's going to be just a straight-up money one. But it doesn't help us if it's not done in time. It'll become next week's piece if it's not done this week. Sure, it doesn't really matter who does that. Killed by his own invention, automobile inventor crashes his high-power prototype on wet road. And that's the last story for the week. So now I get to see, can I help this thing get along? Yeah, it's looking like the one that I boosted incredibly high is not going to get done in time. I'm going to try to help it. Because what we can do is our reporter will bring it in, put it on the desk. I can grab it manually and move it over. It doesn't skim much time. Oh, no, it says 24 hours now. I'm still going to nudge it along because that's big money for us. Alright, so we're waiting for the moment for that to finish. Grab it and just chuck it on the other desk. So grab you. Chuck you on that desk, and that's all I could do to help it along. But I do think we'll get it done in time, and like I said, that is a 9 quality. That's the highest quality article we've made so far. So you're working on it now. Yes, it'll be a 9 quality article with a gold tag and a silver tag. And considering what we're looking at for this week, which is mostly hot garbage, I'm hoping that does a lot of carrying for me. If nothing, to help me prevent hemorrhaging a bunch of money. Did I already get the paper order? Yeah, so we're good on paper. Because like I said, we can go and unlock the things where I can get to the photographer and the lawyer, and then I'm going to start going and like just hitting at neighborhoods we've already hit to get the influence from it, to just try and unlock more and more things to help me out, so that we could take on the thing. So the plan for today's stream was to do like half the stream this and then half the stream something else. But then I was like, okay, we should be on task to like finish. This has been a minor setback. Okay, so you're the big one. Go right here. Love to see it. That's already 5,000 something bucks. Let's check. Do we have any pieces that give me influence? Just you, and you're not much. Alright, so we need crime reporting. So let's have a page that's going to be our crime page. Actually, you've got a tie-in on this front page. That'll work great. Because that's a good one. It's got a silver. It's got crime on it. We can also drop you in here for more crime stuff there. Okay. So let's grab the sports stuff. So you're about as good as we're going to get with the sports stuff. But fortunately, if I put that down there, do I have sensational stuff we want to put on this page? Not really. Don't print economy this week. Yeah, it ain't happened, man. Both of my good stories are economy, so you're just going to have to live with the fact that I'm printing economy this week. So I can put you on here. You have anything else with statistics on it? I do. And drop you in here. Alright, so we got a society one. That's probably the best we're going to have here. Alright, so what do we have that doesn't have negative tags? We have politics with fame. Alright, this is a pretty good society story. Let's get that in there. This has 2 tags in common. I think even with our overlap here, yeah, it's not going to be enough to matter anything. We'll lose out on that one. Alright, so you've got 1 tag in common. Probably do better on that one. Yeah, that jumps me over there, which hurts us way more than it helps. I might be able to pop in here. Yeah, that just jumps up our money a bunch. Those 2 articles should stay. We have the 2 that are statistics. And this won't have enough in common to be worth anything. I mean, it's not as bad as I was worried it would be. It's still pretty bad. It still only has the 1... Yeah, that won't help us. That won't help us. I think that's the best we're going to get. So we're not going to do their stuff. We are going to get the district done, though, which is the important piece here. Alright. Okay. So all in all, we got $9,700 in revenue. We didn't do her thing, so I didn't get the influence from that. Which that's kind of a bummer. We did get the bird cage. And I don't care too much on the double down. We got room for 2 ads. Yeah, so we're only going to be making probably like $500 this week profit. By the time you consider me buying the paper. So Pagey Cakes and JD gained a level. But we did unlock where we can get to the courthouse. We can obtain the lawyer desk, which is the minimum we require to be able to do any of the lawsuit stuff. So you want me to not print politics for 2. That's not happening. Print 4 quality stars. Print a minimum number of 4 quality stars to meet this. I'm going to do way more than that. Publisher, I spoke to my friend just... That's fine. We already missed the dialogue. Alright, so you're going to be able to get me some stuff there. So we are going for that district. So that'll give me access to the last thing. So we can get our lawyer. I am going to go ahead and do the lawyer right now because I need the lawyer to start leveling. We also did get the bird cage. I don't really know where I'm going to shove that. They're both maxed, so that should give some prestige to our people handling that down there. Alright, so let's go up here. We've got our lawyer's desk. Now keep in mind, I cannot add a new light. We are maxed out on our power. Okay, we definitely do not want someone with sloth. I am tempted to re-roll this. I'm going to. We're just going to take it. Alright. So we've got a very, very poor quality lawyer. Honestly, with what we're dealing with at the end for the 20, we might be taking on 2 lawyers. This is a bit dangerous. Produces less trash. I actually don't think that's that big a deal. Alright, so we're going to have 2 lawyers, because I'm probably not going to have the time to level them up much. So we're just going to need to overcome problems with quantity as opposed to quality. And we can go here and get the general stuff. We'll put a clock up here and a wreath. That'll make their moods better. I think that's what you're going to get. Paper-wise... 1, 2... Oh, I forgot we heavily discounted the paper. Okay, so we made a couple thousand. Alright. Now we've got our ad stuff. They're both 250 bucks. We'll wait till you're not tired so we don't get crap ads. Okay. So let's get our priorities set. So we've got politics and sports. We've got crime and society. Politics and crime. Crime and society, and anywhere. So no entertainment or economy. So at this point, we no longer worry about dodging lawsuits. Lawsuits are good now, because we need them to level. I mean, they're still bad, but we do need our lawyers to level, and the only way that's happening is if we start having them actually have work to do. Okay. So we've got the unveiling thing here, so I can grab you instantly, so boom, and the illustrator, and secured. Hunger empties classrooms, attendance numbers fall again after a decade of rise. And then you've got the statement, which is also a lie. So let's grab RJ, because... Oh, wait, never mind. It's sports. So we will have Mr. Steven jump on that. Let's see. Carnera versus Chevalier. A Cavalier. Unbeaten ambling Alp to America. Cool. And then with you, we can just have you take that. Unlocking the next section instantly. Farm to barn rooftop chase. Neighbors shouted directions from garden. Alright, so let's see what we actually got situated. So we've got the unveiling, that doesn't change anything. And then we've got the statement. The statement is crime and politics. Crime's there. Politics is there, so we don't get to get rid of any categories. We instantly got the next one. Ichi Tenma will be jumping on that immediately. And this is for the investigative, so that's crime and society. So again, I don't think that gets rid of anything. Because it'd be these 2 are the ones that are left. Politics and sports, crime and society. Yeah, so it's all of them are still there. Yeah, so you're locked in. You're in progress. You're not a priority, but in progress. And you're in progress. And with that one, we can prioritize you, get that done. The good news is I do have some high-value articles that we were working at the end of last week that should help. So we're not worried about that. So every one of them is getting their next stage all lined up at the same time. I just need all of my reporters who all just rush the building at the same time ready. Okay, so let's check these. Okay, so you grab this. Sweet, no spy. And before we commit to the other part of that, you're good here. We don't care about these other ones yet. Alright, so what we're going to do is Itchy Tenma can jump on this one, securing that one for me. Wolves plague farmsteads. Years of drought driving predators closer, says government researcher. And then RJ can jump on that one. I didn't receive any money, says Canero. And then we don't need to worry about that one right now, and you are currently waiting on stuff. So with that, let's go back in here, because we want to prioritize you, and prioritize you. So what am I missing now? So we're only missing these two, which is crime and society, politics, and sports. So we can't get rid of anything yet. We just leave you right the way you are for a moment. Because all these will clear out in a minute, and we'll be good to go. Alright, so it's going to be like end of Tuesday that we clear all that out. We still have 10 more articles. Split between those 4 categories, we've got a bunch there. But we should be able to get that knocked out. And then, like I said, we'll be ending up trying to get influence as fast as we can. And probably the best way for me to do that is literally just go back to districts and just keep repeating the districts. Because you can only do a district twice. You do once to take it and a second time to gain influence, and then there's no value in doing it again. I mean, you do it again just because you have to point at some district. But, like, there's no additional value. Alright, just waiting for these to progress. Okay, we're not too fussed about that one. Because we're watching for these 2 tags. We'll wait. Oh, that's one of the tags we need down here on the government side, so we can grab you to get that done. I'm gonna have you grab this one. And let's wait just a minute on Arc Editor. Meanwhile, I'm feeling pretty good about dropping you on that. Okay, so that leaves me just crime and society as priorities. We could put Conrad on the sports one, because you can't do society. New York Giants win World Series, defeating Washington Senators 4-1. Okay, we got the last one here. Alright, so Arc Editor can trigger that to bounce forward, and Itchy Tenma can wrap it, getting that done. Boy found living in forest. Boy explains, I was raised by these lovely squirrels. Nation asks if boy watched sheep and cried of wolves. Okay, and there's no priorities anymore because that's all of them locked in. You think that's based on a true story? It probably is. It's also one of those things that, you know, is highly suspect kind of thing. When someone talks about it, you're like, well, there's a lot of like folk tale about, you know, kids being praised by animals and all that. But it's a lot of those things that when you try and track it back, a lot of those stories end up being, you know, just that, folk tale. It's always those kind of, you know, urban legends that end up being a whole thing you gotta take with high suspect. Unsportsmanship-like behavior from the senders. How dare. No lawsuit. Weirdly, that was the first time we wanted a lawsuit. I'm not saying that the story is not true, but it's one of those stories I'd be like, okay, but like, genuinely I want to go and look up what the source was, because there's a lot of those stories that get passed on as truth from time to time to time, and you're like, yeah, these were never actually substantiated. Like, someone told someone it was a slow news week and people picked up on it. And, like, we don't actually think it was true, or it's very unlikely to be true, that kind of thing. There are some that are, like, ridiculous stories. Like, they did have that dude who was, who was in Japan just sitting there fighting for years and years and years after World War II ended. Because, like, his last orders were to, like, keep fighting and all that. And just, you know, didn't realize that the war had been over for decades. New City Schools, erected at the cost of approximately $12 million, with seats for more than 12,000 pupils. Neat. But it's for every one of those kind of, like, folk legend, you know, urban legend kind of stories that ends up being true. There's, like, 80 or 90 that end up being not true at all. Old systems. And then there's some that's like, okay, kinda-ish, maybe sort of true, but kind-of-ish, maybe sort of not. 25,000 people, not 12,000? Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so we don't have photography, so that doesn't matter. Babe Ruth's final pitching appearance. Career may not end the way he had hoped. Okay, that didn't trigger the next one going. Gus Winkler machine gunned to death by unknown assailants hidden in the back of a truck. Alright, so I had to go this way because I don't have photography yet. That's actually what we're doing this right now, is to unlock photography. But then it's a matter of, like, getting the influence and money. Which, like I said, influence and money should be just kind of going back to districts I already control and just repeating them. And then we'll probably start with the ones way out to the left, where I was beating up the Bugle, whatever its name was. Police chief involvement in planning St. Valentine's Day massacre was likely. That was the police chief was saying that, not that the police chief was involved. Singer Jimmy Rogers passed away. American country singer Jimmy Rogers passes away at 35 after severe pulmonary hemorrhage. Hey, Dread, how's it going? But yeah, so we're gonna be at a point of, like, literally just money influence. Just get the photography up and running so I could take things. Charter reform defeated. Manager plan loses vote. Okay. And you can jump on that. Sign misread at pump. Rain smear cuts gas. 12.9 showed as 1.29. And that is a hot garbage entertainment article with just one bronze. Hepburn style. Catherine wears pants at fashion event. And no more news this week. Okay. Oh, did we name our lawyers? We didn't name our lawyers, did we? Hold up. Hold up. So, our first lawyer here is going to be... You're already in the place, Lardine, so I'm going to move on to the next person. And that'll be Dread. Will be our first lawyer. Yeah, because Lardine, you already work... I actually don't remember what your job here is. I think you were one of my support staff. Or wait, I think you were an editor. Either way, you do things here. Harry Paulzak, I'm pretty sure you're not here yet. And so there's our lawyers. Something makes me laugh at the idea of having something as serious as dealing with, like, legal exchanges and contracts and all that kind of stuff. And then it's, you know, Harry Paulzak, attorney at law. And don't fret if you didn't get your name in. We are going to have at least one more employee. I do know I'm going to at least need a photographer. I don't know if we're going to have more than that. We might end up needing more than that to support things. We'll see. Because the requirement is that I do a photo, a map, and a graphic, and deal with 20 lawsuits. in the course of a week. Which the lawsuits were the one that scares me. Have we obliterated our competition yet? Not yet. So we have gotten to the point where we're down to just hitting her actual place here. And she wants me, I have to do a gold photo, or I have to do a photo, a map, and a graphic, so I have to get my photo stuff set up. And then while I'm doing that, she's going to hit me with 20 lawsuits. So we had to get lawyers, and we have to get photography online, which unfortunately does mean I need one more floor, which is 12,000. Because I've got nowhere to put my photographers. I'm gonna go buy that in advance. Did I get all this queued up already? So we got you. Yeah, we're good. We're good. All of them are already locked in. That sounds like a lot of work for you. Yes. You just got hired. You're brand new. You've never dealt with a case yet. We are about to be slammed by like a legal blitz from a rival New York media company. Who does law as like one of their main things. I am going to need you to rise above that challenge because our financial well-being and your continued employment probably depends on it. Also, we're in the Great Depression, so you probably really do want your job. No pressure. Okay, so with this, you want me to do quality, like literally we're just gonna go and do this. Alright, so this one has a gold and a silver on it. It's a solid piece. This has a matching gold and such on it, so that's a really good combination stuff here. We probably don't have any more unveiling, do we? Illustrations? No. Investigative? No. Tragic, we have some, but they're all pretty bad. Society... We can put this one here, because that'll bring us back to moderate. Okay. It would be nice to... So what I could do here is you can be here for the influence on that one, and you can be here for the influence modifier on that one. That makes us locked in on the moderate. We are missing our statement, which is sports. Sports will probably be easier to tie in here, maybe? What do we have for sports category? Not a lot. Genuinely not a lot. We'll put you here. Do we have any statements? We got a statement on crime. We can tie you in this way. Cool. Alright, so that brings up the last section. Let's go ahead and see here. We definitely have the education tag a couple of times. Alright, so we can take the education tag here for the court report. That's a stale court report. If we need to, we need to. That would be fine. But we could probably do better. I don't even think I remember to even check the ad. I think I looked at the ad at the very beginning of the week and then didn't double check back at it at any point. Right. So we could do a stale court report. We can also go with you. You're 4 quality, but you're stale. That's going to tie into nothing. Yeah, so it's a question of, is this better? For about 11,000. Is this better? It is slightly, because it has that many bronze tags. And I think that's about the best we're going to get. We are in the moderate, so we get all the bonuses for my illustrations and all that. We have achieved all of our objectives. So not as great of a sales week. But, all things considered, we're doing pretty okay on that. Alright, so it's 16,000. We got 5,000 more subscribers guaranteed. And we got 4 influence from you. Plus another, I think, 8 influence I got from the paper itself. I didn't care about this thing, I don't believe. If I did, it's too late. Yeah, double down. Receive 5,000 bucks. Or an acoustic. Yeah, we want the 5,000. So next week we're going moderate. $5,000 is a windfall. We put so much society in here, we're going to not only get 2 ads, we're going to get like a high quality ad that'll probably be big money. Okay, and Ichi Tenma has now become senior staff at 5 society. Comac is now a 4-level illustrator. Arc-Editor can do society level 3. Amazing Meowsy can do politics at level 2. Alright, so with that, we have unlocked the photography thing, but I 2 influence shy of actually grabbing it. Alright. Don't do politics for 2 influence. Avoid printing scandals and gossip. Print as many unpopular as you can for 1,500 each. Okay. This is an interesting one. Publisher, thank you for coming on such short notice. You know Daisy Goo, of course. She is in a dreadful spot, under the harsh, very harsh light. I can barely leave the theater without someone snapping my heartbreak in flashbulbs. She was kissing a co-star, and now the vultures are circling. Your rivals are printing the most lurid rumor they can twist out of the thin air. I know gossip sells, but at what cost? I'm scared, Matilda. I live in fear in those headlines. I'll pay handsomely for every piece of scandal or gossip you keep out of print, publisher. The truth may not be popular. It won't feed the public's hunger for sensation. But don't worry, Daisy, darling. Once the truth is out there, these spotlights will fade. I mean, there's a possibility that could result in a lot of cash. Worst case, I don't do it. Okay, so with this, I can continue to take over districts that we don't have a lot of competition for, as a way of building up influence. Because if we look here, I will get 1 influence for each of these if I succeed in my first attempt. If I go back through here, we get an extra influence there. So let's go ahead and get Long Island. Because, let me double check, because you just wanted me... Right, you didn't want me to print Scandal. So yeah, so we can go ahead and take over Long Island. Okay, and in 2 influence, we'll be able to get the photographer, and then it's a matter of money. I have already bought my paper for the week. So the $9,000 we have in the bank is mine. I wouldn't happen to have a lawyer option that's good, would we? Nope. That's fine. Alright, so ads. This is what we want. So we got an ad here that's worth some money. Why are you always, like, lower concentration? Do I need to just give you money to make you happy? And why are you never at your desk? You're killing me. Oh, let's go here. So we need crime society, politics, economy, crime entertainment. You just need everything. I understand. Okay. So we can jump you on here. Alright. So the first segment, it doesn't matter who takes it. That'll give me evidence. So Conrad can jump on that. Broadway star found dead. Affair rumors swirl. What do you want me not print? No gossip. No gossip, no scandal. So this one's fair game. For this one, we can We're not going to be able to skip ahead because this one, while it skips ahead, won't be able to do both. So Mr. Steven can take this angle. Inichi Tenma takes that angle. Roosevelt recognizes Soviet Union. 16 years of non-recognition ended after talks in Lingtov, whatever. The place where the thing happened. So we can have Arc Editor jump on this, instantly jumping it ahead. And we will go with the route of the cryptograph, so that you've got something to work on and gain levels. Delta braces for high water. Trouble spots mapped. Can you have your own office? Ha! I would love to give people their own office. It's 12,500 just to build a new floor, not counting the stairs to it or anything else. So we are a struggle with all that stuff. So let's see. I've already got tragic news in the pipeline, so we're already fine there. Those two are already locked in. We can go here. And we did not get instant access to the next area, that's fine. Broadway star found dead. Husband held, questioned. And that's done there. So the Amazing Meowsy is going to jump that quality. William C. Bullitt appointed first U.S. ambassador to Soviet Union. Alright, and that had one of the tags we needed. Alright, don't be expensive, don't be expensive, don't be expensive, don't be expensive. My god, stop, 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 stop. Okay, that's fine. That's actually not as bad as I thought it would be. Alright, so that's going to be Chrome Wolf. As soon as Chrome Wolf is not busy, we'll make another. Up, that was literally you getting not busy right there. Heck yeah. Lose point to husband. Alright, so we can do both angles here, so Mr. Steven and Ichi Tenma can jump on that. Adversary is standoff, handle, or connect. Okay, so this is a scandal. Without that, it's gonna be crap, so we're gonna kill this paper, because again, this week, not supposed to do a scandal. Interestingly enough, we don't have any choices for unpopular here, so we'll just chuck that in the bin. LaGrange elected mayor of New York. The numbers are in, and the Republican La Gardenia won. Let's head to City Hall and welcome our new mayor. No time to waste. Okay. So you'll all be back in time to do this. So you just go ahead and jump on the main article there. Technically is not needed, and they work fine in the newsroom with all the reporters together. Yeah. Yeah, no, if I end up with enough space, I have no problem with giving them all their own space, but with us being on hard mode, I really don't get much free money to deal with a whole lot. Like, later on, if we kept playing this, we could keep going. It's honestly an interesting thing that as our people are leveling up in hard mode, it's kind of getting harder to keep things in a good, positive manner. By 254,000 votes, sweeping the Tammany forces out. Alright, so it wants us to, instead of taking the scandal, which is the better story, to take the unpopular one. Actress denies rumors. Rumors unfounded. And Anandar is dealing with being tired or whatever. So I need an opportunity for statistics. Worst case, we can produce our own statistics with some of the sport editors and all that. Like, that can be a thing that happens. So this one is going to be a priority. Even though, as an article, it's kind of hot garbage. But she is willing to pay me 1,500 bucks. Let's get that as a priority, because that's just a really solid article for money. Definitely don't need one since Taskmaster Rual has sent you on back-to-back since day one. Yes. Speaking of which, could you go look into this one here? Actresses' relations off-screen, asking for respect and privacy. That's another pile of money. Go ahead and grab that. Truth amid gossip. Daisy Goo clears name. Boost the quality on that one. Sit down strike. Food processing plant occupied for 3 days. Alright. But you know, if you would be the top reporter at any newspaper, you would have your office. Maybe things were not like that back then. It's possible. I mean, no, if you were the top reporter, yeah, there's a very likely chance you would have your own office. You know, in a decent-sized operation and all that. It's very likely that is the case, because you would make that demand. Yeah, so there's our statistic opportunity. We're getting pretty late in the week, though, which is a little concerning. So that's a gossip. No gossip this week. It's not... We'll give it a shot. You suck. $850 is not worth it. Okay, so you jump on that con, right? Before we're done, let's go down here, because that one needs to be a priority as well. I'm a little concerned because we're getting into Friday, and I got quite a few things already prioritized. Bank wish for resignation, selfish mayor. No comments yet. Yeah, so it looks like I'm going to be able to, like, make $4,000 or $5,000 off of the unpopular tags. Basically, anywhere I can't fit something that's looking pretty good, I'm going to try and squeeze those in. Because that could end up being a good amount of money. It's also very likely that I could also... taking those would not work out. Part of the thing is... I mean, this is going to be straightly for the cash. Ultimately, if I decide I could just not print those articles. We'll see. They're crap articles outside of that. We can go ahead and have you jump on this. You probably won't be ready in time. 4 big gallops to victory. Prestigious horse racing event crowns new championship. Mr. Steven, textile business up. Factory owners looking at a sunny sky. And one more society and one more political story left for the week. Ooh, unpopular one here. Slum clearance project. This crisis makes for hard political choices. Okay, that's almost certainly not going to be ready in time. But we'll see. It's weird prioritizing such hot garbage articles. Because each of those tags also reduces my total number of sales for the week. We'll see how that's going to play out at the end of the week. And nothing to do here other than just chuck this on. We'll put you on here. Bookhouse Mobile hits the road. Farm family sign up. Alright, that's what we got. Now it's just in the hands of our editors and all that to get what they can done. Let's check on you. Where are you right now in my building? You're there getting edited. And the moment that's done, I'm going to drag you and immediately drop you on our assembler's desk. Because I got just over a day. So we should be in the clear, but there's not a lot of wiggle room. And sometimes you'll get caught by surprise when someone goes on break at a bad time or whatever. Okay, and we just drag that right down to your desk to cut the line. And now we definitely know that's getting done, because that's the one that determines whether or not we get the stuff done for the week. You know what I did? I edited out every single one of the unpopulars. Because I forget to turn off my editors. I was like, where are all my unpopular tags? Oh, right. My editors are good at their job. I need you to be worse at your job for the good of the company. There's the paper for next week. Yeah, it's fine. Most likely taking the $1,500 is going to be more of a loss than a gain. Did I have to print one that had a negative? So I technically don't have to print ones that have the negative, I just don't print the scandals. So I believe we'll be okay, that we'll still get credit. If not, I'm actually not that fussed about it. This is the important one, because this will get me 4 influence, which should give me enough to unlock the photographer. And then it's just money. And I completely forgot to... This is the thing that's been killing me, because Bancho... I keep forgetting that Bancho... Just go ahead and work on it anyways. I keep forgetting to reassign Bancho, because it's like the start of every week, for whatever reason, Bancho is like, I'm upset, I'm tired. It's like, why? You didn't do anything. All week you didn't have a chance to do anything. What are you upset and tired about? When did you have the opportunity to get upset or tired? You've literally been sitting on your desk waiting for work. Alright, so there's the sports one back here. Oh, we also get the extra 5,000 bucks. This is going to be a very good timed 5,000 bucks. So gruesome. Not much. Actually, we could do entertainment and gruesome tie-in. That's not amazing, but it is a double tie-in up here. And we do have the societal side with the cartography. That's something. So this will give us... Before we do that, I could probably tie you in on the back page. So put you here. And you there. And you here. So that gives us a lot of good stuff on our back page. We don't have more stuff for this. Not a lot of good sports tie-in, unfortunately. We can tie in on the politics a little bit. Yeah, most of the rest of this is kind of garbage because we gave up a lot of good stuff with the intent of exploiting the offer we got. And then I edited out the things we were trying to do. Okay. So we don't have anything wrong there. We're still going to make 10,000 something dollars. And again, that's considered we only have 1 gold tag out of all this. I gave up like 3 gold tags trying to do her thing that I could have easily made way more money, but it's what it is. I goofed. It's fine. I think that's the most we're going to get out because we're only missing 2 silver tags, which I can't match. Actually, I can match them up, but this is a politics as a multiplier right now, so it's probably my better choice. We might have a better choice here, maybe. If I go this way... Oh, that'll jump into informational, won't it? Yeah, so it's a big drop. Okay, so that takes us to... 740. Alright, so that one's a bit better. I don't think there's much we can do past that. Have you played with the wide or tight variants? I messed with the tall tower variant off stream a little bit. That one is rough because how much space you just lose to stairs and elevators that every floor you take. That the wide variant early on seems to be a lot easier to tackle, But I'm assuming as time goes on, you don't get as many floors that limit you there. But early game, the tall tower, like the first floor or two, I think, is a normal size, and then it goes to being narrow, and it's just, the moment you hit that, it's like, oh, this is so impossible to use effectively. But that's the challenge. Yeah, I think, no matter how much I stare at it, I don't think we're getting more money out of it. So money is still a problem. Alright. Yeah, so we did get credit. We didn't get any reputation. Ah, finally, some story with teeth and tenderness. You've given some people something to feel. I dare say you found your literary backbone, darling. Alright. And the extra $5,000 dues. Okay, so we need to not be moderate this week. It doesn't matter what we do as long as it's not moderate. And we got lots of politics going on, so we're gonna get some some political ads or whatever. That couldn't come at a better time. So Carrie actually is maxed out as an editor. Chrome Wolf is better at their maps, and Sir DG is better at carrying boxes. All right. Do I have enough influence for the photography? I'm 1 influence short on the photography. So you want no politics. You want hers. Oh, you want me to print early? No, get out of here. You can just go fly a kite. I'll accept that. I don't expect that to happen. She wants me to go full sensational. Alright, so we've got the courthouse. We want influence now. So we can continue going through and just unlocking places for little bits of influence here and there. Which is what I think we do. Just basically take up more and more territory, because as I unlock this, this gives me access to more things whether or not we use it. Oh, yeah, that's the chief of police. We were told that we would want that as well. I just figure we keep going this way. I don't want to deal with spies. Alright. So we'll do that. So 1 more influence will get me that, but more importantly, we have our floor. No, we don't. It's 15,000, not 12,500 like I said it was. The same thing I've done. Now let me guess. So you cancel that, because it doesn't need doing. This one, however, get on it immediately so that we can get that available. Because that's a $750 ad. That is a great ad. Oh, and that's production people? Okay. I'm going to have to not get those right now, because it's going to take me too long to level them. They're great people I should grab if I was going to be playing super duper long term. But it's going to take so long to level up, they're not going to help my stuff right now. So we have politics and economy, crime and economy, entertainment and sports, sports and economy. Okay, and society lands nowhere here. We're about to get hit with an ad, and I need to use the restroom anyway, so I'm going to quickly use the restroom real fast. I'll be right back. But thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back in a minute. Can you put a different name when using exclamation join? I don't have that set up, no. It's a cool idea that I probably should do, but I don't have that set up. All right, we'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. Alright, and we are back. We've got our priorities set on this. So let's get our stories for this week. We just need to get our one more influence, a little teeny tiny bit extra money, and that'll let us open up the floor and get the photography set up. Then we'll need to hire a few people, and I'm very curious if we'll be able to take on the Beagle right away. And the reason I say that is just because of what we got going on. Alright, so we've got a scandal here. That'll work for us on this one. So, no need to rush this, because I don't have the person who can skip by there, so let's have you two tackle that. Reserve Fears Grip City. Officials push quick remedies. And then when that gets up, we'll probably... Yeah, we'll just have to eat the lawsuit, which is fine. My lawyers need work. We can jump on this one. Yeah, because that's got the statistics we need, so Conrad can handle that. Okay. Come on, 25% land. Come on, 25% land. It's fine, whatever. You can jump on that. Okay. Soup Kitchen expansion investigation causes begins. Yes, I've already got these three in the backlog. The scandal we've got appearing, and we've already got the statistics appearing. We've already got our paper we've acquired. We have plenty of food left. Alright, so with that, everyone else... Oh, actually, you're fine. Guess we can toss you on this. It'll take a little while, but we're waiting on other people anyways. Chicago Post crime tally. Merchants press for patrols. With that, we're actually already at a point where I can turn those all off. And you just want a completely sensational paper. Which does mean when we have the opportunity for right-facing arrows, we want the right-facing arrows. Okay, so as soon as someone's available here, we can grab this one, so that we can get someone on the last segment here. We won't be able to prevent that lawsuit, but we do have two lawyers who need practice. And I'm a little concerned about tackling the lawsuits because of how many are piling up. If I fail, it could be extremely costly. About 2.5 million federal taxes need to be collected, says Supreme Court Judge. Alright, and then you can jump on that. 5 lawsuits. Reserve Fears Grip City, local bank caught short. And then you can jump on this. Actually, I'll put you on this because you're not maxed out and you'll still put the quality up one. Soup Kitchen expansion vows to rebuild iconic infrastructure. And you're already on it. And... moving the lawsuits up here real fast. So I can start processing. And we have another lawsuit we will face, so there we go. So there's another 5. The tax held applicable to a transfer of trusts made 7 years ago by the capitalist to his children. And your people who carry stuff will carry the lawsuits up, but they're not keeping up right now, nor do I have room to really add a couple more to speed them up. Plus, this is all the way the hell up on the building. So it's something I can do in the meantime to keep things moving forward. So that's 10 lawsuits, and what we're aiming to be able to process in the 1 week is 20. Is what she said. I think that's what she said she would hit us with, is like 20 or 25 lawsuits. And you have 1 week to process them. Prohibition ends. Nationwide ban on alcohol beverage was repealed by the passage of the 21st Amendment to the United States Constitution. Alright. So, we gotta get people on the political side, so boom, boom. Wait for one of you to get back. Boom. Prohibition ends, 21st Amendment ratified. We can grab you for the Christmas stuff here. Get you on this one. Chicago Post-Crime Tally. We've already read that article a couple of times. Alright, so we just got a lot of articles kind of going at the same time. That breaking news gives you a boost in whatever category, so this will give us, you know, a boost in political news this week. They're worth doing. A lot of times the actual article in question is fairly middling. It's just like 3 or 4 bronze, sometimes a silver. Christmas comes to hard times. Stores try to invoke holiday spirit with gifts. Okay, and ICOMAC could get on that editorial. Chicago Post-Tally. Alright, so let's not forget. I need to go in here. So there is our scandal that we need to get done. So that's in progress. We need our statistics to be done. We can put those up as priorities here and here, because those have statistics in them. And I'm pretty sure... so you already prioritized. That's also in there. Okay, so yeah, so this one will handle 3 of them. And we do have an editorial just ready. Cool, cool. Also, before I forget, because I haven't been paying attention, because it's so easy to miss the ads, ICOMAC, we want you to work on that. In the meantime, Boncho, get onto our other advertisement. Because once ICOMAC is not busy, we'll want them to jump on the illustration for the other ad. Because there's money to be made there. And money is something we're hurting for right now. 15 hours. That's pretty rough. To be fair, our illustrators and all that, none of them have any of the bonus stuff around them because I haven't had the influence to spend on it. Snowflake wallpaper. Snowflake wallpaper adds prestige. Alright. Politics is the hot topic. Then grab you. And then you. New world record for longest flight. Helen Ritchie and Francis Marsalis set the record. You're all going through here. I was kind of hoping you'd trigger the next one. Tacoma Society girl found dead on beach. Murder and a broken romance were investigated today. The police investigating the mysterious death of Miss Mary Fitzgerald. We want to go sensational this week, which means entertainment, which I don't have handy. It probably won't end up happening. Alright, so let's see if we can't get that ad across. It'd be nice to prioritize it. I don't think that gets done in time. It says 2.5 days. I'm not encouraged. Yeah, so you give prestige. That could honestly be pretty big. Yeah, Burningston can jump on that. Reports of close friends tell she had been threatened by a Tacoma man who had demanded she return jewelry to him. Alright, so you take this angle. Air-cooled review. Next Ophium. Cool Kroner warms crowd. Okay, and that'll get me in trouble with the police. I don't have anything to counter it. I'm just going to ignore it. I don't need another $850 fine. It doesn't do me any good. And how goes the case fighting? You still have 2, and you still have 2. You've got 2 days. So we're definitely not in shape to be able to handle 20 court cases. Which means we definitely should go here and make sure we get more court cases. Alienation on affection. Wife sues husband for it girl Clara Popo affair. Ooh, you will give me a new object. Hey, Amazing Meowsy. Ooh, 10 days in the hospital. Tough break. Itchy Tenma you could take over. Stormstall's Flower Wagon. $100 is my max. Yeah, I was hoping you actually wouldn't take the hit. We're not even close. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. You asked too much. Price is too steep. You're one silver tag. Come back when you're worth more. Okay, so you can do this one. Liquor State Monopoly Plan. We need substitution for Prohibition. We'll deal with that in a minute. Grab you. Yankee owners refuses to release Babe Ruth. Ruth furious, sees dream of becoming manager falling apart. So I want to do the mob one. I'm gonna wait to the last second to do it. And the reason I want to do that is because it does give me stuff we'd like. Okay, so Conrad could jump on that. Get me the thing. Volunteer sled delivered the rescued ingredients in the snowdrift. Yeah, so I mean I didn't need to put Arc on that, but we wanna make sure this gets through, because having this stuff get smashed up at the beginning of the week is not too bad. Okay, so the ad is on your desk. It's 13 hours. It is on your desk as a priority. We just don't have anyone able to do it. Alright, so what did we... You took an injury for something I already had. Feels bad, man. Not gonna lie. Feels bad. No handouts. Opportunities will arise when looking, says San Francisco mayor. That is a real strong feels bad, man. To take 10 days in the hospital for basically no reason whatsoever. And our ad is going to just be too late. Alright, and jumping at the end of that. 4 mobsters. Eliminate private dealers and end corruption. So mobsters are going to show up just in time to deal with us next week. Alright, so let's see here. So obviously this is the big article for the week. So we want sensational this week, which I don't think is happening. Yeah, so we don't care about that. We have way too much good news that I would have to skip on to make that happen. Alright, so there's not much tie in here, just politics. It's not the end of the world. Now we can go way down here, because that one has 4 tie-ins. So we got a really strong page on the opener here. We will need something leaning sensational. Which is going to be a little tough. Okay, let's look over here. So you had the only one tie, so that's literally your only tie-in is politics. Let's get you out of the way here, and we'll put an advertisement there. Oh, right, I need this one to be informational. I forgot. It either needs to be informational or sensational. So we can go ahead and put you on the second page. And then for the third page, What else not ready? Your whole article. That's fair. We can grab... Oh, is that another evidence one? Okay, none of these were evidence ones. That's fine. We put you on this page. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. It's also good to see you, Treacle. If we can get a shout out for Treacle and our fantastic content creator. There it is. I was about to say, it's like, wait. I see people talking from a raid that didn't happen. It just took a second. But thank you so much for the raid. Left a long time ago. I really do appreciate that. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that stuff. And I do appreciate the Neurospicy tag as someone who is also among the Neurospicy. Playing some Crimson Desert. So if you're looking for that, you can find it over there. But how was your stream? And again, welcome in Raiders. The mod battle to see who gets the shout out first. Is a ruthless war. So we'll get a little bit from this. From Prohibition ends ratified. Yep. Okay, so we don't have a lot to work with here. We got some pretty garbage stuff in the bin here. And thank you for all those follows. Welcome to the stream. So we got finance. So this one gives me at least a silver. The ruthless war of supporting each other. I know, right? But thank you again for everyone and all those follows and all that stuff. But yeah, and I hope your stream was absolutely fantastic, all that stuff. Thank you. I really appreciate that. And also check out Treacle, playing some Loftia, but plays a lot of similar games to what we play here. So again, all of these are fantastic people you should be checking out. Okay. So I've got 3 not stale articles that are honestly kind of garbage. This one gives me at least the extra followers. Or subscribers or whatever. Not much. I guess you're my best bet here. Still pretty terrible. We are going to get 11,000 out of it. All things considered, considering we're in the informational and we didn't get any of the bonuses here, the fact that I am still making 11,000 is pretty good. But, definitely would love to have been in the moderate, because that's where we've been doing stuff, but our competitors both leaned moderate, and that's going to hurt us. And it's not worth me giving up all this money to try and get whatever the random object is. So yeah, let's take our 11,000. That's what we're gonna get this month. Oh wait! We almost made a big mistake. We almost made a real big mistake. I need an editorial. Okay, where am I shoving you in here? All right, so how much are you gonna set me back? About 30 bucks. That's fine. Okay. Otherwise, we wouldn't have finished the district. We're playing in hard mode. It's fun. Yeah, we're playing hard mode, so we're struggling a little bit on getting as much money as we'd like. But we're right at the finish line here. We're trying to push it across where we've got the Jersey Beagle or whatever the name of the newspaper is. We've got them down to their last territory, but they're going to be hitting me with 25 lawsuits when I go for them. And they also require me to make a photo, a illustration, and a map as part of what I had to beat them to on the scoop and all that. And we didn't have access to lawyers until a minute ago, and we're just now going to be getting access to... Yeah, I don't care about that. And we're just now going to be getting access to photography. So we are struggling there. Okay, so coming up, we could get Mountain out of a molehill. I probably won't use it, but it would be nice to go moderate. So we will be able to get 3 ads this newspaper. Fortunately, our salaries have started to cap out. So at least it's not going to get worse. So we've got Itchy Tenma slightly better at politics, and Conrad is slightly better at finance news, or economic news, sorry. Okay, so we need to get the photography stuff. Alright, that's as afraid of an entirely new set of equipment. Alright, so don't print any politics this week for 2 influence, or I'm literally going to just decline that. I doubt we're actually not going to print the politics, but I will grab that. Okay, so we need an art district to grab for influence. You want no politics. We're looking for any of these that have options that don't necessarily give us politics. Yeah, it's got politics there. It's got politics there. Hey, no politics. Okay. I believe we already bought our paper for the week. Is that true? It's not true. So let's buy our paper. And we do still have money. I have 5 lawsuits that need to be processed in the next 4 days. We're doing okay there. So it's time to add the next floor. Make our stairs up to that floor. Now we have a big problem here. And that problem is, I'm also maxed out on my power, and I just now remembered that. So as much as I don't want to, I have to build our power plant, which is going to eat up all the rest of the money, and I'll have to order coal. Okay. So it'd have the photographer desk. That's $500. Build all the graphic desks, so I just unlocked. And you have the dark room. We aren't going to actually put those into service yet, because I have no money. Meanwhile, we have a $750 ad. Get on that right now. So preservation, generate culture, preserving history. And you want me to not do politics? Hey man, that's a very expensive ad. We're probably doing the politics. Yeah, and the mob is going to show up, and Bassette's going to start, you know, shooing them away. Oh, I should probably go into here and see what we need for these. Okay, so we have crime and entertainment. Can have the gruesome tag. Crime and society can have the tragic tag. Crime and society can have the investigation tag. Economics and society can have the tag there. And then evidence can be anywhere. So honestly, we'll just leave it at those 3. I already have some of these tags in the pipeline, and they're not even necessarily stale. Yeah, so that one will take care of that. And that one will take care of that. Yeah, so those ones aren't even stale yet, so I don't even have to worry about it. So Bassette's going to start scurrying them off. They're going to go start smashing my stuff up. Okay, so we got crime story. So that's got the tragic tag and the gruesome tag. And the evidence tag. So we're just missing the investigation tag. So Conrad will jump on that first piece. Broadway star found dead. Affair rumors swirl. And then we've got the other one here, which has the investigative tag. So I'm going to grab Arc Editor, which will instantly give me access to the art part, and Burning Sun prevents the mob from showing up on this side. So cement shoes found, wire loops noted. Alright, so with that, that'll give me those things done here. So we can prioritize that story. That gives me the gruesome tag and the investigation tag. So that literally leaves just the evidence was later in the other story we already had queued up. So what we could do here is unmark all those, because literally any story we get is fine. So only one thing got, well, 2 things got broke. Bassette's on their way to get rid of the last mobster, and then we'll be in all the clear. Okay, so you got that squared. You're about to have this one squared, at which point Arc Editor will be able to jump us instantly ahead. Then we can go ahead and get the map done. We're just waiting for Arc Editor to actually get back to the office so we can send them out to deal with this, pay the bribe, which will hopefully not be too much, and then Chrome Wolf can finish up the illustration. Alright. Don't be too much. Don't. Please. I don't have much money. Sir, you're taking all of my money. Fine. It's a good story worth paying for. Why are you cheaper this time? Wait, is that just a strategy? I can just, if it's too much, I just try again and it'll be cheaper? Alright, so Broadway star found dead. So let's go over here. Because that story has got what I need for the influence in this area. And yeah, I believe between those two stories, we have everything covered. Can you pay back the loan now? I can. That was weird. And the loan is only at the end of the month that you get charged. So that works out. Yeah, no, that was the thing. I thought it was like a calculated field. So I'm a bit surprised that you were able to just like back off and try again. Alright, so what we're going to do here is Steven's going to jump on that. Town picks new mirror. Fire push in the corners. RJ can jump on this. Outstanding contemporary exhibition. Jubilated. Exceptional exhibition. And then Ichitenma can jump on this. Gold Reserve Act signed. All federal gold surrendered to U.S. Treasury. And also, let's go here to our advertisements. And have you start doing the illustration. So that way we can have ourselves a nice, well-made ad. Alright. Do I go out of my way? Okay, let's see. Can I squeeze any of these? Because the dark room needs to not be in the light or stuff gets ruined. So I am down to leave the poor person in the dark room just up here. To, you know, be in Siberia, as it were. I can move you up here. And move you over here. Bring you down there. And we do have a photographer. And you don't care about darkness. You're perfect. And that means all I have to counter now to make you happy is to deal with that smell. Which we will fail to do. And I'm not taking the loan to deal with it either. And the reason I did that is one of these has the gold quality photo thing on it. So I want to go ahead and take advantage. So you can jump on that. Gold price almost doubles. Okay, Mr. Stevens will show up here. Actually, we can get Arc Editor on there. We can have our photographer do their very first job immediately. Welcome, brand new photographer, who I need to name. Flag raised at dawn, new mayor chosen. So let's grab our new photographer, who is not currently at their desk. So, not sure what to do with that. But we'll name them as soon as they're back at their desk, and that'll be probably our last employee for the run, or at least as far as I can think of. Himself at party helped with catering. Where is our photographer? Oh, are the bathrooms getting, like, overcrowded? Mr. Steven can handle that. Gold miners to expand production. Foreigners export gold to U.S. No, that's not our... Where is our photographer? Oh, we got two things to name. Alright, so we got our person who works in the dark room to develop our photos. So our photo developer person is going to be Denim TL. Yeah, but seriously, where's our... Oh, the photographer's probably away doing the photography. Right. That just makes sense. Okay, so Conrad can jump on that. Dance marathons banned. Local leaders halt contest after death by fatigue. We could put RJ on this. Actually, we'll have Arc Editor deal with this. Just waiting for you to become available. New Year's Day tragedy. A devastating natural disaster struck Montrose La Crescenta in areas in South California, leading to the deaths of at least 45 people. What could have caused this terrible event? We need to send experts to the area. Fine. Okay. That's not the one I'm looking for. It's this one. Okay. So... you can deal with the illustration. RJ can jump on this. Torrential flood devastate Montrose area, claiming 45 lives. Yay? Alright. We're working on this as fast as we can. Got plenty of paper, so we're all good there. So you're still working on this, but Ichi Tenma still is upset about something. Our entertainment people are still just busy. Okay, so as soon as Rosie Nelson gets home, can't change names to the employee list? I probably can, but I'm just gonna wait till our photographer gets back. Okay, so Ichi Tenma, and you got away without being arrested. World's most secure prison. Okay, still waiting for the photographer. There's the photographer. No, it's not. Where is my photographer? So you can jump on this. And Conrad can grab the... it doesn't matter. Senate stalemate, economic gridlock. Without government help, our banks go belly up. Yes, you're all fine, and we're like backlogged on entertainment people. We'll go for inspirational on this one. Apollo Theater opens, culture significance recognized. Like, I'm genuinely confused because our photographer's been done for a while and I haven't seen them. Alright, society's the hot topic for the week. Like, I keep expecting to see the photographer here. Okay, so you are developing the picture, so the photographer's here somewhere. So like Rosie is around the building at some location. Either using a restroom or looking for a snack. Okay, so yeah, you can jump on that. Vote fraud inquiry, indictments to bulk alleged illegal ballots of 35,000. Where are you, Rosie? There we go. So, and our photographer gets to be... Let's see. Is that Marguerite? Marguerite IE? And so now you're gonna go right back out, so hopefully you're not upset anymore. Why are you upset? What has got you all bothered? I don't understand. You're literally maxed out on everything just about. Yet still showing you as having low concentration. Jeez, I just got in. I'm still upset. It's just one of those things like, I'm fine. I'm fine if you're upset. But I'd like to know the why so I can work on it. In this case, your character says like, no, I'm upset. Why? When? Like, okay. I don't know what to say. I get it. Some days there's not really a reason to be upset. You just wake up and you're like, you know what? Today is just not a good day. Why? Couldn't answer that. It's just not one. 3 loom for big football title. Michigan, Minnesota, Northwestern remain in the running for the conference crown. To be fair, you are positioned directly outside the printing room. Now, granted, you've got noise cancel, like noise prevention and all that going on, so you're not actually uncomfortable. But I'm really at a loss on how to navigate that. Okay, so you can just jump on that. 400 subpoenas have been issued for witnesses. 1 due to low concentration. So one thing we could... I don't have any money. I was gonna say, because I can add like a clock and a wreath and all that to make it a nicer spot, and that usually helps with concentration. I really wish concentration was a thing here, that I could just look at it and see what the deal is. Honestly, I think you're going out with poor concentration anyways. You've got 1 level of experience. We shouldn't expect much from the photos yet. That's why you're getting experience. Non-stop dancing for 52 hours is perfectly healthy, says Marathon Host. Mr. Steven can jump on that. Important game next Saturday. Likely to drop. Now, I'm actually expecting this person to be upset, because quite literally, I've just chucked them in a hole and been like, hey man, just deal with it. We're probably starting to run to the limits where I'm going to need an extra bathroom, and whatnot. It's the 1930s. I think the question is, what in the world is not to be riled up against? This is true. I hear there was 1 or 2 moderately to significantly upsetting things going on between the Great Depression, the lead into World War II, and a whole lot of other things. Prohibition. Pistol fired by accident. Neighbor was drinking before shooting. Honestly, this could be a good article if it's farther along, but that's okay. We're just gonna take what we can get. We got 2 more articles for the week. No. I'm not paying a big bribe for 1 silver. You can go walk. I'll manage with what I got. And you already maxed. Let's have Conrad jump on it. Slushy ice stirs protest. Visitors cry foul. Alright, so we don't have a loan. We did increase our salary a little bit because we did take on 2 more employees. Now, the big problem we have right now is the fact that when it comes to going after the lady, the big concern I have is the lawsuits. Because she did say she's going to hit me with like 20 or 25 lawsuits or some nonsense over the week. Now, if it's all lump sum at the beginning and you only get like 4 or 5 or 6 days to do it, we can't handle that. If it is something that I'm going to get hit with like 5 here and then 5 there and then 5 there, we probably actually can handle all of it. But we'll see. Alright, so let's start by the stuff that's ready. So this is a pretty solid article on the opener. Let's actually... If I put just the ad, nothing else, just the ad in the front and severed spot, I get 6,200 on the opener, and that's with losing 2,000, or losing 20% of my potential revenue to my competition. So that is looking pretty strong. Now I am going to need to lean slightly sensational on this one. So unfortunately, the photos there is going to be a sloppy production. Again, literally the first thing, we have not set them up for success. So not super surprising that that is going to be potentially not great. Alright, so with the political ones, we've got the choice. So this is a solid one to boost that. Get ourselves some more ad rev. Oh, and we're going to have a second one. Ho ho! Why run one ad on your front page when you can run the same ad twice? Excellent. That's our front page, by the way. If I move you... Ah, there we go. That is the way you want your front... Oh, wait a second. What am I... Oh, no, because the reason I was holding that off... The reason I was holding that off is that's going to be informational leaning. And right now, I do need to get ourselves with some of this. So unfortunately... yeah, you're just not ready. So let's go and get our ready ones. So the crime report here and all that, that's just a good article, not informational or sensational. But we can scoot you over here, because I do have a crime one that is sensational, that moves me to where I want on the sensational side of moderate. Perfect, perfect front page for Less Than Ethical Times. You are correct, I forgot the name of this newspaper was Less Than Ethical Times. Okay. So this one doesn't have a leaning. We can go and get the society bonus on here. Okay, so we keep that organization. We don't have to worry about that. It's actually looking like it's going to be a relatively decent paying one. So let's see. I have politics, society, economy, crime, and entertainment. So we just need sports. If I put sports in here anywhere, then we will get a bonus there. So we're just looking for a place that we might be able to tie sports in. So it looks like we got sports with dirt and sports with gossip. Oh, sorry, sports with dirt and sports with editorial. So that's neither of those is particularly good. But that gets me a big bonus from having the 6 different categories. Do we have any other illustrations anywhere available? I thought we had an illustration done this time. Doesn't look like it, because this is what I got left. Alright. So, this has entertainment, politics, and society on it. So I could put my entertainment article here, and then move my sports article back here. And the reason I'm trying to do this with the sports is I have a thing here where if I have all 6 different things represented, then we get a bonus. So I plunk you there, and so we're at almost 14,000. Rampant hate discrimination against... I can't even say minorities because it's like 50% of the population in multiple dimensions. Not talking about the state of pollution or whatever the borderline breathable gray gas is called. In and out of cities, waterways, labor, or medicine. Your favorite baseball team having an unbroken 200-game losing streak. The rife amount of corruption going on. Yeah, no, the 30s was a whole big basket of bad times. Alright, so the newspaper's full of... I love that our front page is just one thing about the Gold Reserve Act being signed, and then just a bunch of ads around politics. Excellent. I'm being paid $14,000. He said no politics this week. You're not getting what you asked for, Mayor, because the money is in politics this week. Mayor, I let you know, just the front page being one big ad. I love it so much. But hey, $1,400 at a time. I need a little extra dosh, a little extra cash. You had one job. One, leave the skeletons in the closet. I hope it was worth it, publisher. It was, man. I made $14,000 this week in the 30s. That's basically like starting to roll in the millions, man. That was just hands down a good week. All right, so if we stay moderate, we get the newspaper. I like money. Hey, man. And then we got 2 ads. Sadly, not a good set of ads this time, but we got ads. Your baseball team could be winning if you bribed some people. At least that's one of the good things about it. Alright, so we did increase... Oh, that's going to be a lot of increased wages. So Sentient Cookie is now maxed out at the Telegram. Wishbringer's now maxed out the Telegram. Ikomek is now maxed out in Illustration. Earthrush Stony is now at rank 3 on typesetting. Arc Editor is now rank 2 on public news, politics news. Harry Paulzak is now a level 1 lawyer. And Dread Vink is now a level 1 lawyer. Yes, your characters don't die like old age. Alright. So I'm going to do a quick save. We're not stopping here. Avoid printing, gossip, and all that. Print censorship. That's not happening, man. I only got 3 influence. You need to print 1 risky and 1 review. Publisher darling, come in. Come in. Gloria Davenport, a true patron of the Bold Theater. I accidentally skipped her line. We just pretend she doesn't have voice. Gloria, or she's just interrupting. Gloria played open last week, and the critics circled like sharks. They smelled risk, and they called it ruin. And she's still there. They didn't understand it. They condemned it. So if every stage must look like the last one, whatever happened to letting the audience decide? We're not asking for a standing ovation, just a fair chance to be heard, without being torched by colonists and sails down the gutter. In times like these, courage is currency, and those who try something new deserve applause, not ash. Publisher, let's remind the city that innovation is not a crime. Review with an open mind, show the public that risk is the first act of greatness. I mean, that's fine. Whether I do it or not, that's fine. Alright, so, the thing we're doing here is this is risky. That's the reason I'm saving beforehand, because what's going to happen, you come to dance at the beacon, how adorable. But let's get one thing straight, no one steals my spotlight. We're in an attention war, publisher, and I trade in the only currency that counts, eye-popping images. The single photo says more than a whole editorial staff on their best day. Maps with scale illustrations hit with the heart. And I've got all 3 locked tighter than a newsroom on a deadline. Think you can print your way past me? I'll drown your office in lawsuits so deep. The delivery boys will need new shoes by Sunday. And the only thing you'll be publishing is legal appeals. Alright, so we have to get 1 photograph, 1 illustration, 1 map, and process 20 lawsuits. We will get 25 influence if we succeed. And this is the thing that kind of like rolls credit success. So we are taking a risk here, which is why I saved ahead of time. What's interesting, okay, so we have accepted. I'm curious if it still makes me scoop these. Okay. All right. And before anything else happens, 1, 2, 3, 4. We have training we're not going to be doing. And I've got a plan for how to deal with this. Okay, do either of these have illustrations? No. And I'm going to make you work even though you're tired because you didn't do anything for the second half of the week. How are you always tired at the start of the week? It's just got to be like the timing more than like the actual activity. Alright, so what we're going to do is a couple of things. First, you are getting put in the dungeon. All the way in the dungeon. You live in that corner now. And then what we're going to do here is I'm going to need to put power generation up here. I don't want to, but I need to. Which means 1 delivery of coal. And I need to put a wall here. And we put a light here. And a light there. No light in the dark room for fairly straightforward reasons. And then up here, before we finish, we're not done yet. We're going to be putting another lawyer's desk right smack in the middle and chucking another lawyer at it. Because, of course, I got, like, the super slow lawyer. So that's going to help mitigate the lawsuits. Okay, let's get the comfort stuff sorted out. So you got noise going on and heat going on. So I'm going to go here. I don't need a lot of stuff. I just need you to not be actively despising existence. So put a clock here, and a clock here, and a wreath there, and a wreath there. Now you can go noise counter. There's an acoustic panel here and there. Now let's deal with the temperature. And put a vent here, and a vent there. And can I make the smell get sorted? That'll have to do. That's what we've got to our name. Alright. So, that's going to have to do. And so our last lawyer on the team is going to be Infinity Simplex. May you process a whole lot of lawsuits on your very first day. Am I able to kind of cheese this? Wait a second. It's counting the photo and the map I already have. The photo and the map I already have, it is going to consider. So I just need an illustration. So you could stage this where you deliberately get the ad. Welcome to the team. Here's your mountain of paperwork. Alright, so with all that in mind, let's go ahead and go into here. So, you are going to be crime and politics. Honestly, I'm just going to leave it wide open. I'm not even focused on this. Right now, our priority is this one. We are just fishing for the illustration. And if we have to take a loan for any reason, we will take the loan. Okay. So, the first one here, that's got an illustration. We don't really need the illustration, but we will jump on it anyway. So Conrad, get going. Patchy green, sharp nerves, gold golf club green show hard times. What we need is illustration. This doesn't matter one way or the other, so Mr. Steven on this side, Itchy Tenma on that side. New York taxi riots. Hard to make a living with these prices, says taxi driver. We apparently have that comedy going in the garbage. It's one entertainment. Straight to the trash. Oh, here we go. So let's get our lawyers to work. Get to work, lawyers. We got our big pile of lawsuits. I'm going to start you each off with 5. And we will see who works the hardest. Because you're going to love what you're getting as a prize if you happen to outrun your comrades. If you happen to be the one who gets the most stuff done first, your prize is more work. You're welcome. This is the 1930s after all. And my staff will carry this up. I want to make sure all of these people are working as hard as possible. How long did it say we have? 6 days to process all of these. Okay, so you've got your 5. Once you start winding those down, we'll get the next 5 up to you. So that's just another one of these. It's not really what we're looking for, so grab you. RJ can jump... Oh, wait, never mind. Chrome Wolf can jump on that, and RJ on the other one. Bootleg camp uncovered. Industrial layout shows syndicate power. Well, I will give Infinity Simplex, all the other lawyers are just taking their sweet time standing around, and you got right to work. There we go. There's the illustration. That's the one that needs to happen. We're on Monday, so we've got all the time in the week to get it done. So Burning Sun can jump on the first part here, just to get it knocked out. We're not going to fuss with this. And that's the same Chicago Post's crime tally. Mr. Stevens here can jump on the other half of this one, and then we get the illustrator on that and put that as high priority. I honestly like the idea of the lawsuits a lot better than when we did the other guy and he hit us with spies, because it was something like 15 spies, and I just kind of sit at there like staring at the door of the building at all hours. Alright, Conrad can take the rest of that. End of strike, peace pact signed. And you're busy, so you won't do that for right now. And you're getting that sorted. It'll drop Icomac on that immediately. Put it as max priority. Because literally I just need the 3. Okay, so with that, let's go to our list. Alright, so the illustration, high priority. Meanwhile, these two are both poor quality and high priority as far as I'm concerned. It didn't say the pictures had to be good. Was that when you learned Infinity to identify the spy by the second a pixel of their shoe appears on the screen? Yes. Yes, it was. It was the moment you figured out, like, the exact way to tell the spy. Winners, birdie, route, and exception. That and the spy is the only mechanic that, as the game goes on, you kind of are like, this isn't great. I did order coal. Where's my coal? Coal, please put the coal in the machine before the power goes out. Okay, and you can jump on this. It Happened One Night released, featuring Clark Gable and Claudette Colbert. So you're down to 4 lawsuits, 4 lawsuits, 4 lawsuits. All right, so it is a tight race. So let's go ahead and incentivize you a little bit more. Oh, wait, you got down to 3 lawsuits. let's go ahead and we'll just bring these lawsuits up for you. Yeah, no, Luxray is our mechanic. Our only mechanic. Leader unlocks new office. Troubled opening uplifts many families. And then Conrad can take that. A lively and amusing picture for the movie. Export-Import Bank Act. President Franklin D. Roosevelt signed the executive order establishing the Export-Import Bank for the United States, designed to finance and facilitate the export of American goods and services. This is a big chance for new investments, and our economic readers need to know about it. Okay, so you get this one, you get that one, and Icomac is busy right now. Let's see here. Okay, so our photographer could jump right on this. We got a new thing. A ledger cabinet which makes our lawyers and salespeople faster. And don't worry, guys. Did you want 11 more lawsuits? Because you're gonna get them. Alright, so let's get this ledger thing if I can afford it. I probably can't. It's fine. Those lawsuits could sit on the ground. That's tomorrow's problem. Today, I've got my other 15-ish lawsuits to deal with. Okay. And we don't really care about this one or the other, so just take it. And Icomac is available, so there you go. Did he say I love these numbers? Okay, that's all locked in. Only 6 more news articles for the week. And how long do we have left of the first set? 3 more days. We have 13 left. Just think of all the job creation those lawsuits are doing. I'm wondering if I'm short 1 if it just fails me, or if it's I just have to endure it. Ponzi free from prison. A new chapter of the man who scammed a nation and did 11 years behind bars. Did you mean for the top room to be dark? The top right room is dark. The middle part here is not supposed to be dark. This room is deliberately dark because it is a dark room for photography. I am getting nervous, so what we're going to do is just to make sure we can clinch this thing, is I'm going to take a loan, and we're going to go here, and I'm going to put this here, and I'm going to put one of those down here in between your desks. Here, you get a trash can for a moment. And you can put this here, boosting you, and we're not done yet. I'm going to go up here. And I'm going to take a bigger loan. I'm going to put down another lawyer's desk. And just a warning, this lawyer is certainly not going to be sticking around. I'm so sorry, Treacle. Welcome to paperwork, Treacle. Population, your desk. You showed up, and we're immediately going to distribute these evenly to include you. Get to work. Temp job as a lawyer, it's pretty much what we need. Because I think if we don't get through it, I think we fail it. So I do want to make sure we got that locked in, because we got 3 days left to process 11 more lawsuits. The concern there is it says 11 more. Oh no, they're all mixed in, aren't they? There's not really a prioritization. Both of these say 11 lawsuits left. Okay, so we have that as our priority. What's the economic stuff? Get out of here. Burning Sun, you jump on that. Deportation likely next step says authorities for Ponzi. RJ can jump on that. Deadly street bomb. The bomb thrown from the bus into the street killed 3 people. And then meanwhile, we could jump on you, so Mr. Steven can take that. College football ascendant streak ends. Event achievement done. So we are just... You feel a bit hard done by if your character's attempt... To be fair, this is probably the last stream of this run. Like, literally, we're doing the thing to roll credits. That's the reason we're going a little bit long. Is we're wrapping it up. So you are showing up at the... This is a terrible article. You're showing up at the finish line to just push us that last little inch to make sure we get over and don't stumble. Because the alternative is I come up short on this lawsuit, we pay the fine, and all that. So we've got 7 more to go. So there's 2 here, 2 there. You ran out. Treacle. You're working so hard you've run out of work to do. I appreciate that right now. And I apologize for not giving you a trash can. That was not actually intended. Conroy can jump on that. Nail-biting beatdown is the thing there. You just go ahead and jump on that. Civilian Conservation Corps hires enrollees sign at camp. And the last story for this one is terrible, and Ichitenma can go ahead and knock that. Well, actually, we'll have Arc Editor do that, just for the XP. Elevator problem in tall buildings. Building Code Revision Committee has drawn up new regulations. Alright. So we want to make sure all of our lawyers are working as much as possible. We've got 2 days left to process the last 6 lawsuits, which 1's there, 2's here, 2's there, 1's there. Harry is trying their best to not have to do more work. It's like, oh, hang on. I just need a sip of water. No, gotta go to the restroom. Hang on. Don't worry, someone else will pick up the slack. Okay, every single one of them has one more to deal with. The last 4 are all being done at the same time. We have just about 1 day left. And Treacle has finished her stack first. So, as a reward, Treacle, have you ever wanted more lawsuits to process? 4's probably enough. With a stack down there, we'll be able to distribute those between everyone else. Did we get the illustration done? That's the last thing that could get us. Why get them done? There's an illustration I was missing, right? Oh, that's not it. I'm looking at the wrong icon. Never mind. Where is our illustration? There's illustrations. I have an illustration done, so we're good. So the illustrations are done. I have completely been ignoring what's going on with all this. Yeah, so the illustration's done. We're good. Let's check on the photography. I've got 3 pictures ready. And we've got our the photo and the cartography. We've got them all locked in. So we are good to go on the type of stuff. We just got 3 more lawsuits to process by the end of the day for that set. Or by whenever it's due. Okay, so as soon as this wheel fills up, we're good. We still have 1 day left to process the files. 2. Let's just pass these lawsuits up here. Yeah, this is way too many lawyers, because the thing is, you only deal with a lawsuit once in a while, so you do need a lawyer to kind of field that. But unless you're facing a decent number of lawsuits, it can actually be hard to even justify the lawyers in the first place. Come on, man. Get it done. Okay, the lawsuits are sorted. All right. Take one of yours and pass it over. Okay, so we should be basically home run at this point. All of our lawsuits have been processed. I've already got these all squared away. And that should basically get us the ending for defeating our rival. Which will actually unlock... I haven't done this rival before. So that will unlock the low-rise building. So basically when you start the game, you have the intro and you have the standard building. Which the intro just takes you to the standard building. It just kind of gives you a starting. So this is the standard building, or classic, I think is what they call it. And then you've got one that's narrow and tall, like the first floor or two are this side, and then everything else is about a little, it's a little wider than my middle spot here, so it's probably like around there. It's really hellish to deal with, because it's just kind of enough to make the stairwell go back and forth on it, with a little bit of wiggle room. It's really hard to build that one. And then the other one, my understanding is it's like, it's a good couple tiles wider to like around here, but you have less floors to deal with. I would expect the low-rise tower to be easier to do, whereas the high-rise tower, where it's narrow and tall, is really, really rough, because the shifting between floors is where you lose a lot of your speed, whether it's stairs or elevators. Oh yeah, and we got all this stuff getting done. Yeah, literally, it's just this last photo is the only thing not going to get done, but we have several photos ready. Okay, so if we can get these done, I don't mind getting the area done. That is not a primary concern, though. Why are you being weird about me selecting this? Let's try that again. There we go. All right. So we do have the main story going on there. That satisfies my illustration. And then for the cartography, actually, yes, let's grab illustrations. So this will satisfy the illustration side. Already got that squared away. And you don't have any overlap, right? No. So you'll go on a different page. Let's check the photos. Yeah, because the photographer is new, they're not good at their job yet. Which is fair. We basically said, hey, today's your first day. By the way, everything depends on you. And they started hyperventilating a little bit, and said, why would you do this? But it's probably fine. People work best under pressure, right? Right? Unimaginable pressure brings out the best in people. We can go ahead and do the cartography there. And let's see. So we've already got our photography stuff there. That more than satisfies. Right. So can you go here and be worth anything? So I definitely need to lean this more sensational if possible. It's not urgent. Let's see if any of these had the sensational stuff on it. Oh, actually, I didn't get the statement done. Okay, so we're definitely not getting the district done, so we can just ignore the district stuff right now. That wasn't the priority anyways. Okay, so I'd like it to lean a little bit more sensational, so at least we're not killing ourselves financially. So we can go ahead and drop you here. And you here for a lot of influence. Okay, so we've got all the things required for this nonsense. And now it's just a matter of getting the money we can get out of this. So this is a pretty big money maker here, the taxi story. Which isn't going to align with any of my other pages. Chuck it there. That's entertainment. Do we have any other gold tags to deal with? Not that we have access to. That'd be just the educational tag between them. That's actually a much better article than the other one we had over here. But I think that's just going to stay the way it is. I think that's fine how it is. We're not going to worry about maximizing their dollar. We're going to make sure we just really make sure we cinch that in. So that's 2 that'll lap in there. That's honestly 13,000. We're in the moderate. I do need to put a lot of paper into our printer. It's something like all of my people are busy hauling around lawsuits and all that for some reason. But we need to load all the paper into the machine. So it's actually going to be a relatively decent pay week. We're not going to get the extra influence from the area. But considering we're right about to effectively roll credits, I don't really care. Okay, so let's double check. We've got our paper. We've got this. It's going to make us almost 13,500. We have satisfied all requirements here, which is going to give me 25 influence. We botched this one pretty bad, but I can live with that. We still have 5 more lawsuits that need to be done from stuff during that week, which is unrelated to our actual objectives. And so with that, we slam the lever. All right. Defeat the Jersey Beacon achievement unlocked. This is getting worse and worse. They were commenting on the sloppy production of our pictures. Hey man, I hired an intern and then immediately put them to work. You should see what we do with our lawyers. You beat me? The city's gone blind. Enjoy your 15 minutes, publisher. But mark my words, ink dries fast in this city. I clicked that too fast. And we'll get some ads for economy and for society. And our wages have moved up to 9,000. I did hire 2 new lawyers, which is the reason I made... Oh, and we took loans. And Paigey Cakes became a senior staff member, and Mr. Steve got better at sports, and Chromewolf got better at the cartography, and Harry Paulzak got better at lawyering, and Dredd got better at lawyering, and Infinity Simplex got better at lawyering. It's like they did a lot of lawyering this time. All right. Okay, so the beacon dimmed across the Hudson, and less than ethical times outshines Jersey's legacy. So we got a score of 8,890. We had 803 bronze tags, 231 silver tags, 81 gold tags, 34 stale papers, 292 combos, and we've got 244 tag combos. Those look like they're the same thing, but different numbers. But okay, we sold 10,961,500 papers. The Mafia hated us. The Mayor was neutral with us. High Society was neutral with us. And the General hated us. We played for 50 in-game months, a total of 18.5 hours played. We spent about 7 hours of that paused. And we never fast-forwarded. To be clear, when we're arranging the paper, that's paused. Anytime where you like pause, like that's actually, you can get through the game pretty quick time-wise if you don't pause, but realistically you gotta pause to deal with spies. We have a question mark here, I don't know what that's about. That was our score. We had a total number of employees, we had 11 reporters, 17 production, and 7 utility, of which 35 were just employees and 17 were senior employees, so about half our staff were senior. We scooped 83 times, we hit Hot Topic 16 times, we took 56 risks, we bribed 15 groups, we made 16 graphics, 8 ads, 364 articles were printed, we were only a 3-page paper, we controlled 41 districts, we had 4,000 loyal subscribers and 149,000 subscribers in all. We went informational 4 times, moderate 35 times, and we never once went sensational. We had a total number of 7 floors, and the total net earnings was $2,478 because all of our money we put back into our place. So we had $4,000 something at the end, of which $2,000 we had as a loan. You take the difference. And so we defeated the Jersey Beacon, and then the Empire Observer still has 15 tiles. So we can submit our score to the global leaderboard. Wait, really? I am 2nd place on the global leaderboard for beating the Jersey, because the global leaderboard is 3 people long per hard mode. To be fair, whoever N is, who is clearly Russian or Ukraine or something, absolutely murdered my score. But I did beat the other person. Second best in the world out of 3 who actually finished this mode. I'm actually surprised because it has been out for, it's only been like 4 or 5 days. But still, I feel like the lemonade stand could have been as competitive in terms of profit. Yeah, no, definitely we didn't do great there. Okay. Now you can announce that instead of your Project Zomboid record when you get a raid. Be like, I got, you know, second highest score on News Tower for beating the because it's only the Jersey Legacy win and that, because there's like 4 different leaderboards. There's 5 years, 10 years, the Jersey Legacy win, and the Empire Observer win. But yeah, you're the best round, nothing gonna keep you down. Yep, and all of you who got to take part of it's the whole thing. And so that does just jump you back into the game here. I'm going to save at this point. But yeah, so we are going to be wrapping up because I have gone a little bit long. But I'm happy we went back to this because I was nervous about jumping back in because hard mode was the big thing and then lots of quality of life. People seem to really resonate. We had pretty good turnout just about every night and all that stuff. But I'm very satisfied. So what would end up happening here if we kept playing is I could then turn around and then go after the Empire Observer and knock them out. We could finish the mayor's story as well as the story for the High Society. We could take over all the territory, just keep unlocking and expanding. There is an achievement for doing hard mode for 10 years, which I will probably do off stream because we're like a whole year out from year 5 and all that. But no, I'm glad I did this. So with that said, I am going to go and take us back off of this screen. I'm going to save for like the 5th time. You'll definitely watch more. Yeah, no, I did a full playthrough. The thing is, if I keep playing this game, it means all the other games that we're getting these updates that are dropping and are releasing don't happen, which is the challenge I'm running to with as a creator, is just more and more and more is coming out that it's very hard to keep up. So things that we've got coming up is we've got like Star Trucker has its big update. That's the one I'm kind of on the fence just because it's quickly becoming not a recent update. But I would like to check that out. That adds the venture business and all that, which adds a whole bunch of different things. In the middle of May, we've got Hotel Architect is dropping an update. Go-Go Town is also supposed to be dropping its 1.0 release. So Hotel Architect and Go-Go Town are supposed to be doing their 1.0 releases like in the next month or so. It's seeming like both are going to be mid-May. We don't have any confirmation of when Stardew Valley's big update is coming, but it is just because like marketing and all that, either going to be in the next month or so or in the fall. We have no idea which. So that's probably coming up. We have what else was there? Coral Island has its 1.4 or 1.3 update is now going out in beta on May 4th, and we expect it to potentially come out properly close to the end of May. You get the problem here. There is a lot of games that are in the circles of content I cover who are all dropping like right at the same time. And I know I'm missing names here. Because there's at least one or two others that already updated that I was planning doing. Yeah. But we get an access a week early. Oh, nice. But yeah, so we got a whole bunch of stuff coming up. So I'm very happy that we revisited News Tower, because this is the second playthrough we did. We did this on hard mode. I was not expecting to get second on the leaderboard. I was expecting there to be at least like 50 to 100 people there, because this is a popular game. But the fact that we rolled in on second was like, wait, in the what now? To be fair, it's not had the update out for over a week yet, which is fair. But with that said, also Water Park Simulator has its 1.0 update is not supposed to be too long. I don't have the date handy. I know that's coming up, but you get the idea. Is we're running into the situation where every single day we're getting like another 1.0 release or another like fresh into early access release or, you know, whatever. And it's been impossible to keep up. And I know at the rate they're coming out, it means I don't get to circle back because, you know, we used to have January, February were like our circle back to the previous year's like games that you didn't get a chance to play because it was the slow months. And that just didn't happen this year. And as far as things are looking, this might be the new normal for us, which is a good thing, broadly speaking, to happen, that the games just don't stop coming out. At the same time, it creates a new problem as, like, people playing games are like, okay, I simply will never have the time to play them all. It's just not a realistic thing. Which ones don't make the cut? You know, I want to play all of them, but realistically, it's not going to happen. And even more so as a creator where a lot of these, you know, you have to either jump on them when, like, there's the games that become wildly successful that you can come back. Like, News Tower had a very big popularity, 2 Point Museum was very popular, all the Vampire games have been very popular. Like, those ones you can circle back to later, and there's enough following you can make it happen. But then there's, like, especially in the Tycoon, a lot of those that they pop out, they have their 30 seconds in the sun, and then nobody's looking for anymore. Not that they're not good games, but as far as like people doing like a Google search or a search on Twitch or on YouTube, it doesn't happen. So as a creator, you kind of get in this pressure of, if I am going to cover this game, I have to do it now. And it's the whole thing. There are thousands of games now releasing every month. It is very different from 10 years before there was only a few thousand games you get on Steam in a year. Yeah, no, literally, if we just compare last year versus the year before, last year was, I think, 29,000 new games released on Steam alone. The year before that was 24,000, I believe, which means they had an uptick of something like 20%. And that was already way more than anyone could cover. And yeah, to be fair, like, the majority of that is AI slop. That is like, they're asset flip AI slop garbage games that no one really wants to play. But even if 1% of, like, just a single percentage of those games are actually good, that means in the course of a year, you just increased 40 games worth playing in the year. So spread out over the month, that's at least, like, what, 6 a month or whatever? I'm not doing the math in my head properly. It's fine. It's too much. It's too much to keep up with. And that's on top of what already was there. And we're expecting next year, like, by the time this year's out at the rate we're going, we're probably going to break 35,000. Which would be an increase of, again, another 20-30% year after year. It's not sustainable, because we're not seeing the industry, market, and sales grow at that same rate, which just means you're going to have more people who release games and just don't make it, which sucks. But it is a tricky thing. With all that said, thank you so much for tuning in. If you have enjoyed tonight's content, you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop your follow. That way you can find me back here in the future. I will be streaming again tomorrow at 7 p.m. EST or after. I have no idea what I'm playing. The likely candidates would be more Farm Sim would be one if we wanted just a chill evening. Star Trekker's another possibility because they had a major update. Shapes 2 is another possibility. That's been on my radar. They just released into 1.0. I know I'm forgetting at least 2 other games that just had major updates. You get the idea. We definitely got options and all that stuff. But thank you again for tuning in. And for those over on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe. The stream will be ending abruptly for you because I don't have a host ready, but thank you so much for tuning in. And for those over here on Twitch, I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and see who we can find to drop a raid on.